The first thing I did after becoming an orphan was to gather formula and diapers because I adopted a human baby. What I didn't expect was that this baby would end up being the reincarnated human empress. In her past life, she fought across the world, enduring countless life and death trials. She killed many powerful beings from other races and ultimately died of exhaustion at the hands of the insect queen mother from space. Now, she has reincarnated at the beginning of the apocalypse 50 years ago, but as a powerless baby. Just as I arrived, I was attacked by orphans. When I opened my eyes again, I discovered I had become a bloodthirsty monster, a zombie. Yet I still retained my human consciousness. Every day, I ate frozen meat from the fridge to quell my hunger. Just as I was about to get food as usual, I noticed a baby about 5 or 6 months old in a room. I saw many toys and children's clothes around the house. On the nightstand, there was spoiled milk, and the blood in the living room seemed to indicate that the child's parents had probably suffered an accident. Shui, for a moment, was on the verge of tears. She couldn't believe that after so long she had reincarnated, but instead of being welcomed by joyful parents, she was attacked by a bloodthirsty zombie. In her past life, with just a flick of her finger, she could destroy everything, but now she was a powerless baby, unable even to lift a finger. She hadn't eaten for a long time, and the fear she felt at that moment made her faint from sheer terror and hunger. I looked at the little one who neither cried nor made a sound. Do I look so terrifying? Did I scare you to death? I quickly reached out to check if she was still breathing. Upon realizing she was, I calmed down. She was so hungry that she couldn't even cry. I felt an inexplicable sense of pity in my heart. In a way, this baby and I were similar. We both arrived in this strange world without knowing how. On top of that, we both had the misfortune of encountering the apocalypse and the orphans. That's why I decided to raise this baby. At least in this desolate apocalypse, I would finally have some company. Even though I had already become an orphan due to the virus, I never thought I would turn into a bloodthirsty monster. Realizing this, I discovered that the owner of this house had been dead for at least 2 days. This little one hadn't eaten in a long time. I needed to get some milk first. This baby, about 7 or 8 months old, was too small. Other foods were indigestible. Only formula would work. The formula container on the nightstand was already empty. I had no choice but to go out and find more. I left the room, locked the door tightly, and moved the heavy sofa in the living room to block the entrance completely. Then I went to the kitchen, but there was no food. It made sense. The zombie plague had been going on for a month, so all the food must have been gone. Maybe this child's parents had gone out in search of food, which led to their misfortune. With no other options, I had to go to the upper floors. I climbed to the 5th floor and used a lever to break the lock and open a security door. Upon entering the room, the scene left me frozen in place. Inside, there was a zombie woman. Her white dress was completely stained with blood. Hearing the noise, she rushed toward the door, but upon seeing that another of her kind was standing outside, she reluctantly withdrew. As I stepped inside, I saw the floor covered in blood and a human corpse about 1.5 meters tall. Clearly, after the zombie outbreak, the housewife had turned into a zombie, and the child she had loved the most in life had ended up being devoured. I stood there, immersed in deep silence. I thought of the little one I had seen earlier. If the baby hadn't been locked in the bedroom, she would likely have met the same fate. Perhaps it was a stroke of luck amid the disaster. Although the child was born into this apocalypse, at least she encountered a zombie like me, one that doesn't eat humans. I then went to the kitchen and finally found 2 unopened cans of formula. I also found raw meat that hadn't yet decomposed. The owner of the house had likely turned into a zombie at the beginning of the apocalypse, so the food remained intact. I packed everything into my backpack, glanced at the zombie still wandering near the door, and after a brief moment of silence, I approached from behind. With the lever in hand, I struck its skull in a single blow, freeing it completely. Shui, who had fainted, suddenly smelled a sweet, delicious aroma filling her mouth. The strong scent of milk left her momentarily entranced. Meanwhile, her starving body, which hadn't felt this sweetness in a long time, instinctively began to suck, slowly regaining a bit of energy. Finally, Shui managed to open her eyes with difficulty. She was surprised to discover that she hadn't died at the hands of a zombie. Even more shocking was that the fierce zombie was feeding her with a spoon. Am I dreaming, or am I so hungry that I'm hallucinating? She looked in disbelief at the zombie in front of her, who seemed like some kind of nanny. In her past life's memories, orphans were all mindless creatures that only knew bloodlust. After the orphan crisis, many of her friends and comrades had died at their hands. Even she had to eliminate several companions who had been bitten and lost their sanity. That's why, when she saw an orphan before her, Oshui knew that her fate was already sealed. Those bloodthirsty monsters without humanity would not spare her just because she was a baby. But she did not expect that, instead of devouring her, the orphan was even feeding her. Could it be that this orphan plans to raise me only to devour me later? While feeding the baby, I saw that the little one opened her eyes again, which made me feel a little more at ease. When she finished the formula, I noticed that the little one continued looking at me with her bright eyes. She clearly had not eaten enough. Seriously, can this small body drink so much? I said something without thinking, but then I remembered that I am now a zombie and cannot speak. I could only emit some incomprehensible grunts. That scared Jiru Shui. This is bad. This zombie surely wants me to get full only to devour me later. Shui, who had just relaxed, tensed up again upon hearing the zombie's grunt. Just as she prepared to be devoured, she noticed that the zombie turned away and left. Shortly after, Irui heard a mixing sound. A little later, I returned with a new bowl of formula. Ui was surprised. She had never experienced anything so strange before. Although there was still some fear and concern in her heart, her body instinctively continued sucking. I had to prepare 3 bowls of formula before she was finally satisfied. Looking at the milk stains at the corner of her mouth, I could feel there was still a certain unsatisfied desire in her eyes. This little one really can eat a lot. Even though I have never married or raised a child, from what I know, such a small baby should not be eating this much. It seems that if I want to adopt this little one, the pressure in the future will be much greater. Now I understand why, in my past life, so many companions worked so hard just to earn money to buy formula. Raising a child really isn't easy. But at least now we are in the apocalypse, and I can go anywhere to get things without paying. I am not worried about not having enough financial power. It seems that when I go out to look for supplies, I should bring more formula. This little one will probably eat more and more. Besides, formula is usually sealed, so it can be stored for a long time. After eating and drinking, Irusu lay comfortably in the crib with a satisfied expression. After going hungry for so long, finally drinking milk was no different from a precious elixir. Irui looked at me curiously. It was the first time she had seen something so strange. The orphan, who should have been a bloodthirsty creature, devouring flesh everywhere, had curiously repressed its bloodthirsty impulse. Not throwing itself at her to devour her immediately was already surprising. But beyond that, it was preparing formula and even feeding her with a spoon. This is completely absurd. Ui, in her past life, had experienced the apocalypse from beginning to end and managed to survive until the very last moment. She had faced countless dangers and overcome life and death trials to become an incomparable empress. What kind of orphan have I never seen before? I could even say that the number of orphans that have died at my hands is countless. Although these orphans continue evolving over time and gradually develop intelligence, that cannot happen now. At least the orphan in front of me has very low energy. Clearly, it is a newly transformed low-level orphan, a first-level orphan. This kind of zombie is everywhere. They are those who transform after being infected by the orphan virus. And this level of orphan is definitely incapable of developing intelligence. They are just a group of bloodthirsty beasts following their instincts. Irui looked at this orphan in front of her and could not understand what was happening. But as an incomparable empress, she had already gone through all kinds of life and death crises, so even when facing an orphan, she did not panic. In any case, for some reason, at least for now, this orphan had no intention of devouring her, so there was no reason to worry too much. Even if the orphan really wanted to attack her, at least she had filled her stomach. Before dying, she would at least not die of hunger in the crib. That was not a bad way to go. Thinking about all this, Irui began to feel sleepy. After several days of hunger and fear, her nerves had been extremely tense. Now, after eating, she finally relaxed. Irusu's eyes slowly closed. She could no longer avoid falling into a deep sleep. I looked at the adorable baby I had personally fed, saving her young life. Without knowing why, I felt a sense of accomplishment. Seeing the baby lying peacefully in the crib, with an expression of calm and beauty, I felt a warm sensation in my heart. From now on, in this city devastated by orphans, I will no longer be alone. Little one, we are companions in misfortune. We both arrived in this strange world and faced the orphan crisis. Don't worry, I will take good care of you. Irusu slept deeply. She did not even know that. Even though there was a bloodthirsty orphan near her, she was still safe. Of blood by your side slept so peacefully, not even knowing how long you had slept, only feeling that now you were floating in the air. It so happens that the orphan had risen. The successive actions of this orphan left Irusu even more confused, but at that moment, they were more concerned with knowing where he was taking them. I held the baby in my arms and left the room. The place where I had fallen after the orphan's explosion was an old neighborhood. The apartment building had 7 floors and no elevator, so I decided to move to the 7th floor. The night before, I had already eliminated all the remaining orphans in the corridor. Upon reaching the 7th floor, I placed Ui in the dormitory I had already prepared. This is the top floor. It offers great protection against the spread of odors and sounds. At least for now, it is a safe place to live. Faced with this baby, I truly tried to recover what had been of me as a human. So I decided to make this house a home for her and for myself. In the future, I must also start recovering my human life. The room, which was full of dust, I had already cleaned before. The most important thing is that in this room, I found many baby clothes, diapers, bottles, toys, and children's books. The owner of this room had probably also had children. It is very likely that after the orphan's explosion, the entire family had fled in a hurry. I stopped in front of the window and looked outside, then stretched slowly. I don't know if it was because of the baby, but even looking at this destroyed world through the window, I felt my heart fill with motivation and hope. Then I took a diaper and prepared to change Ui, absorbent, dry without getting wet. Disposable diapers are truly one of humanity's great inventions. Ui suddenly felt her scalp tingle. She was already used to being fed by zombies, but now it so happened that they were also changing her diaper. This was completely different from the basic instinct of feeding her. A baby diaper is a unique human invention. It is not something one can do merely by instinct. Suddenly, a surprising thought arose in Irui's mind. Could this zombie be retaining human consciousness? Immediately, she remembered her first encounter with this zombie. Other zombies only knew how to bang on doors or perhaps scratch themselves with their fingers. But this zombie knew how to open the door. Since the dormitory was locked, he had used a lever to unlock it. Before, Ushu, due to extreme hunger and fear, had not noticed this. But now, recalling it, she realized something was not right. When had a zombie ever used a lever? Then, this zombie not only did not devour her, but also used a bottle to prepare formula and fed her. That was completely logical. Today, he even changed her diaper. Could there be anything more absurd than that? At that moment, Irui felt deeply moved, as if she had discovered a new world. But wait a moment. This zombie in front of me does not seem to be a woman. The Empress had been replaced by a man. Irusu opened her eyes in surprise, finally reacting and realizing that she had been observed naked. She felt extremely agitated. One must remember that in her past life, she had never even touched a man's hand. Even in the midst of the apocalypse, Irui had never had close contact with the opposite sex. And now, she could not believe it. Her purity had been destroyed by a diaper. Irusu felt completely desolate. She could not believe that after reincarnating, all kinds of things were happening to her. This zombie is really treating me as if I were his daughter. Thinking about this, her heart skipped a beat, and a tragic story involuntarily emerged in her mind. Perhaps this zombie, before the apocalypse, had a daughter he loved dearly. But in the apocalypse, human life became insignificant in the face of the wave of bloodthirsty orphans. Humans almost no longer existed, especially at the beginning of the zombie explosion. For ordinary humans living in cities, there was no hope of survival. Probably this zombie's daughter had already died after the arrival of the apocalypse, but he still thought of his daughter, that love which goes beyond life and death. That love which goes beyond life and death made this zombie, who should be bloodthirsty, treat me as his daughter. That love, which goes beyond life and death, made this zombie, who should be bloodthirsty, treat me as his daughter. And everything he did for me, actually what he had done for his daughter. Even though he had turned into a zombie, he still could not abandon the love for his daughter. Irusu felt a mixture of emotions. Irui felt a mixture of emotions, and also felt pity for him. Imagine a human who had a happy family. Imagine a human who had a happy family and suddenly faces the apocalypse. Everything he knew and loved completely changed. He himself became a bloodthirsty zombie and lost his dearest family. The saddest thing is that after losing everything, he retained his human consciousness, although he was already dead. He continued suffering and living. He went on living alone in that destroyed city, which no longer had a single intact piece of land. He wandered among the orphans without a true companion to relate to. Due to his human consciousness, he could not live like the other zombies, leading a life of blind slaughter and chaos. But having turned into a zombie, he could no longer integrate into human society either. He could only see his former companions pointing their weapons at him, their eyes filled with contempt and hatred. Neither the zombies nor the humans had a place to belong. The entire city was engulfed in darkness. Before leaving, I blocked the entrance to the stairs on the 7th floor. Besides, the zombies in this building had already been completely eliminated. The zombies outside generally don't climb stairs without reason. The little one is still very young and won't make loud noises in the room. But what I do is, on one hand, to avoid the zombies, and on the other, to avoid the humans. Since I became a zombie, I have lived in the store for a month. Through the windows, I have seen many tragedies after the apocalypse collapsed. At first, in the face of the crisis, most people still maintained some level of calm and kindness. But as the deaths increased and food became scarce, the hidden darkness in human nature began to manifest. Those who were kinder and more willing to help mostly died early on at the hands of the zombies. I remember that in the first days after the collapse of the apocalypse, the cries of women were often heard in the streets. Just by hearing that sound, one already knew what had happened. After half a month, the city began to run out of water, electricity, and some even started bartering with meat just to get a little food. Some even pushed their companions toward the zombies just to escape alone. And this became common in the apocalypse. I saw with my own eyes that due to the lack of food, some survivors were already desperate with hunger. They did not dare face the bloodthirsty zombies, but they raised their knives against their own companions. Even after turning into zombies, I could still control my desire to hunt humans. But some still alive began to kill each other and devour their companions. These people had already lost the most basic essence of humanity. They didn't even deserve to be called human. They didn't even spare children. If those zombies find the little one, the consequences would be unthinkable. For a simple meal, they would do anything. Shortly after, I filled a large mountaineering backpack with food. What remained, I carried in my arms. If any survivor had night vision, they would see a very strange scene in the dark and silent street. A bloodthirsty zombie carrying a large amount of infant formula and walking silently. Meanwhile, when Jusu woke up, he found the room empty. Where did my zombie dad go during the night? I feel like urinating. Well, at least I have diapers. This invent really genius. Just then, Ju Hui, through the window that wasn't completely closed, saw the blood moon in the sky. At that moment, it looked extremely strange. The blood moon. Today is the night of the blood moon. It seems that the era of global evolution is about to begin. Looking at the blood moon above my head, I felt somewhat disoriented. I went to a corner, opened the can of formula, and saw that it was still white. I sighed in relief. I thought my eyes had gotten sick and turned red. My eyes are normal, but that means the moon really has turned blood red. I paid no further attention to the changes in the sky. I spent the entire night frantically transporting formula, baby bottles, diapers, everything a baby needs. I also brought a variety of snacks and children's toys. I didn't even forget the children's books. Even though we are in the apocalypse, I still need to teach the little one to read and speak. Jusu looked at the 2013 university entrance exam simulation book I had brought and suddenly felt a chill down my spine. If I'm not mistaken, I think he's not even a year old yet, and I'm already making him solve university entrance exams. Isn't that a little too rushed? Besides, we are at the end of the world, and still, exams. It didn't take long for the nearly 100 square meter room to be completely packed. At that moment, I felt a strange heat in my body. I need to remember that I am a zombie. My blood stopped circulating long ago and has turned into a thick, dark brown liquid. But then I started feeling an itch in my brain, as if my head was about to explode. I crouched in the corner, holding my head, my body trembling uncontrollably. I didn't know what was happening to me. Could it be that my human experience card has expired? Am I going to turn into one of those zombies that only know how to drink blow? I fought so hard to regain my life, to find new hope and a new purpose, and finally, in this destroyed world, I found someone to live with. I won't give up so easily. Even though I don't know what is happening to me or what I will become, I need to stay conscious. The black veins on my body started to fade, turning into a bluish hue. At the same time, the horrible wound on my shoulder, which had been there for a month, was now completely dry and cracked. It was dirty and disgusting, but somehow it was beginning to heal slowly. Although it hadn't returned to its original form, at least it no longer looked as grotesque and terrifying as before. My nails also began to change, and those sharp, loose teeth became slightly more aligned. Meanwhile, on this dark night, the roars of zombies suddenly began to echo. Many zombies under the light of the moon were going through the same transformation as me. Their bodies began to tremble. Some survivors, under the red glow of the moon, started feeling heat within their bodies. Without realizing it, they began to experience some changes. In the dormitory, Yuch Shui was also being bathed in the red moonlight. Outside, her small body began to tremble slightly. Jushu felt an intense heat spreading throughout her body. I don't know how much time passed, but when I woke up again, I realized I was lying in the street. I moved my body a little and noticed it had become more agile. My strength had also increased enormously. Looking at the zombies around me, I saw that they had also undergone a remarkable change. Those disgusting and decayed zombies, after this night, looked slightly more human. It seems that after the blood moon, the monotonous life began to change a little. Somehow, I ended up in this strange world, living each day aimlessly. But now, finally, something is changing. Repetitive life becomes boring over time. Just when I was about to take the supplies home as I passed by a zombie, I suddenly felt a strange sensation in my heart. It seemed that somehow there was a connection. It can't be. After so much time alone, this isn't possible. But soon I realized that this unique connection wasn't because I had strange feelings for that zombie. Instead, I felt that countless threads were emerging in my mind, connecting me to that zombie. They seemed like unconscious puppets, as if their heads were empty, and I seemed to have a special ability. I could transfer my thoughts through these invisible threads, as if I were controlling a puppet with strings. I quickly began to test my hypothesis. Concentrating, I started to feel that the connection with the zombie in front of me was strengthening. In no time, the zombie that had been staggering suddenly stopped, straightened up, raised its hands, and in the middle of the ruined street, began doing chest expansion exercises. I called this strange ability corpse control. It seems that I also have the presence of a great emperor. I didn't stop controlling the zombies. They danced, played basketball, and even rapped. The only problem was that these zombies couldn't speak. Besides, for now, I could only control 2 zombies at the same time, and if they were too far away, I couldn't give precise orders. Suddenly, I remembered that the little one was at home. So I quickly controlled zombies 1 and 2 and ordered them to collect the supplies I had gathered earlier. I immediately headed for the neighborhood. Meanwhile, in the 7th floor dormitory, Irui finally awakened from her long sleep after the night of the red moon. She woke up with extraordinary abilities, mental control. With just a thought, she could control objects, fly through the air, move things from a distance, etc. It was a completely out-of-the-ordinary ability. What surprised Irui the most was that she not only awakened her mental control ability, but also regained the extraordinary powers of her past life, time control. After several experiments and a long period of analyzing cases in her past life, someone had already proposed that the awakening of extraordinary abilities could be closely related to the human soul. Different souls would have different extraordinary powers, and Irui felt incredibly excited. This time, she was much stronger than in her past life. After all, besides her original foundation, she now possessed the ability to control minds. Now she considered herself a dual-talented person. In her past life, with only time control, She successfully survived the apocalypse, grew stronger, and the terrifying power of time granted her the ability to dominate the entire battlefield. She could make the battlefield stop, speed up or slow down the flow of time around her or her opponents. This talent was almost a divine power. It was thanks to this extraordinary power that Irui finally became an empress. And in this life, she not only had time control, but also mental control. At that moment, Irui heard some noises outside the room. Had her zombie father returned? While lying in bed, she felt growing curiosity in her heart. Could that low-level zombie with human consciousness be able to evolve after the red moon? Would he be able to evolve successfully, or would he be like humans? Would he be capable of awakening extraordinary powers like humans? Would he be able to awaken supernatural abilities? Meanwhile, I quickly reached the rooftop and saw that the cabinet I had left in the hallway was still in place, intact. Relieved, I sighed. This time when I left, I came across the blood moon. The most important thing is that I passed out. It's the first time since I arrived in this world that I feel some attachment. I ran quickly back to the room and saw that the little one on the bed was looking at me with open eyes. Although I had never had a romantic relationship before, this scene made me feel as if I were a father. A baby so calm and adorable in this apocalyptic world. He seems to have the power to purify everything. Little one, you've been without me for so long. You must be hungry. I went to the kitchen to prepare the powdered milk. While mixing the milk, Juhui also watched me. This zombie father realized that many changes had occurred in my body. Now, I seemed more human, but this change was not very evident. It was not the same as in Jusu's records. In Jirushi's memory, zombies started as simple first-level zombies after the emergence. From that red moon, everyone experienced strange changes. The zombies that evolved because of the red moon grew in size. Those who were previously 1.70 meters or 1.80 meters tall after the evolution reached heights of 2 or 3 meters. The dimensions of their muscles also grew in a terrifying manner. Their skin became extremely resistant, and their bones far surpassed those of common beings. These zombies, with their robust bodies, were much stronger than normal zombies. When they appeared on the battlefield, they were extremely difficult to defeat, as they possessed overwhelming strength. Because of this, zombies of this evolutionary line were generally called tank-type zombies by humans. It could be said that they were the nightmare. They could be said to be the nightmare of most survivors, as many of the weapons survivors possessed simply couldn't hurt them. There were also zombies, whose primary evolutionary path was agility. In this case, they did not acquire large and terrifying bodies. Their evolution focused on their limbs and lethal claws. The most crucial thing about these zombies was that they could use their powerful strength in their limbs and curved claws like blades to climb walls and even ceilings upside down. Their muscles were like springs, giving them incredible jumping ability and speed. Thanks to their agility and unusual posture, they could move extremely easily in the air, making them difficult targets for humans to hit. But that wasn't the scariest part. The true terror of this type of zombie was its tongue, which also mutated. Now, it could move freely, possessing enough strength to break bricks and stones, becoming a deadly weapon of attack. Jiru Shui remembered very well a survivor camp he had been in, where, in a past life, the leader of this camp was incredibly strong, but due to a lack of experience in dealing with these special zombies, he ended up being defeated. Just as they were about to defeat that zombie, he was betrayed by the creature's terrifying tongue and fell. Due to this zombie's peculiarities, the survivors nicknamed it the Tongue Devourer, mainly because of the frightening way its tongue extended and retracted. Bones grew from its spine, and with evolution, these bones eventually developed a membrane that formed a pair of bony wings, allowing it to fly. There were even extremely rare elemental zombies capable of launching elemental attacks, just like some humans who awakened abilities. However, the father zombie before me seemed completely normal. Even after undergoing a blood mutation, he did not appear to have undergone any significant changes. Thinking about this, Jiru Shui couldn't help but feel disappointed. She had hoped to see a different father today. After all, Everyone wishes for their loved ones to have enough power to survive in the apocalypse. This was an extremely difficult task. Jiru Shui actually had great confidence in her zombie father. After all, it was obvious that he was very special. He still possessed human consciousness, something extremely rare in the apocalypse. Even though she had been an empress in her past life, Jiru Shui had never encountered an existence like this before. She thought to herself, "Poor zombie father, when the Empress grows up, I will protect you." Although Jiru Shui had experienced the cruelty of the apocalypse, she still upheld her own principles. To her, surviving did not mean abandoning humanity. Living rationally in the apocalypse did not mean becoming completely insensitive. Even in her past life, Jiru Shui had always been someone who repaid her debts and returned favors. Now, with her reincarnation, this was even more certain. A baby. A completely vulnerable baby. If it weren't for her strange zombie father, Jiru Shui could imagine what fate awaited her. Either she would be torn apart and devoured by a zombie, or she would slowly starve to death in a crib. It could be said that this zombie father had not only given her a second chance, but also the value of living. And Jiru Shui always repaid favors, especially when it came to something so grand. Even though her zombie father was quite ordinary, merely a low-level zombie, that did not matter. Jiru Shui had already made a decision. No matter what happened, she would protect him for life. "You took care of me when I was little. I will take care of you when you are old." These words should never be empty promises, especially not for someone like Jiru Shui, who had been reborn. She also knew many of the ways zombies evolved. Most zombies evolved primarily by devouring living beings, using the flesh and blood of others to fuel their energy. For example, zombies devoured humans or animals, and in a way this was a biological instinct for evolution. However, there was another method, devouring the crystalline cores formed in the brains of their own kind. Zombies who awakened supernatural abilities formed a unique crystalline core in their brains, and this core was the main source of their abilities. However, only awakened zombies could possess this core in their brains. Ordinary zombies did not have it. Jiru Shui had already made up her mind. Even if her father had an ordinary constitution, who said she wasn't an empress in her past life? She had managed to carve her way through the apocalypse and rise to the rank of empress. With her experience and memory, and now with a powerful awakened ability, Jiru Shui believed her life would be faster and stronger than in her past life. In the end, when I grow up, I will steal the crystalline cores from other evolved zombies. Jiru Shui had already made her resolution. Even if she had to pile up those crystalline cores to transform her zombie father into an advanced zombie, she would do it. When he became an advanced zombie, he would undergo a great transformation. This type of zombie would already have the ability to speak, and would no longer be limited to just grunting like the others. "Don't worry, Dad. I am a promising investment. I will feed you and never let you lack anything. It's delicious." I don't know what was going through the little one's mind. She just stared at me intently, and I couldn't help but smile at the sight. Her black eyes were so bright and adorable. Whether in this life or the previous one, it was the first time I had ever observed a baby so closely. Suddenly, I realized that babies somehow possess an inherent hope that draws us all in. "Little one, you can grow up peacefully. Don't worry about the outside world. I've already secured 2 new guardians. They're downstairs, guarding the entrance. With them here, our life will be much safer." I sat beside the crib, calmly watching the baby. "Little one, grow up quickly. Daddy brought many toys for you, Barbie dolls and stuffed bears. You don't have to worry about wasting time playing. I also brought the mock exams for the 3 years of high school. Now I truly feel like the father of this little one I happened to find. I'm raising her as if she were my biological daughter. After thinking for a while, I decided to give her a name. You will be called Kiki. Kiki, don't worry. Daddy will let you grow up without worries. Even in the apocalypse, I will give you a refuge that will be your own paradise in this world." I looked at my work from that night and nodded in satisfaction. Now the different storage spaces in this house and the empty places are filled with all the supplies I managed to gather. Even though Kiki has a good appetite, there's certainly enough food for her for a long time. After all, the little one is still just a baby. No matter how much she can eat, for now she can only drink formula. I've already prepared enough provisions. I decided to stay home for a while. In the apocalypse, The most important thing is survival. Besides, now that I've awakened the ability to control zombies, it means this world is not as simple as I thought. The blood moon that appeared last night made me feel quite uneasy. I noticed changes in my body. I can't be sure if the others, the zombies, will experience the same. No one knows what strange powers zombies might gain after evolving. I decided to stay in a safe place for a while. After all, I just reincarnated into this world and was already attacked by a zombie. After feeding Kiki milk, I stayed in the building, watching. I waited until I was sure the outside world was calm before considering going out. Either way, I've already gathered enough supplies, and I don't mind staying a few more days. This world is very strange. At every moment, surprising changes happen. If I were alone, I could simply accept this inhumane life, but now I have Kiki. I need to become stronger. I went to the living room and picked up a steel machete about half a meter long. The blade was thick and straight, ideal for long cutting sessions. It was a typical blade for cutting wood. However, the old rules no longer apply in this apocalypse. After the transformation brought by the blood moon, in addition to controlling other zombies through invisible threads, my physique also improved considerably. My agility is now similar to that of a regular human. Before, my limbs were stiff, and I could only perform simple bodily movements. But now, even wielding this steel machete, I can handle it fluidly in the air. The blade shines and cuts with force. Even though I haven't trained in sword techniques, as a zombie, my physical strength is even greater than that of a regular human. Following the movements of martial arts novels and the techniques from the movies I used to watch, I started practicing strikes with the machete in the living room. The blade is extremely sharp, practically a melee combat weapon. The destructive power of this machete is far greater than that of an iron bar. I'm confident. With this machete, I'm sure I can split a zombie's head in two with a single strike. While practicing the sword techniques, Jusu began reflecting on his innate abilities in this life. Jusu has two very powerful innate abilities. One is time control, which can be activated whenever he has enough mental power. The other is the newly awakened ability of Jiru Shui, telekinesis control. Jiru Shui concentrated all his mental energy, directing his attention to a silver needle on the bedside table. Under the control of his mental power, the needle slowly began to float in the air, hovering over his head. It was truly an incredible sight. Although his control over objects was still a bit slow, Jusu was certain that given enough time to practice, this ability would become a powerful tool, capable of killing without being seen. And as his mental power increased, the weight of the objects he could control would also grow. Now, he was using a silver needle, but perhaps soon, he could control flying knives. 2 days passed quickly. During these 2 days, I practiced machete techniques in the living room, and Jiru practiced his levitation power in the bedroom. We lived well, each of us striving to improve the other's life. That day, after feeding Yuch-Chu milk, I suddenly noticed something moving outside. I looked down from the balcony window and saw 2 zombies fighting in the street. The noise of the fight was quite loud, otherwise I wouldn't have heard it from the 7th floor. Seeing this, I was confused. There was no human figure nearby. After a month living alongside these companions, I had learned a lot about them. Although zombies are insatiable and seem like emotionless killing machines, they usually don't attack each other, unless food is involved. It's rare to see zombies fighting among themselves, but there was clearly no food in dispute here. Something was not right with those 2 zombies. Suddenly I realized they were different. One of them was taller and muscular, while the other was smaller but much faster than a common zombie. There was no doubt that if I faced that muscular zombie, a single blow from him could break my bones. The other one had a thinner torso, but its claws looked like long blades, capable of leaving deep marks on cars. Watching the fight between these 2 powerful zombies from above, I felt great concern. I feared the effects of the last cycle of the blood moon. Now I see that my decision to stay home was very wise. The combat ability of these 2 zombies is far superior to mine. During these 2 days of practicing with a machete, I was confident that I could face common zombies and defeat them easily. But now, these 2 down there have given me a lesson in humility. If Jusu were here, he would undoubtedly recognize these 2 types of zombies. One is a tank-type zombie with a robust constitution, and the other is an agile zombie. These two types are common among evolved zombies and are also among the most problematic for survivors at the beginning of the apocalypse. Although I don't know exactly what kind of evolution they have undergone, I can affirm that both, regardless of their abilities, represent a real threat to common zombies. I feel grateful for being cautious. If I hadn't stayed home for so long, I probably would have been attacked and killed by these two zombies. Now I feel relieved by my decision. After all, if I had gone out earlier, what would have happened to me? Murdered by these two zombies. This world is much more terrifying than I had imagined. I wonder why these two zombies started fighting. Could it be that all the zombies out there are already so hungry? I don't think that's the case. This world is much more terrifying than I imagined. However, I am curious to know why these two zombie heads started fighting. Are the zombies out there so hungry? That can't be it. Zombie flesh is disgusting. I doubt one of them thinks my flesh is tasty. The sound of the battle between the two zombies below is getting louder. Some nearby cars were hit and torn apart by them. Finally, after a fierce fight, the tank-type zombie broke the agile zombie's spine. Seeing that sent shivers down my spine. But at that moment, I noticed that the tank-type zombie took something from the head of the other zombie. A white core. What is that? When I saw the white core, a strange desire arose in my heart. It seems that I really want to obtain that object. Even though I don't know what it is, I can feel that my body instinctively desires this object. It feels like if I eat this core, it will be highly beneficial for my body. Could it be that the fight between these two zombies was to compete for the core in their heads? After eating the white core, the large zombie suddenly beat his chest with his hands and roared fiercely. Some nearby common zombies, upon hearing this sound, approached, but then all began to back away. It seems they instinctively feared this robust-bodied zombie. Although I don't know what this white core is, seeing this scene makes me completely certain that it must be beneficial for the zombies. Perhaps this core can enhance the abilities acquired by zombies as they evolve. If I could eat the core of this large zombie, maybe I could control more subordinate zombies. My mental control power is still not very strong. My limit is controlling only these two zombies. If I engaged in direct combat, I wouldn't stand a chance of winning. For now, I can only rely on cunning. However, I must not act recklessly. The plan to obtain the core must be executed with caution. After all, I want to become stronger so that Kiki can grow up safely in this world. But if I make a mistake and die at the hands of the large zombie, then, if I die, little Kiki will have no one to take care of her. I can't let that happen. Meanwhile, Irui, who was lying on the bed, also heard the loud noise coming from outside. Although, due to her current body, she couldn't see what was happening downstairs. After her reincarnation, she could more or less guess what was going on. After the night of the blood moon, the entire world went through an evolutionary outbreak. Not only did humans awaken special abilities, but among the zombies, many powerful entities were also born. Even the other animals that survived the outbreak began to transform into fierce beasts. After the blood moon, zombies and fierce beasts began fighting each other to continue evolving and devouring one another. Surviving humans not only fled in terror when facing zombies, but after the red moon, they already had the ability to fight them. At the same time, humans began hunting zombies and ferocious beasts to obtain their cores, and thus investigate and develop a drug based on the extraordinary human gene so they could continue strengthening themselves. However, this extraordinary genetic enhancement drug was merely a product of the early phases after the global anomaly of the red moon. When Ui was reincarnated in her previous life, humans had already researched and used much more powerful cultivation methods. Based on these methods, humans could refine themselves and become more efficient in obtaining power to strengthen themselves. And Irui, as the supreme empress among humans in her past life, cultivated the most advanced art, the crystal breathing technique. In her past life, Irui endured a long and arduous struggle. Relying on her innate and extraordinary talent, in a sea of blood and mountains of corpses, she killed countless times to survive. Then, with this powerful cultivation technique, she step by step ascended to the rank of Empress. Now, the wave of evolution has already begun. Irui is fully aware in her heart that with her father's strength, a low-level zombie will find it nearly impossible to survive in this increasingly cruel world. She knows she must strengthen her power quickly. Irui knows that. As their flesh grew stronger, their body also became more refined, especially because Yeru Shu, being a baby, had very weak mental power. However, with the help of these energies and under this enhancement, her mental strength continued to increase steadily. When I returned to the room from downstairs, Yerushu was still immersed in her practice. I didn't know what she was practicing, but I saw little Kiki lying on the bed, trembling. At that moment, I felt great concern. Could she have caught a cold during the night? A baby getting sick is a huge problem. I quickly took a blanket from the side and gently covered her. In the previous world, if a baby got sick, I could take them to the hospital for treatment. But now, in this apocalypse, where are the children's hospitals? There are only bloodthirsty zombies. I felt a movement coming from her body. Yiru Shu was awakened from her meditation. When she opened her eyes, she saw the blanket covering her and her zombie father looking worried beside her. A small smile appeared on Yiru Shu's face, and a warm feeling filled her heart. In her past life, Yiru Shu grew up in an orphanage. From a young age, she learned to be independent and strong. She finished university thanks to scholarships and subsidies. Now, after being reborn, the parents she was born to were eliminated when the apocalypse broke out. It was the first time Yiru Shu felt the warmth of paternal love, even though the other was a zombie. Seeing that little Kiki was fine, I relaxed. But outside, that big zombie was still right in front of me. I needed to find a way to eliminate him. Otherwise, living near such a threat made me feel uneasy. Who knows how much stronger this guy will become? So I decided to act first. At nightfall, in the dark store ahead, occasional zombie growls could be heard. The wandering zombies instinctively moved away upon hearing the noise, as if they feared something terrifying inside the store. The large zombie I had seen before had grown even stronger compared to the day. His height, which was previously close to 2 meters, had now risen to about 2.5 meters. His shoulders had also become even broader. As this zombie continued to absorb the energy from the core, suddenly, a loud noise was heard at the store entrance. Interrupted by the noise, the large zombie immediately became filled with rage, pounded his chest with his fists, and rushed out. On the empty street, I saw a low-level zombie standing there, growling at the tank zombie. Looking closely at this low-level zombie, one could see that its red pupils were completely vacant. The tank zombie pounded his chest hard and let out an extremely loud roar. His voice was much louder than that of the low-level zombie. Even I, hiding in the shadows, couldn't help but feel a chill. Wow, this type of zombie really has a powerful presence. Fortunately, I had already prepared in advance. I controlled the low-level zombie with my mind, making it pick up a flower pot from the street and throw it hard, hitting the large zombie's head. Taking advantage of the tank zombie's delayed reaction, I controlled the zombie to turn around and run. The tank zombie roared, lifting his head, fury burning in his eyes. He immediately began chasing my controlled zombie. Zombie number 1 quickly lured this giant into a distant store, where I had already set a trap. Previously, in this place, 2 gas canisters had been left open, and the store was filled with the smell of leaked gas. The controlled zombie had just entered the store when the enormous tank zombie burst inside. Its powerful fist instantly crushed my zombie. I quickly controlled zombie number 2 to enter the store and forcibly shut the door, which had already bent. Then I took out a lighter. With the loud sound of an explosion, the tank zombie let out harrowing screams in the sea of fire. As it struggled to escape from the store, it fell head first against the door. Several minutes passed, and even though the tank zombie had been burned by the fire, it didn't move. Once I confirmed that it was truly dead, I cautiously approached. Without saying a word, I raised my blade and severed the zombie's head. The blade struck forcefully, splitting its skull in 2, and I indeed found a special core inside its brain. However, this core was not the same as the one I had seen during the day. It was no longer a pure white. It now had a reddish tint. I realized that this core attracted me in an irresistible way, even more strongly than the previous time. If all these cores turn red, wouldn't they become much stronger? I quickly stored the core, and then chose 2 healthy zombies wandering nearby. converting them into my subordinates. After reconnecting the two zombies, I quickly returned to the neighborhood and assigned them the task of guarding the entrance. I went up alone to the 3rd floor, confirmed that everything was safe, and directly swallowed the core. The moment I did so, I felt the core dissolve inside my body. An immense power flooded my limbs, continuously refining my body. My skin, which was slightly withered, began to transform more into a human-like form. My strength, agility, and endurance improved slightly compared to before. The massive power flowed into my brain, and upon experiencing the core's evolution, I couldn't help but let out a roar of rage. The zombies wandering below trembled involuntarily upon hearing my roar and then slowly began to move away. After the evolution, I felt my mind extremely clear. My senses also seemed much sharper than before. Most importantly, controlling zombies was now much easier. Excited, I ran to the street to test things out and discovered that my mental power had drastically increased. Now I can control 5 zombies at the same time. The most incredible thing is that I acquired a new ability. I can share the vision of controlled zombies. Now I have total remote control. With this ability, I no longer need to leave home to do whatever I want. I just need to command my subordinates to do it for me. Now that I don't have to show myself, it will be much easier to kill, steal, and plunder. At that moment, Ushu was lying on the bed, a little restless. It's already so late. Why hasn't my zombie dad come back yet? She had heard the loud explosion at the store earlier, as well as the terrifying evolved zombies. The roar of the tank-type zombie at night was intimidating. Although Irui was the reborn empress, in her current baby form, she could not face an evolved zombie with advanced combat strength. Now that I'm on the 6th floor, I don't have to worry too much about being discovered, but I'm anxious about my zombie dad, who hasn't evolved yet. A normal, unevolved zombie has only one fate when facing an evolved zombie: death. Zombie dad, please don't let anything happen to you. I still can't walk. If something happens to you, I'm done for. Irui began to doubt. Is my luck really this bad? It seems that both in my past life and in this one, I've had bad luck with my parents. Now, after so long, I finally have a zombie dad. But he has already died once. And just now that I started to feel the warmth of paternal love, am I destined to start over from scratch again? Originally, Shui was cultivating crystal breathing, but now her mind could only think about him. Anxious, she couldn't focus on her cultivation. Without realizing it, these two, father and daughter who met by chance, had already become essential companions to survive in this apocalyptic world. At that moment, the sound of a door opening was heard, and Ushu sighed in relief. A low-level zombie doesn't know how to open locks. Only my zombie dad, who retains human consciousness, can do something so surprising. That's good. That's good. The important thing is that nothing happened. A slight smile appeared on Ui's face. I entered and saw the little one smiling. Her adorable expression warmed my heart. I went straight to the kitchen to prepare the powdered milk. Even though we're in the apocalypse, I feel that my life is becoming more and more hopeful. Little Kiki, be good. Daddy got stronger. Now I can protect you better so you can survive this apocalypse. In the following 2 days after my power increased, I didn't leave Tower C. Instead, I used my mental power to send my subordinates to search for supplies in the surroundings, skipping over multiple zombies at once. Everything became much faster than moving things alone. Now, I have transformed several floors below into my own warehouse, gathering all the supplies Shui might need now or in the future. I even collected various tools to face the zombies. After witnessing the fierce battle of the evolved zombies, I realized that perhaps after that Red Moon night, to live better, I must improve my combat skills and also prepare proper defenses. Using mental control, I brought in some gas cylinders, gathered the fire axes locked in each building. I can light fires to make Molotov cocktails. I even collected iron levers, shovels, and kitchen knives, taking everything that could be useful. During this time, whether taking care of Shui or training my combat skills in an empty room, my life had become almost a daily routine, but I felt that it was a very fulfilling life. Meanwhile, Jusu lay in bed, only drinking milk or practicing crystal breathing. Her body was still too weak. Now, her body is too weak. Jusu must improve her power through breathing. After completing her, Jusu practiced and exhaled slowly. After some time of training, his mental power had improved a little. Upon hearing some vague noises in the room, Jusu slightly furrowed his brows. He didn't know if his zombie dad had retained the consciousness of his previous life. That's why, the night before, he went out to gather supplies. But now it had already been 2 days since he last went out. Recalling the battle between evolved zombies some days ago and the strange sounds of explosions and terrifying zombie screams near the complex, Jusu supposed that his zombie dad had probably been unlucky and encountered those evolved zombies with special abilities. Shuei could imagine that, as a common low-level zombie, his zombie dad probably felt very scared. Now, he could not only be killed by human survivors, but also by his own fellow zombies, and even by wild beasts that had become stronger. As a low-level zombie destined to be cannon fodder, surviving in the apocalypse was already very difficult, and he still had to divide his energy to sustain himself, take care of his food, his life, and his safety. This was truly a heavy burden for him. Shuei felt very moved. Despite the difficult circumstances, his dad didn't seem to have any intention of giving up. One must remember that in this apocalypse, life had become extremely valuable. Life was now a precious existence. Jusu calmly looked at the night sky through the window, his bright eyes revealing an unusual calmness and serenity for his age. It seems that I must also accelerate my training. As time passes, there will be more and more evolved zombies and wild beasts. With my zombie dad's abilities, it will become increasingly difficult to survive in this apocalypse. After so many days of training, Jusu had already achieved certain advancements. The intensity of his mental power had increased considerably compared to before. At that moment, under the control of his mental power, the silver needle on the bedside table quickly flew through the air. The silver needle moved at an extremely frightening speed. With his ability to control time, Shuei was certain that he could kill without anyone noticing. Even with such a fine silver needle, with the help of his mental power, he could pierce a skull. However, Jusu was not satisfied with that. To survive in this apocalypse, these methods were far from sufficient. I must become stronger to have hope of surviving. In the room, he was focused on reading a martial arts book. According to what the book said, he continued training while exploring the room. After learning some basic combat concepts and practicing for a while, he prepared himself and went up to the 6th floor. He made a zombie enter the room under his control, then released the mental control and used the zombie as a training partner. He continuously applied the various combat techniques he had learned over time to the zombie's body. The zombie knows martial arts, and no one can stop him. It was a constant improvement. His punching speed increased more and more, and the precision of his strikes became even greater. Looking at the zombie in front of him, already completely destroyed and covered in blood, he felt satisfied. Then he activated his mental power and prepared another zombie to increase the difficulty. But suddenly, something caught his attention. A rather surprising image appeared in his mind. He discovered that the 2 zombies he had sent to gather supplies in building number 1 of the Sunshine Complex had found something very surprising. He saw that on the 3rd floor of building number 1, 2 zombies were searching for supplies in a very human-like manner. But at that moment, within his field of vision, a bloody figure flew across the ceiling. Its speed was terrifying. He immediately controlled the zombies to follow it. The bloody figure kept running along the walls and ceiling. Not even the zombies he controlled could keep up with its speed. Perhaps upon seeing the strange movements of the zombies before it, the figure on the ceiling stopped and remained motionless. Finally, he could clearly see the bloody figure on the ceiling. What surprised him was the appearance of this monster. He never imagined that such an ugly zombie could exist in this world. This bloody figure seemed to have completely abandoned its human form. Through the zombies' bodies, he could feel a strong sense of fear. Clearly, this bloody monster represented a great threat to common zombies. He immediately controlled the 2 zombies and made them strike forward with sticks. However, the terrifying figure on the ceiling leaped forward with great force and instantly tore off a zombie's head with its claws. The other zombie, without time to react, saw a bloody line swiftly cut across its skull. The agility of this bloody monster was impressive. Not even the 2 zombies he controlled could do anything and were eliminated in an instant. What the hell is this monster? And what was it that killed my zombies? Could its tongue be that long? He never expected that this zombie had not only lost its form, human, but also used her weak tongue to attack. Bloody shot. and my zombies couldn't react in time. At that moment, I became very worried. It seems that the evolved abilities of the zombies greatly exceeded my expectations. From now on, I can't waste time. I need to continue practicing martial arts every day, fighting directly against the zombies to continuously improve my combat skills. Using this simple method, I seek to achieve the greatest possible improvement. After these days of experiments, I discovered that the nuclear crystal is probably only formed in the brains of evolved zombies. In recent days, I have killed several common zombies, but found nothing in their brains. Time passed quickly. A week went by in the blink of an eye. Now I am facing 3 large zombies attacking me at the same time. Dodging their bites with ease using my agile movements, I seize the opportunity and deliver a direct blow to their jaws. In an instant, the 3 terrifying zombies are lying on the ground, motionless, at the center of the room. Feeling satisfied, I reflect. These zombies I encountered were relatively strong, but even so, I killed them easily. Now I am very confident. I can go out, face zombie attacks, and still maintain a good defensive capacity. In the room, little Juhui, like a baby, did not neglect his training. While Juhui concentrated his mental power and applied it to his body, his small frame began to react. In fact, he began to float slowly. Although his body has not grown much faster, his mental power has increased considerably. After a period of immersion in training, Jusu's mental power now allows him to levitate a few centimeters off the ground. But this is still not enough. This is still not enough. Being just a baby, he can already lift his own body. Jusu's feat at this moment is truly terrifying. However, he does not show a single sign of not enough. Jirusue understood that from now on, there would be more and more evolved zombies and ferocious beasts. These types would face each other in increasingly frequent wars. If he wanted to survive in this city full of the undead, he would need to have enough strength for it. The most important thing was that Jusu knew he was not in a condition to protect his zombie dad. After the blood moon, there was no significant mutation. Clearly, his father was still a common zombie. In this post-apocalyptic world, low-level zombies are the most unfortunate. When encountering evolved zombies, they could be easily eliminated. If they met an extraordinary human, they could also be defeated. Without sufficient power, it was very likely that Zombie Dad would not survive much longer. Below, there was the constant noise of banging. What was his Zombie Dad doing all day? Even with a separating layer, the sound of zombies training in combat in the living room still reached Jirusui's ears. However, what worried Jiru was that his zombie dad hadn't gone out to search for resources for more than a week. With what was still left in the house, there was no problem for now, but sooner or later, it would run out. Jiru understood this perfectly. After all, his zombie dad was just a common zombie, and given the enormous power difference, he had no way of facing the evolved zombies outside. He had no chance at all. It wasn't his zombie dad's fault. If anyone was to blame, it was this cruel world. Jiru only hoped to be able to improve his strength quickly through the breathing technique. He wanted to grow up quickly, like the human empress. Jiru didn't like feeling like a burden to others, and also hoped to be able to protect his zombie dad's life with his own strength. The most important thing for Jiru was not to lose this valuable family bond, even if the family bond he had was with a zombie. Jiru continued following the breathing technique, absorbing energy factors. Meanwhile, he controlled silver needles that moved through the air, constantly piercing. As the technique continued to function, his expression became more and more determined. Just as he was preparing to go upstairs and feed Kiki, the zombies searching for resources outside made a new discovery. He saw, on a nearby street, a zombie with a slightly weakened body but with clearly evolved claws and significantly increased speed, chasing a human who was fleeing in terror. He recognized it instantly. This agile zombie chasing the survivor was the same one he had seen days before, the one that had been crushed by a giant. Before the survivor could react, the agile zombie sank its claws into him, ending his life. What an opportunity. His eyes shone immediately. He sent a zombie to follow and watch it. Ever since he devoured the crystalline core and experienced that overwhelming surge of energy, he couldn't resist the desire to become stronger. He left a zombie at a fixed distance, closely observing the agile zombie. The other 4 zombies abandoned their original tasks, grabbed heavy and sharp firefighter axes, and quickly advanced toward the location where the agile zombie was. The 4 zombies, holding long axes in their hands, advanced with firm and synchronized steps. It looked like a group of lumberjacks marching through the streets. The scene was truly bizarre. If survivors saw this, they would probably be left speechless. After all, they had never seen zombies actively using weapons before. This would be like defying the heavens. Soon, the 5 zombies gathered, 5 common zombies, each with an axe, ready. All ready for action, all with fierce expressions and blood-red eyes. At this moment, they were prepared to attack. I did not act impulsively, but instead organized the 5 zombies to walk as if they did not care, heading toward the agile zombie. I made the zombies spread out a little from one another. After all, 5 zombies with axes gathered together would attract too much attention. Moreover, carrying axes would make fighting difficult if they were too close. But I was not foolish enough to disperse them too much. If the zombies spread out too far, they might not be able to get close before being noticed by the enemy. One after another, they were taken down. That agile zombie had gone many days without eating fresh human flesh. At that moment, the smell of blood was like a rare delicacy to him. The zombie devoured the flesh without concern. Some other nearby zombies, having heard the noise, instinctively approached. In the face of these low-level zombies, the agile zombie roared several times. His presence was so powerful that many zombies were frightened and did not dare to approach. Only then, satisfied, did he continue enjoying his meal. But at that moment, the zombie heard footsteps approaching again. He saw 5 common zombies who, as if they did not fear death, ignored him. His warning was disregarded, and they continued walking toward him. The agile zombie roared again, irritated, and his tone seemed full of impatience. However, what he did not expect was that those 5 low-level zombies, without saying a word, would run directly at him. "Let's go! Kill him!" I quickly controlled the 5 zombies, who advanced toward the agile zombie. Earlier, I had made them simulate low-level zombies, wandering aimlessly toward the target. After all, the agile zombie was very fast and had claws capable of tearing apart a car. If I was not careful, I feared the zombies could be easily eliminated. So, when the 2 sides were only 10 meters apart, I launched the attack. The 5 zombies I controlled were strong, robust adults, all male. In an instant, they reached the agile zombie, their axes gleaming, and without hesitation, they attacked immediately. Seeing that 5 low-level zombies dared to attack him, immense fury flashed in the agile zombie's eyes. His body moved instantly. However, being at a disadvantage in hand-to-hand combat, in the very first clash, the agile zombie suffered an injury. Although his speed allowed him to dodge most attacks, I was already prepared. I had set up a semi-ambush. Unless he retreated and fled, he was doomed to suffer injuries. His right arm and back were cut in the first strike. One of the zombies attacked between his ribs under my control. 2 zombies attacked from the front. The agile zombie had great strength. With his claws, he pushed the 2 zombies back a few steps. However, the other 2 zombies did not hesitate and attacked immediately, cutting off large chunks of flesh. Even so, the agile zombie suffered serious injuries. Furious, the agile zombie exploded in speed. With one strike of his claws, he crushed the head of one of the zombies. But the remaining 3 zombies arrived quickly. The agile zombie was fast, but he could not avoid the axes falling upon him. 3 blows struck his body, and one of them severed his head. No matter how skilled you are, you cannot win against a kitchen knife. Besides, I had 5 axes. Seeing the agile zombie fall, I felt relieved. This evolved zombie was truly strong. If it weren't for my control behind the scenes, it was likely that these 5 low-level zombies would have been eliminated in 2 rounds. Now only 2 were lost. I picked up the crystalline core and put it in my pocket. Then I quickly ran to the 6th floor. When I saw the crystalline core, I was very, very pleased. This crystalline core was the same as the one I had devoured earlier, white with a hint of red. That meant that the agile zombie I had just defeated was not only an evolved zombie, but had also devoured a crystalline core. No wonder the agile zombie moved so fast. He had already undergone an evolution. With that in mind, I calmed my excitement and swallowed the crystalline core. Powerful energy began coursing through my entire body. It was the same sensation I had experienced before. I recorded the process of the energy increasing in my mind. After a moment, I felt total clarity. A sense of lucidity once again flooded my brain, and a faint smile appeared on my face. My power had increased, especially in my arms, which were now as hard as steel. Even the agile zombies' attacks, capable of tearing apart cars, could no longer penetrate my arms. Quickly, I picked up the machete, steel at my side, and I began to swing it. At that moment, the gleam of the blades illuminated the room, and the sound of the air being sliced was fierce. A glint of excitement passed through my eyes. As expected, devouring the crystalline core greatly enhances speed. My close combat power increased tremendously. Now my mental strength was enough to control 10 zombies. Moreover, the maximum control distance had reached 3,000 meters. Excited, Lu Xuan quickly ran downward. Among the nearby zombies, I chose 10 strong and healthy ones with good legs. They would be my zombie squad. I equipped each of them with a sharp firefighter's axe. At that moment, those zombies, all around 1.80 meters tall, stood lined up before me, each carrying an axe on their shoulder. Their presence was incredibly intimidating. Looking at my zombie squad, I felt satisfied. It seems the zombie gang is starting to take shape. Being strong is good. In a one-on-one fight, maybe I'm no match for those evolved combat zombies. But in this world, only 3 things keep you standing: brutality, mental power, and more zombies. In this apocalyptic world, what matters is power. Who will fight against you if their brain hasn't evolved, only their muscles? Who will engage in direct combat? I follow a mass strategy. What I use is the tactic of crowds. Looking at my increasingly strong troops, the confidence in my heart grew even more. I turned toward building number 1, not far away. A look of cold, murderous intent crossed my eyes. In that building, there is an incredibly terrifying creature. It is completely different from all the zombies I've seen before. I don't even know if I should call it a zombie. As a member of the zombie species, I really don't want to admit that I belong to the same species as that creature. Controlling my zombies, I felt death firsthand. The bloody image of that creature left an utterly terrifying impact on me, especially after facing the agile zombie directly. Compared to that, this blood-stained creature makes me feel even more fear. Even an agile zombie that has undergone 2 evolutions couldn't resist my army tactic. But that blood-stained figure, its speed is even greater than the agile zombies. Its attack is much more ferocious. What worries me the most is that it has a tongue that can be used as a secret weapon. It's nearly impossible to avoid. 2 zombies were eliminated in an instant. I'm not sure if 10 zombies can defeat it. After thinking about it, I still shook my head. With my current strength, it's very difficult to guarantee victory. With this ticking time bomb around, I can't even sleep peacefully. When I returned to the 7th floor, I prepared the milk in time. I grabbed a spoon to feed Xiaoqi little by little. The little one seems to have an increasing appetite. The milk it drinks is very tasty and sweet. Even in this apocalypse, Xiaoqi hasn't lost its appetite. After feeding Xiaoqi, I picked up the toys I had looted. Jiruzu looked at his clumsy zombie father awkwardly handling the toys. For a moment, he felt completely bewildered, even though he outwardly looked like a baby. Clumsily playing with the toy for a moment, she felt completely bewildered. Although she looked like a baby on the outside, inside, she was a mature empress, cold and resolute in battle. How could something as simple as a toy interest her? However, it was a gesture of affection from her zombie father. Even though Jirusu had long outgrown the stage of playing with toys, she felt a warmth inside her. After all, in both her past life and this one, she had never experienced such affection. Watching her zombie father struggling and suffering, Yus, even with her serious expression, managed to form a timid smile. And when I saw Sia Oiki showing no expression at all, I felt somewhat frustrated. After all, not only had I never been in a romantic relationship, but I also didn't know how to handle these kinds of situations. I had neither been in love nor taken care of a child before. I could only use some methods I had learned from TV dramas. I thought I had failed, but to my surprise, the little one actually smiled. That made me feel relieved. Then I tried even harder to make Jirusu laugh. Jirusu couldn't help but have her eyelids tremble. Being too kind is not always a good thing. Well, I considered it training for my mental strength. After playing with the little one for a while, I felt satisfied. I then walked toward the window, forming a cold smile. I'm almost ready. It's time to investigate that guy a little more. I selected a few wandering zombies to form my team. After a careful selection, I completed my squad with 10 zombies. Each one was tall, robust, and had intact limbs. They hadn't been bitten by other zombies. That bloody creature left such a strong impression on me last time. The 2 zombies barely put up a fight and were eliminated instantly. The huge difference in combat power prevents me from underestimating the enemy. Looking at these 10 strong zombies wielding firefighter axes, I nodded in satisfaction. These 10 zombies lined up really exerted great pressure. I think that even if we encounter large zombies, with these at my front, I still feel like something is missing. After thinking about it, I slapped my forehead. I had only equipped them with weapons, but at the very least, I should prepare some armor for them. I remember that at the street corner, there's an electric bicycle shop that also sells helmets. I then took my zombies and broke into the store. Afterward, I placed a fully enclosed motorcycle helmet on each zombie. Seeing my zombie squad now with their new look, I felt very satisfied. These 10 zombies, with completely enclosed black helmets and firefighter axes, formed a line. Their presence was so intimidating that anyone might mistake them for a gang of bikers returning. After returning with my zombie squad, we marched toward building number 1. I want to see if this creature can stop my zombie army. I'm still in building number 5, controlling my zombie squad. As we entered the large building, they started from the first floor, searching room by room. They quickly checked the 4th floor, and in no time, they finished searching it, but still found no trace of the bloodthirsty creature. They covered 4 floors without spotting the creature. Could it have escaped early? Soon, Uo's team reached the 5th floor and continued searching cautiously. However, Shiru's team didn't realize that, at that very moment, above the door of the room they were entering, a bloodthirsty creature with knife-like sharp claws was clinging to the wall like a spider. It lurked silently on the ceiling, observing Uo's group with a savage gaze. The position of this bloodthirsty creature was extremely difficult to detect. It was right in the blind spot of Uo's team's vision. Where could this creature have gone? Could it have escaped from the building? I began to worry. This bloodthirsty creature is very hard to deal with. If it leaves the building and hides in the shadows, the danger would increase significantly. It would definitely be a first-class assassin. At that moment, a sharp sound sliced through the air. A bloody figure suddenly dropped from above. The bloodthirsty creature attacked swiftly. The zombie closest to the door took a fatal blow. Its body was thrown backwards, slamming hard into the ground. Fortunately, I had taken precautions and provided the zombies with full helmets. The motorcycle helmet was almost completely torn apart, and the zombie's head was nearly crushed. But thankfully, the helmet offered some protection. The zombie wasn't completely dead. It could still fight. I reacted quickly, immediately controlling the group of zombies. They turned their bodies and swung their firefighter axes, attacking the bloodthirsty creature. I saw that this creature seemed enraged by Uo's team intruding into its territory. Despite the zombies' attacks, it paid them no attention at all and continued assaulting Uo's team without stopping. Seeing this, a cold smile formed on my lips. Zombies are just zombies. No matter how much they evolve, if they don't evolve their brains, they're still useless. The bloodthirsty creature moved swiftly among the zombies, its terrifying claws slashing rapidly. Several zombies were sent flying into the air. However, these zombies kept. As long as they were under my control and their brains weren't crushed, they would continue to attack. Even if their bodies were pierced, the hatchets continued to cut straight towards the head. With a single claw, the bloodthirsty creature pierced through the body of a zombie. However, I still controlled the zombies without hesitation. I used them to tightly grab the bloodthirsty creature's claws. Without saying a word, I struck its head with the hatchet. Several zombies also began to attack, swinging their firefighters' hatchets. They kept swinging their blades, pieces of flesh, without causing serious injuries immediately. I controlled 3 zombies and ordered them to attack a single point. With the last blow of the hatchet, they finally cut off one of the bloodthirsty creature's arms. After losing an arm, the creature finally understood how powerful this small team of zombies was. It leaped out of the circle of zombies and climbed onto the roof. Immediately, I controlled the zombies and ordered them to throw their firefighter axes toward the rooftop. The creature reacted quickly, dodged the axe, and shattered the window glass before escaping. My pupils contracted. Through the zombie's vision, I saw the bloodthirsty creature climbing the building's wall as if walking on solid ground. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. Damn it, that bastard got away. Seeing it vanish outside the window, I couldn't help but mutter a curse under my breath. If we hadn't managed to eliminate it this time, it was highly likely the creature would become even more cautious. It might even seek revenge. Its strength in its limbs was terrifying. It could easily cling to anything and attack at any moment. This was the most difficult zombie mutation I had ever encountered. Letting this creature escape was like having a ticking time bomb. If it had fled the area entirely, it wouldn't have been so bad. What worried me was the possibility that it was still lurking nearby, posing a great threat to me. What unsettled me the most now was the chance that this bloodthirsty creature could reach the 5th floor without me noticing. After all, it didn't need to use the stairs. Even though I had positioned zombies to block the corridor, it would be useless. If it discovered me, it could simply scale the outer wall, and I wouldn't be able to stop it. However, I had no choice now. Who could have imagined that, by underestimating its power, I would let it slip through my fingers? But it's never too late to fix a mistake. I quickly regained my composure and began drafting a defense plan. Immediately, I assigned 3 strong zombies to patrol the 5th floor, fully armed. That way, if the creature infiltrated unnoticed, I could detect it in time and avoid being caught off guard. Observing the marks left by the zombie on the wall, I couldn't help but be surprised. Such a powerful creature. The energy contained in its core was probably far greater than that of the large zombies I had encountered before. If I could devour this zombie's crystalline core, my power would undoubtedly increase, and I could reach another level. In a room on the 7th floor, Irusu had made great progress in her psychic ability. Now she controlled 2 rag dolls that floated incessantly through the air. Originally, Yukshu, like an empress, wouldn't lower herself to play with such toys. But in trying not to hurt Onien, she discovered that controlling the dolls was not only fun, but also helped strengthen her psychic power. Suddenly, she started enjoying it. Noticing my arrival outside the door, Yukshu quickly interrupted her psychic concentration and hugged the rag dolls to her chest. When I entered, I saw her hugging a doll, playing happily. Seeing this small, pure, and enchanting creature, I felt my own state of mind calm. Little one, this world is too dark and broken. I hope that when you grow up, you won't be disappointed in it. I hope you can always grow up like this, without worries or sadness. I hope that both of us can survive this apocalypse. Looking at the little creature before me, I felt that whatever I did now had meaning. Even if chaos raged outside, this room was the last pure sanctuary. Looking out the window, my expression grew serious, and I quickly left. Irusu watched her zombie dad in confusion. In recent days, he had barely gone out to search for supplies and stayed home all the time. Now, he was going in and out of the room with a worried expression. Had something happened outside? Then Yushu saw her zombie dad returning quickly, with a pile of wooden planks and nails. Soon after, he began nailing the boards one by one to the window. The bloodthirsty creature defied all logic. It was completely different from normal zombies. Although it couldn't walk upright, it could scale and run along walls impressively. Even the building's walls seemed like solid ground to it. The 7th floor, which had once been very safe, no longer was. Even though I had stationed zombies to patrol the corridor for security, this creature didn't follow normal paths. If it climbed through the bedroom window, it would be completely impossible to stop it. I couldn't monitor the window at all times, so the only thing I could do was seal it with wood. This way, at least I wouldn't be caught off guard. At the very least, I could partially guarantee Irusu's safety. Lying in bed, Irusu watched the scene before her with slight confusion. Her zombie dad had stayed home for several days without leaving. But today, he suddenly decided to seal the window. Seeing her zombie dad so focused, Irusu raised an eyebrow slightly. Did he sense the power of the evolved zombies? Is he so scared that he wants to hide from the chaos outside? She thought for a moment, and concluded that this was the only possibility. After all, who in their right mind would seal a window? But it didn't seem like he was so scared that he would actually do it. Irusu shook his head, somewhat resigned. My zombie dad really is a coward. Looking at his zombie dad as he examined the wooden planks, Uksho felt something different. Even though he was a zombie, he had already surpassed most people in this apocalypse. But for Irui, both in his past life and this one, it was the first time he had felt such deep paternal love. "Zombie Dad, wait for me. It won't take long. Soon you won't have to worry so much anymore. Just give me time to grow and I will be the one to protect you." Looking at the bedroom window, I felt satisfied. The bloodthirsty creature was undoubtedly very powerful, but even if it tried to break through the glass and wooden planks, it would take time and effort. It slaughtered zombies as if they were nothing. But in terms of strength, it was much weaker than the great zombies. At the very least, the window's protection would buy me time to react. 3 days passed quickly. I ordered the zombies to continue patrolling the area, but since the bloodthirsty creature had disappeared, it had not reappeared. Not seeing that terrifying figure gave me a sense of relief. However, I did not let my guard down completely. I continued organizing 2 zombies to constantly patrol the 5th floor. After all, zombies don't need to eat, drink, or rest, and I don't have to pay them a salary. Suddenly, I felt a wave of mental energy in my head. One of the zombies searching for supplies had made a new discovery. The zombie turned around, and they were all stunned. "That is a zombie?" The few who had just stepped outside were frightened to see the zombies I controlled. Their eyes were full of terror. I was also a little startled by them. I hadn't expected there to be survivors nearby and didn't want to cause more trouble. I prepared to make the zombies move away from the store. "Look at how scared they are. It's just a zombie. What's there to fear?" One of the men, somewhat muscular, picked up an iron bar and charged at the zombie. I shook my head, resigned. I didn't want to cause more trouble, but now I had no choice but to control the zombies to use the firefighter's axe against him. The axe and the iron bar clashed. The confrontation surprised me. The zombie I had chosen was relatively strong, and zombies' strength is usually greater than that of ordinary humans. But I hadn't expected this man to be so strong. The tremendous force of the iron bar made the zombie's arms go numb. It couldn't even hold on to the axe. The bar struck it and sent it flying. This man did not hesitate for a second. His attack was extremely fast. Before I could react, the iron bar was already coming down toward my head. The zombie's head exploded like a watermelon. The man approached the zombie's body and looked thoughtfully at the firefighter's axe that had been thrown. "This world is truly absurd. Now even zombies use weapons? Could this be a new class of evolved zombies? I can't believe that after so long, there are still survivors here on the 5th floor." I frowned as I recalled what had happened. I couldn't help but be surprised. Although the man seemed strong, he shouldn't have had that level of power. I started to suspect, could other creatures have undergone the same changes? Forget it. Looks like I can't send zombies to that area anymore in the future. On the 7th floor, Irusu was struggling to train by crawling on the bed. After a period of training with the Lioli breathing method, Irui's strength had far surpassed that of an ordinary baby. As Irui improved his control over his body, his speed at crawling on the bed increased. Finally, he tried using his psychic power to balance his body. With the support of his psychic ability, he slowly began transitioning from crawling to walking upright. Just then, I entered through the door. Seeing that scene on the bed, I was so shocked that my jaw nearly dropped. I even wondered if I was hallucinating. Zal, who is only a few months old, is already walking upright on the bed. I didn't even know when he learned to crawl. An 8-month-old baby could already say daddy. Besides that, he could eat by himself. I was completely stunned. This baby is prodigious. What I didn't know was that the baby I had adopted was actually a reincarnated human empress. After undergoing the purification of the blood moon, all humans and the undead evolved. I gained the ability to control the undead. Not only can I sing, dance, and rap, but I can also make them play basketball. Jiru Shui, just as in her past life, awakened the power of time and also telekinesis. When I returned home after gathering supplies, I realized that Yui could already walk. Although at first he was a little unsteady, he quickly mastered his balance. Seeing my astonished expression, Jiru Shui felt a little proud. If it weren't for the fear of scaring her undead daddy, she might have even done a somersault. Seeing the little one adapt so quickly to walking for the first time made me feel deeply comforted. My daughter has the talent to be a great empress. However, after a brief practice, Jiru Shui stopped. After all, with her current physical condition, it would be difficult to rely solely on her own strength. Even so, for her, just standing on her own was already very difficult. I placed the little one on the couch to rest and went to the balcony to practice with the knife. Although my body had undergone some evolution after consuming the crystalline core, I could still only rely on a few memories of my past lives regarding martial arts. By imitating simple movements with the machete, the sound of air being sliced by the blade soon caught Jusu's attention. "Undead daddy, are you improving your strength now?" Jiru Shui was already convinced that her undead daddy was just an ordinary undead, and, although he had gone through the blood moon, he hadn't awakened any extraordinary abilities. The only advantage was that her daddy had human consciousness. At that moment, in Juhui's eyes, the knife style I was practicing, despite looking impressive and intimidating, was full of flaws and absolutely useless. When I noticed that the little one was watching me intently, I felt a bit proud and gripped the knife more firmly. I didn't expect him to be interested in something so violent. It seems I should keep practicing. When the little one grows up, I will teach him this knife style. In the following days, I practiced hand-to-hand combat and knife techniques on the balcony, while Jusu trained to walk upright in the living room. I was also training my ability to control telekinesis. As the end of the world progressed, Jusu began to feel a slight sense of crisis. After all, after the Blood Moon mutation, the whole world started to be in danger, and now this was just the beginning. The more it advanced, the more terrifying these transformations would become. Moreover, many other creatures had also joined the army of evolution. To Juhui, who saw her undead daddy merely as a common scapegoat, there would soon be no room for him to survive. She knew very well that she needed to grow quickly in this increasingly cruel world. An ordinary undead with no evolution, and a baby who still couldn't move freely. To Juhui, this was like an apocalyptic beginning. As an empress, she knew that if she wanted to change the course of this situation, there was only one way: accelerate her training progress. At that moment, an enraged roar echoed from outside the building. I quickly controlled the undead to go to the location, but to my surprise, one of the undead I had killed before had not only revived, but also evolved. Now it was fighting against another terrifying undead. They were probably battling over crystalline cores. Thinking about them, I felt a burning sensation in my chest. As the saying goes, fortune lies in danger. In this apocalyptic world, it's a fight for life or death. I had already intended to get rid of that undead, and now, finding two zombies fighting was like an opportunity falling from the sky. If I could get their crystalline cores, I would certainly achieve a great breakthrough. Thinking this, I stepped straight through the door and locked it behind me. Jiru Shui also noticed what was happening outside. What left her perplexed was seeing her undead daddy, who had always been so useless, suddenly stepping out the door. In recent days, he hadn't even dared to leave, and now he had decided to go. The roars of the undead outside indicated that they weren't ordinary creatures. Going out now to see what was happening practically meant certain death. Jusu was completely stunned. She couldn't understand what was going on. Left alone with her undead daddy, all she could do was silently pray inside the house. This undead daddy really was a constant concern. He had spent days practicing a useless knife technique, and now he really thought he was an expert. Meanwhile, I had already gathered my group of undead, and we silently approached the two monsters in combat. After a long battle, the fight reached its climax. With a loud crash, one of the monsters fell heavily to the ground. The battle between the two evolved undead had finally ended with the victory of the bloodied monster. Just as it was preparing to take the crystalline core, I gave the immediate order. The group of undead that had already infiltrated quickly surrounded the monster and, in no time, completely tore it apart. I held the two crystalline cores in my hands and, without hesitation, swallowed them. The terrifying force of evolution coursed through my limbs and bones. My flesh, blood vessels, and bones began to undergo a massive transformation under this overwhelming power. However, the process of refining two crystalline cores, one red and one white, exceeded the limits of my consciousness. Before long, this energy caused me to lose my senses. Juhui, she waited anxiously inside the room, growing increasingly impatient. The roars of the undead outside had already ceased. This probably meant that the battle was over. But her undead daddy, after leaving, still had not returned. After so much time, the worry growing inside her intensified. So much time had passed. Had something really happened? What should she do now? Evolved undead fighting, and you, a simple undead? Why do you get involved? Everything is lost. This is the end. After such a long time without any noise, Irui truly began to panic. To her, her undead daddy was probably already dead. After all, those two newly sighted undead definitely had the ability to easily destroy low-level undead. It was an apocalyptic beginning, and now it seemed that everything was ruined. I don't know how much time passed, but finally, I slowly opened my eyes. At that moment, my mind was incredibly clear. The sense of pressure from before, when I was evolving, had completely disappeared. This mental clarity was something I had never experienced before. After all, those two zombies were so powerful. Without a doubt, her undead daddy had completely fallen. Although Uchu knew that surviving in this apocalyptic world would be extremely difficult, that unevolved undead could die at any moment, in any place, she did not expect this to happen so soon. Thinking about the time she spent with her undead daddy, even though they never exchanged words, they could feel each other's moods. Although it was not like the relationship between a baby and their parents, like a human and an undead, their relationship was still warm. In this apocalyptic world where humanity barely existed anymore, two lonely souls accompanied each other. This rare experience made Ui feel deeply happy. However, she never expected that after living two lives, the parental love she had long desired would be taken from her so quickly. To think that the one who always took care of her would never see her again. Even though Irusu had once been a legendary empress, and was already accustomed to life and death, she still felt a certain sadness. Just a little more time, and I could have grown. Maybe then I could be the one to protect you. Poor undead daddy. Why didn't you wait a little longer? Why couldn't you wait until I grew up? Just when Irusu was completely disheartened, suddenly a sound came from the door lock, and Ui was startled at first, but quickly reacted. Her undead daddy was coming back. After all, common undead only crash against doors. They don't know how to open locks. As expected, the next second, the door opened and a familiar figure appeared in the doorway. Daddy undead. He didn't die? Seriously, I'm not hallucinating, right? How lucky she was. Irusu was incredibly emotional and ecstatic at that moment. Irui felt as if she had recovered something lost. At first, she thought that after experiencing the cruelty of the end of the world, she had already become completely indifferent. But she did not expect that. After having no news of her undead daddy, she would feel so lost and anxious. It turns out that, without realizing it, she already considered him part of her family, and not just a companion who took care of her. To speak otherwise, I could have spoken already, after all. When Yiru Shu opened her eyes, the world had already erupted into an apocalypse around her. Aside from her zombie father, who had human consciousness, there was no one else to talk to. So Yiru Shui decided to remain silent. Seeing her zombie father, who had accompanied her for so long, survive and return safe and sound, made Yiru Shu feel truly excited and happy. That feeling of having lost him and then recovered him was what thrilled her the most. In her heart, Yiru Shu had already considered the man in front of her as her family, someone she could not afford to lose in her life. Looking at little Kiki in front of me, my whole being was so excited that I couldn't stop moving. So this is the feeling of being a father. Although I had 1,001 words I wanted to express, unfortunately I am now a zombie. I no longer have the ability to speak. I don't know if I will ever recover this physiological function. At least for now, I have no hope. So I could only let out a few low grunts to express my internal emotion and excitement. I don't know if little Kiki will understand what I want to say. Ha ha ha. I am a father now, I can't believe it. In my past life, I didn't even have a girlfriend. In this life, I was reborn, became a zombie, and now I have become a father. Little Kiki is incredible. I knew my cute daughter was a genius. Before, I didn't dare to make noise in front of little Kiki, afraid that she might learn inappropriate things. But I never imagined that, being locked inside the house all day, she would be able to speak naturally. And now, not only can she walk upright, but she can also speak without a teacher. Isn't this amazing? It's a talent. Little Kiki is a prodigy, a genius baby. Papa, I don't want milk. Seeing that her zombie father was preparing powdered milk, Yiru quickly ran toward me, tugged at my clothes, babbled in her language, and as she spoke, opened her mouth, showing her 2 rows of tiny baby teeth. She had been drinking powdered milk every day, and Yiru Shu really didn't want to keep drinking it. She felt like her mouth now completely tasted like powdered milk. I stopped what I was doing. I hadn't realized that the little one had grown so fast. She already had teeth. I had no experience raising children. I never imagined that little Kiki would understand these things better than me by instinct. I scratched my head. Looking around the kitchen, I felt a bit lost. I had never raised a child. Aside from making powdered milk, I didn't know where to start. But I quickly reacted and ran up to the 6th floor. In a room on the 6th floor, I cleared some space, then ordered the zombies to bring some firewood. I took out a pot, put in mineral water and some rice, and started boiling it. Then I added some powdered milk. Using a spoon, I mashed everything until it turned into a thick paste, a kind of dense porridge. Looking at the thick porridge in front of me, this should be baby food in the apocalypse. I let it cool, then brought it to the little one. "Papa, let me do it." Seeing me clumsily trying to feed her, Yiru Shu couldn't wait any longer. She simply took the spoon from my hands, hugged the bowl, and began eating by herself. Although the baby food I prepared was very simple and rustic, Yiru Shu did not complain. After all, in this apocalypse, having something to eat was already quite good. It was certainly better than drinking milk every day. Seeing the little one enjoy her meal, I couldn't help but feel emotional. Finally, little Kiki has grown up. After Yiru Shu finished eating, I began moving my machete. The machete cut through the air with great force. It seemed as if I were a martial arts expert. Yiru Shu was sitting on the sofa watching her zombie father practice with the machete from a distance. She felt very confused. Why did it seem like Papa had gained a lot of strength? Remembering the first time they met, her zombie father had seemed no different from the other zombies. The only thing was that he had a little less blood and wounds. His body was still thin and weak, filled with a rotten smell. But now, her zombie father wielding the machete, his figure now looked much more muscular. Yiru Shu, observing the wrinkles in my clothes and the general shape of my body, could deduce that beneath my clothes, beneath the clothes of her zombie father, my body was definitely muscular now. It even seemed like the color of my skin had changed. If one didn't look carefully, if one didn't observe closely, they might think I was a human. What is happening here? Could it be that zombies, just like humans, can improve their bodies through training? Thinking about it, Yiru Shu felt at ease with the idea. After all, in my past life, I also never encountered low-level undead who could retain human consciousness. Looking at his undead father, who kept swinging the machete, Yiru Shu couldn't help but recall some of the body-strengthening techniques he knew from his past life. If training could make someone stronger, would it be possible to teach these techniques to his father so he could practice them? His father was not an advanced undead, and with the apocalypse progressing, sooner or later, he would turn into a mere pawn. If he could increase his strength even a little, then his chances of survival in this apocalypse would also rise. At the same time, Jiru was also very curious about how the undead would turn out after training with these techniques. Could their combat power reach that of evolved undead? At that moment, I suddenly felt that I was receiving new information from the undead under my control. Changing my perspective, I realized that one of the undead had encountered an evolved undead. Without hesitation, I immediately headed in the direction of the evolved undead. Upon arrival, I began to concentrate my mental power and tried to control the other. The tank undead sensed the threat and let out a growl before becoming one of my controlled undead. Looking at this large controlled undead, I nodded in satisfaction. With the addition of an evolved undead, my combat power had increased considerably. With a large body beside me as I walked down the street, I felt my back straighten. On the way back home, I also passed by the neighborhood hardware store. With the big guy, I found 2 large hammers for him to use as weapons. Meanwhile, upstairs, Jiru Shu continued practicing the crystal breathing technique, training her control over mental power. The crystal breathing continued inhaling and exhaling, absorbing energy electrons in the air while simultaneously strengthening her body and increasing her mental power. After this continuous practice, Jiru Shu could already walk with more dexterity. She no longer stumbled like before and could even jump a little. Additionally, while I was away, Jiru Shu collected some iron nails elsewhere. During this time, She kept practicing her mental power. With a strong sound of air being cut, the iron nails were swiftly launched by Jirushu's mental power, embedding themselves directly into the dining table. With such force, they could definitely pierce a person's head with ease, ending a life. The talent for controlling mental power, combined with Jirushu's talent for controlling time, already granted her formidable combat strength, capable of taking lives effortlessly. In the apocalypse, even a baby could kill a person. Just thinking about it was truly terrifying. Looking at the iron nails embedded in the table, Jirushu felt satisfied. As long as she didn't encounter strange beings with special abilities, she should at least be able to protect herself. Gazing at the destroyed world outside the window, Jiru's eyes grew more determined. She was sure that in no time, she would be able to protect her undead father while going out to search for supplies. Even though she was just a baby now, the future. Empress would not be a burden. Jiru truly did not want to experience the feeling of loss again. Just when I was returning home, I encountered a giant mutant dog. I immediately controlled my big fat to attack. With a single blow, I crushed its dog head. After obtaining the core of the giant dog, I quickly ran home with the corpse. However, at that moment, an undead the size of my big fat appeared in front of us. It was clearly eyeing my big fat's core. I controlled my big fat and other undead, and without hesitation, I used the war of attrition tactic. Friend, you don't know who you're messing with. In less than 2.5 minutes, the core of that undead was already in my hands. Today is a lucky day for me. I obtained 2 mutant cores in a single day. My strength also increased considerably. Upon reaching the first floor, I processed the 2 cores. My mind became much clearer. Big Fat also ate the flesh of the giant dog, and his wounds were already healed. Meanwhile, in the living room, Ui had no idea that my team of undead and I were causing havoc outside. She had already started practicing crystal breathing. A large amount of energy particles in the air began to flow rapidly into her body, constantly strengthening her. Her body's strength increased, and after 2.5 seconds, she managed to advance to the 2nd level. It is important to know that humans, undead, and ferocious beings are classified into 9 levels according to their strength. The 1st level is the weakest, and the 9th is the strongest. The 7th level is the king, the 8th is the emperor, and the 9th is the imperial level, the strongest of all. In her past life, Ushu went through many battles, fighting tirelessly in the apocalypse. Now we are still at the beginning of the apocalypse, and some human techniques have yet to be discovered. But Yukshu possesses many powerful techniques from her past life, which allow her to grow stronger quickly. She felt satisfied. Now, she could completely protect herself in the apocalypse, and even protect her undead father. At that moment, I entered through the door, and Irusu grabbed a nearby stuffed doll, pretending to be a normal child. She approached me, took a Barbie doll, and started playing with it. However, Irusu noticed the smell of blood on my body. She was certain it was fresh. Meanwhile, Iru also found some strands of hair. When I went to the kitchen to cook, Irusu carefully observed the hairs in front of her. Whose hair could this be? They are completely black and a bit stiff. Furthermore, they are long and thick. Could they belong to a mutant beast? My undead father is not an ordinary undead. As she began to doubt, Irusu's heart grew uneasy. She started feeling a little excited and carefully watched each of my movements. This further confirmed her suspicions. Undead that did not evolve even after the blood moon cannot evolve. However, their bodies do become stronger to some extent. But even so, they cannot be as agile as humans. Yet Ukshu could not notice any special abilities in her undead father. Aside from being stronger, more agile, and a little more handsome, there was no other difference. Suddenly, Ukshu had a bold idea. What if my undead father is not just an evolved undead? What if, in addition, he awakened an extremely rare ability? If this were true, then her undead father was hiding many things. She decided she could no longer ignore it. She was determined to uncover my special ability. She thought her undead father was not an ordinary being. He might even have the potential to become a king of the undead. Irusu couldn't help but smile. Seeing Iru smiling curiously while observing me, I felt in a good mood. However, I noticed that her clothes were already covered in dust. I immediately took out a new outfit and helped her change. Daddy, I will continue to grow stronger. Even in this apocalypse, I will make sure you live like a princess." A week later, Ushu was holding a learning machine while listening to a children's song. Suddenly, I felt a headache. This little one is growing up too fast. She's almost a prodigy. I never imagined that after the start of the apocalypse, a learning machine would actually be useful. Amita, you don't need to worry about my studies anymore. It seems that this slogan is not just a catchphrase, it really works. But what I didn't know was that before the apocalypse, Ukshu had already been accepted as a postgraduate student at a prestigious university. During this time, Irusu had already adapted to this childlike body. She could already speak normally, but she did not dare to reveal her identity. That's why, while holding the learning machine, Uchu appeared extremely focused. She studied each word, each phrase with great seriousness. Even though, with her experience from 2 lives, saying such simple words felt uncomfortable, she still made a great effort to pretend she was learning to speak. She looked at her undead father, who stood beside her, visibly moved. Ukshu sighed helplessly. "My undead father, I'm doing all this for you. To make sure you learn primary education. Thanks to you, I even managed to get a learning machine. Why didn't you get me a stroller instead?" Self-learning and the efficiency with which I learned surprised me. It made me very happy. However, during this time, although I have not encountered evolved undead, I did find some human survivors. Even though I did not act against them, upon hearing their laments, I felt like calm water in the midst of the apocalypse. They depend on fate. Wealth is in the hands of the heavens. With the eruption of the apocalyptic crisis, humanity's selfish nature will begin to reveal itself in this world. Betraying companions is something absolutely normal. I will not let the so-called virgin's heart guide me to help these people I do not even know. During this time, I also discovered that there are 2 large groups of survivors nearby. One is in the northwest zone of the Sunshine Complex, and the other is at the nearest police station to the complex. But I do not want to become an enemy of these 2 groups. As long as they do not bother me, I will not go through the trouble of dealing with them. I arrived in this world inexplicably, and was infected in the same inexplicable manner. I have accumulated enough anger already. Now that I finally have a peaceful and beautiful life, if anyone dares to break this peace, I will definitely make them pay for it. Jusu felt that the temperature around her was dropping rapidly. She could sense the murderous intent in me. Had something enraged Papa Zombie? Jusu was even more certain. Her Papa Zombie must be an evolved undead, and probably would not be easy to deal with. At that moment, I felt the undead begin to move, so I went downstairs under Jusu's confused gaze. At the same time, S. Lin and some police officers were gathering supplies. Although the police station had some stored resources, the quantity was limited. As time passed in the apocalypse, food was no longer sufficient. Suddenly, everyone heard a faint sound. "What was that noise? Did you hear it?" A police officer furrowed his brow and asked in a low voice. S. Lin took a look. It was probably the undead passing outside. "Gather the supplies quickly and return to the police station. Don't let the undead block you." As expected, a thin undead appeared at the door, but those enormous canines betrayed its identity as an evolved undead. S.A. quickly ordered a retreat. The officers immediately opened fire, but this undead moved extremely fast. Several shots missed their target, and some officers lost their lives. S.A. fired 3 times at the mutated undead and shouted loudly to draw its attention. "Go quickly! There are more survivors who need you." As she said this, Sun Lin even threw the supplies she had gathered to her companions. Even having reached this point, Sun Lin still thought of the survivors. "I will attract the zombies' attention." With S. Lin's continuous gunfire and shouts, the evolved zombie really launched itself at her. Taolin saw the zombie chasing her, and his heart stopped. His gaze became empty. S.A. could not believe it, but there was no time to think. She quickly dodged the zombie and ran to the police station. Shortly after I came out from the corner, I never imagined that the zombie plague had lasted so long and that there were still people with compassionate hearts like hers. All this time, I have witnessed many fights between humans. In 1 second they help, in the next, they stab each other in the back and hand their companions over to the zombies. This is the first time I have seen someone willing to sacrifice themselves for their companions, voluntarily staying behind. Even when she is about to die, she still thinks of the survivors she does not even know. In the police station, this kind of person is truly respectable. But the problem is that kindness and justice in the end of the world are the most useless things. Survival is all that matters. This kind of sacrifice in the apocalypse is very rare, but unfortunately, good people like her usually do not meet a good end in this world. I looked at the zombie in front of me. From today on, you will be called Chispas. Then I returned to the Sunshine Complex and ordered Chispas to stand guard downstairs. Now I control more than 20 low-level zombies and 2 evolved zombies. In this apocalypse, I feel like I could walk anywhere. However, just when I was about to review my troops, Jusu had already stealthily entered my small storage room. When she opened the door, she was surprised. She saw that the room on the 6th floor was filled with all kinds of supplies. These large and small supplies completely filled the storage space. Originally, the room had been prepared for something else. Now, not a single empty space remained. Her zombie father had accumulated so many supplies in this apocalypse that he could open a store immediately. Upon entering the room, Irusu inspected it and found 10 50-kilogram sacks of rice. As for the formula to make powdered milk, there was an enormous amount. There were well-known brands, and the cans of powdered milk filled the cabinets. They were stacked outside, looking like mountains of products. Even on top of them, there were bags of powdered milk, along with a large quantity of accumulated mineral water, reaching 3 meters high, filling up to the ceiling. Additionally, there were many daily use items, although they were mostly baby products, diapers of all types, baby bottles, bibs, etc. Looking at the variety of objects, Irusu was surprised, but at the same time, she felt a warm sensation in her heart. Her zombie father had clearly gathered all those supplies for her. After all, being a zombie, he would not need baby products. In such a chaotic world, gathering so many supplies and bringing them home must have been a great effort for Papa Zombie. Normally, Papa does nothing but take care of himself or practice combat techniques, going out very rarely. Being a zombie, moving so many supplies would definitely take a long time, but I have never seen my Papa Zombie in person. Thinking about this, Ue could not help but lose herself in her thoughts. But then, her eyes suddenly lit up. It is very likely that Papa is not an ordinary low-level zombie. That would explain everything. So many supplies. Could it be related to his evolutionary ability? But what would his evolutionary ability be? After so much time, I still haven't noticed the slightest clue. He started searching his mind for the abilities of the rare zombies he had encountered in his past life. He thought for a long time, but found no answers. Looking at the supplies in the room, could he have the ability to adapt to the terrain? Maybe he could move freely underground, which would significantly reduce the time needed to transport so many supplies quickly into the house. It was also possible that he had awakened a spatial ability, allowing him to move different types of supplies directly into the room through the power of space. But he quickly dismissed that hypothesis. Although that ability had great potential, using it in the early stages would require an enormous amount of energy. At that moment, he heard a small noise downstairs, and Irue quickly ran to the room on the 7th floor. As she pushed the door open to enter, she was surprised. Zia had started using the notebooks she bought. Although the characters Zia wrote were crooked, it was still vaguely possible to distinguish the word. The characters that Xiaokiki wrote were crooked, but one could still vaguely distinguish what the words were. Of course, even though the characters were so twisted, even though I have been single for years without having a relationship, I also have not had children. But I also know that at Xiaokiki's age, babies generally still crawl on the floor. When I met Xiaokiki, she didn't even have the strength to cry. The little one not only learned to stand up and walk, but also learned to speak. Even now, she has already begun to learn to write by herself. My daughter has the talent of a great emperor. How I wish all the credit belonged to Xiaokiki's intelligence and the learning machine. Without a doubt, it is a great learning machine. I definitely don't need to worry about her studies. I crouched down and pinched Yarushu's cheek. Papa seems very happy today. It seems that this time, the trip was very successful, Yarushu thought in his heart, after spending this time together. At the same time, inside the police station, Chaolin, who had survived after escaping from the mouth of the evolved zombie, returned to the police station and found the survivors pointing at the officers and shouting, "What are you doing? Why do we?" The ordinary citizens have to go out to look for supplies. You wear police uniforms, and we are the taxpayers. We pay a lot of money to support you, and now you want us to go out and risk our lives? No way, forget it! Cyan approached and stood between the two groups. When they saw that Cyan had returned alive, the police team members were shocked. After all, when they left, they saw that Chaolin had already been cornered by the evolved zombie. They couldn't believe that Chaolin had survived under those circumstances. The survivors were also very excited to see Cyan. Officer Cao, I can't believe you're still alive. Officer Cao, come and settle this. Officers Li and Wang forced us to go out to look for supplies. This is a joke. We are just ordinary people. The outside world is too dangerous. What do we do if we encounter zombies out there? The outside is very dangerous, and they are forcing us to go out to gather supplies. This is abuse. Hearing these people's words, the officers present began to flush with anger. They didn't expect that, despite risking their lives going out to gather resources. Instead of receiving recognition, they would be criticized even more. Officers Li and Wang recalled what had happened at the Ho store, and an unnamed fury arose in their chests. Shut up! Don't our lives matter? Should we just die then? Why is it always us who have to go out and risk our lives to gather resources while you just stay inside waiting for the supplies, not even making the slightest effort? Hearing their colleagues' complaints, Chaolin couldn't help but frown. Enough! Stop making noise. Let us handle gathering the supplies. As police officers, it is our responsibility to protect the people. When there is danger, we will be the first to face it. Hearing these words from Sane, the survivors in the room began to clap and cheer. Officers Wang looked extremely angry, but remembering that Chaolin was the one who had lured the zombie, they just looked at each other and after a snort, said nothing more. The officers began distributing the supplies. The survivors, seeing the supplies they were given, started complaining. There's less and less each time. Officer Cao, could you collect more food next time? What you brought isn't enough to eat. Yes, every night I go to bed starving. The food you bring is too little. Hearing these people's complaints, San couldn't help but frown. But seeing everyone's situation in this apocalypse, San couldn't help but feel moved. The food in the room was already running low. San had always believed that she should take care of others, so she always assigned herself the smallest portion of supplies. The others could still eat twice a day, while San only ate a small bag of... After becoming a zombie, I adopted a human baby. I never expected this baby to be the reincarnation of the human empress, but she thought I was just a weak zombie, Dad. So she decided to train me to become the strongest zombie. At that moment, Yiru Shu took advantage of my absence and began wandering around the room. She found a pile of documents and discovered that we were in the city of Hangai. According to her memories, Jamai was known for two powerful individuals. One of them, on the human side, was a strong cultivator in the imperial realm. The other was known as the Demon Police of the Nine Dead. Jiru Shu had heard that this Demon Police of the Nine Dead used to be an officer. During the early days of the apocalypse, she suffered betrayal from her comrades and died multiple times. However, this woman was very special. She possessed a strange resurrection ability. Each time she died, her power increased several times upon revival. However, she could only resurrect 9 times. Her original passion for her country and people gradually froze in the apocalypse, where humanity became ruthless. She transformed into a cold, murderous goddess and eventually grew into one of the strongest fighters. The other evolved monster was a giant bear from a zoo. It was a mutant bear that controlled the power of lightning, known as Thunder Roar. Yiru Shu didn't know much about this bear, but she had encountered the Demon Police of the Nine Dead several times, even personally killing her once. Recalling the memories of her past life, Yiru Shuen couldn't help but smile slightly. She didn't know if, after her reincarnation, she would meet that woman with the strange resurrection ability again. If she could find her first, she might consider capturing her. With such a powerful ability, the Demon Police of the Nine Dead should have achieved much more. But perhaps due to her personality, she wasted too many resurrection opportunities in the apocalypse and ultimately failed to reach the imperial level. To better protect her zombie dad, she needed to gather more people. So Yiru Shue trained for another 2.5 hours but did not see her zombie dad return. She quietly left and went downstairs. When she reached the 5th floor, she discovered that the door had been forced open. She opened the door and was stunned. Just like on the 6th floor, there was a large amount of stored supplies, more food, water, and baby products. Yiru Shui felt deeply moved. It turned out that her zombie dad had done so much for her in secret. She checked the lower floors, and as expected, they were all filled with supplies. Everything her zombie dad had built was for her. But when she reached the 2nd floor, she sensed an intense aura of aggression. Looking through the window, she saw a zombie wielding a pair of hammers standing in front of the building's entrance. This confused her even more. A zombie that strong was guarding the ground floor? How did Dad get out? Oh, that's right, I almost forgot. Dad is also an evolved zombie, now that I think about it. The ability Dad must have awakened is the power to move underground. It seems I must find a way to hunt more evolved zombies so that Dad can devour their crystal cores and evolve. I'll eliminate the great zombie on the ground floor soon. With something that strong guarding outside, it'll be inconvenient for Dad to move around. Then she thought about the fierce beast king. If I kill it, its crystal core will surely help Dad. Meanwhile, as I practiced with lightning, I had no idea that the great general of my army was already on my dear daughter's hunting list. After some time in battle, my combat skills improved considerably. I then returned to the lower floor with lightning. I had him keep watch alongside Big Fatty, while I went upstairs to take a bath. Even though I'm a zombie, I still live with the little one, on one. Hand, it's to prevent bacteria. Little Xiaokiki is still very young, and her immune system is not like an adult's. So hygiene and safety are important. On the other hand, I don't want the bad smell of my body to affect little Xiaokiki. When I came back upstairs, I noticed that Xiaokiki had fallen asleep on the sofa. I also made a decision. Since Xiaokiki could now walk, it was time to take her for a stroll. Besides, the surrounding zombies had already been eliminated, and with the protection of 2 evolved zombies, I had no reason to worry about dangers. In the following days, everything proceeded peacefully. Xiaokiki practiced walking, raised every day at home or playing with her learning machine, learning to speak and write. Just as I reached downstairs, I heard a loud rumble in the sky. I saw a green military helicopter flying through the air. Then I saw a bunch of papers falling from the sky. Picking them up, I saw that not only the city of Hangai, but the entire world had already fallen. The Yangi army had already established a survivor base in a town outside the city. The leaflet called for survivors from everywhere to voluntarily go to the survivor base. I threw it away immediately. After all, I am now a zombie. The human survivor base has nothing to do with me. If they really find me, they will probably first invite me to a barrage of bullets. Yiru Shui, in the room on the 7th floor, also heard the noise of the plane and quickly used her telekinesis to obtain a leaflet. Upon reading the information on it, Jiru smiled coldly. She remembered that in her past life, because she still had hope in humanity at the beginning of the apocalypse, she joined a human survivor base. But after entering, she discovered that the evolved ones were the superiors. The stronger one was, the more benefits one obtained, while common survivors were considered the lowest workforce. The most critical thing was that even in the apocalypse, humanity could not unite to resist the zombies. They still deceived and betrayed each other. In her opinion, those humans were not even better than her zombie father. At least her zombie father would not betray her. Meanwhile, the survivors at the police station thought the plane had come to rescue them, but after dropping the leaflets, it simply flew away. What is happening? Why did the plane leave? After so long, we finally saw a plane, and it didn't even stop. It just flew away. Solin also showed a look of resignation. However, everyone picked up the leaflets and began to check them. Great! It's the survivor base. We're saved. I knew humanity couldn't completely disappear. Obviously, they still have the strength to establish a survivor base. However, these common people were unarmed and completely weak. Then, the survivors turned their attention to Sign and the other police officers. Officer Sao, you are police officers. Protecting our safety is your responsibility. You have to escort us to the survivor base. Exactly! We don't have weapons. You have to protect us. Upon hearing the survivors' words, the other officers present were not pleased. Are you crazy? If you want to commit suicide, don't drag us with you. Have you even seen where the survivor base is? It's so far from our police station. By the time we get there, we'll probably have already been devoured by zombies." Seeing the intense argument, Solon couldn't help but feel overwhelmed and quickly intervened. "I understand everyone's desire to leave the city and reach the survivor base. As police officers, we will undoubtedly protect you. I promise to guide you to the base." With these words from Solon, those who were furious before began to cheer. Everyone gathered around Solon. However, the other police officers had very serious expressions. "Solon, this is not the time to be impulsive. You know how dangerous it is out there. What are you going to do to escort them to the survivor base?" Seeing her colleague's opposition, Solon quickly began to explain. "I know going to the survivor base is dangerous, but think about this. Now there are already evolved zombies. Those guys are very strong. There are already too many zombies in the city. Staying here is not a long-term option. Surely it will be even more dangerous. Besides, our supplies, they are already insufficient. We need replenishment. The survivor base is outside the city, far from the large waves of zombies. The probability of surviving there is much higher than staying in the city." Upon hearing this, the officers began to reconsider. After a while, they reached a temporary agreement and then started making plans. "The survivor base is a great distance away. We can't walk there. That's impossible. First, we need to find vehicles. Ideally, we should get large trucks. Those trucks have high chassis, and the vehicle is heavy enough that even if we encounter zombies on the way, we can crush them." After hearing Sain's plan, a middle-aged man among the survivors raised his hand. "Officer Sao, if you need trucks, I can help. Before the apocalypse, I used to drive large, long-distance trucks. But when the apocalypse came suddenly, my truck was not nearby. It's parked at my—" Sain quickly asked, "Where is your house? Let's go get the truck quickly. It's not far from the police station. My house is in the Sunshine community." Meanwhile, Yiru Shu, upon waking up, realized that her zombie dad was not in the room. Feeling bored, she grabbed some binoculars and walked to the balcony. But the big zombie that had been at the door before was now standing at the entrance of the community. She looked around but did not see her zombie dad, which left her somewhat disappointed. However, Yiru Shuen did not know that in a corner where she could not see, I was engaged in a high-level battle with lightning. Today's training was almost over. Chao Kiki had probably already woken up. It was time to go back and cook for her. But at that moment, something alerted me. I quickly shifted my focus to the big fat one. At the entrance of the Sunshine community, a few suspicious figures appeared. Those 4 figures were Sain, 2 police officers, and the middle-aged man who could drive large trucks. The group avoided the zombies and stealthily approached the area near Sunshine. They wanted to use the truck to escape from there. However, upon seeing the big fat one standing at the entrance of the community, everyone from Solon was shocked. Some suggested going back and looking for another solution, but Solon insisted on continuing. We saw Solon approach the big fat one stealthily. She picked up a stone from the edge of the road and threw it directly at the big fat one, trying to lure the zombie away. I recognized the female police officer from before, but I didn't understand why Sain wasn't looking for supplies near the police station. Why had she come all the way to the Sunshine community? Solon was also quite confused. Normally, evolved zombies should have gone directly toward her. But now, the big fat one was standing still, not moving. She threw several more stones, but the zombie did not react. Sain decided to draw her gun. Seeing this, I immediately became furious. Although I didn't know her intention, if she dared to pull a weapon in front of my zombie, there was only one path for her: death. A gunshot broke the silence of the street, but when I saw Solon draw her weapon, I was already prepared. I immediately controlled the 2 giant hammers and placed them over my head. For a tank-type zombie, as long as the head isn't damaged, other problems are not a big deal. Solon was also frozen in place. She did not expect this tank-type zombie to use a hammer to block her bullets. During this time, Saul had fought many zombies while searching for supplies, but it was the first time she had seen such a strange zombie. Hearing the gunshot, Jiru Shu, who was training, was startled. She quickly stopped her training, her short legs moving fast as she ran to the balcony. She took out her binoculars and looked toward the entrance of the community. She saw Solon aiming her gun at the big fat one. What is happening? Why is there a cop? Here, this police officer is so brave that he dares to shoot an evolved zombie alone, and on top of that, a tank-type zombie of enormous size. Yiru Shu, observing the scene through binoculars, was very surprised. However, that police officer seems familiar to me. Jiru Shui adjusted the distance of the binoculars, and upon zooming in, recognized Salin's face. He felt that he had seen him somewhere before, but couldn't remember. After the shot, I was really furious. Last time, I happened to save his life. I didn't expect this police officer with a defective brain to dare to challenge me this way. I don't care who you are. If you dare to attack me, you will have nothing but a fatal fate. I controlled Gran Gordo, who was holding a double hammer, and sent him to chase Salin. Salin, calm upon seeing that her plan had worked, smiled. She turned around and began to flee, planning to lure Gran Gordo into an isolated area. But just at that moment, Salin heard a sharp sound behind her. Instinctively, she turned and was shocked by what she saw. A massive hammer flew through the air toward her. Damn it, this zombie doesn't follow the rules. Before dying, Salin only saw darkness before her eyes. Blood began to gush from her mouth, and in her mind there was only one thought. Salin didn't understand why the zombie she encountered today was so different from the previous ones. The hammer thrown by Gran Wo was as heavy as 1,000 kilograms. With Salin's frail body, she couldn't stop it. She was hit directly and died instantly. I controlled Gran Wo and approached Salin's body. I picked up the giant hammer and took the gun from her body. Looking at the blood-covered hammer in my hands and the body at my feet, I felt satisfied. Good aim, although I still need to keep practicing. Anyone who dares to shoot at me, I will kill them without mercy, no matter who they are. Even if the Virgin Mary herself came, I think I'd smash her head with a hammer, too. The two police officers hiding and the truck driver, upon seeing Salin struck and killed by the hammer, panicked and fled. The three didn't even care about picking up Salin. They turned around and ran. The three of them wished they had more legs, fearing they would be caught by the evolved zombie behind them. Yiru Shu, on the 7th floor, observed everything below through the binoculars. Wow! This big zombie is truly too brutal. He killed that police officer with a single hammer strike. Although the police officer had some mental problems, this zombie was too ruthless. However, in the memories of my past life, zombies usually only evolve at the final stage to regain their intelligence. Only the most powerful evolved zombies learn to use weapons to fight. But low-level zombies like Gran Gordo in front of me shouldn't be able to do that. Their basic way of attacking is hitting with their fists, arms, etc. If even a first-level zombie could, if the tank-type zombie in front of me learned to use weapons to attack so soon, it would be a catastrophe for human survivors. This big zombie is not only brutal in combat, but my dad has to pass near him every day. He has probably scared him a lot. This zombie can't stay here much longer. He is too fierce in killing people. We must eliminate him as soon as possible. Yiru Shu made up her mind. She was convinced that if she could secretly kill this powerful zombie, her father would be very happy. Besides, she could have her father absorb the crystal of this evolved zombie. Yes, her father's strength would increase significantly. However, Jiru Shuen didn't want to expose her strength too soon. After all, she was still a baby of less than a year old. While other children her age were still struggling to crawl on the ground, if she could kill an evolved zombie, it would truly be unheard of. She thought for a moment and decided that the best thing would be to hide her true situation and Grano and killed the Virgin of the Apocalypse with a single hammer blow. I didn't expect that this woman, when night fell, would get up. At that moment, even Sane was confused. I'm not dead. How am I still alive? She quickly checked her body, touched one side, looked to the other, and saw that her body was covered in blood, but she didn't find a single wound. Not even her bones were broken. From Gran Gordo's perspective, he was also bewildered. This woman is like a cockroach. Not even the hammer blow did anything to her. I can assure you this woman is not a zombie. He thought about the evolved humans mentioned by the army, but the ability to die and resurrect was truly strange. Sane also noticed a change in herself. She rubbed her fists and felt that her body was full of energy. After testing herself, she discovered that her physical abilities had increased considerably. Both her strength and speed had improved a lot. She thought about the pamphlet and suddenly understood. Could I also be an evolved one? The next day, Yiru Shue gave me her math homework to check. When I saw it, I was stunned. Xiao Kiki isn't even a year old and she already knows how to add. Seeing my reaction, Yirushu also got scared. Am I being too obvious? Yirushu really didn't want to keep acting like a fool. Pretending to be a baby who knows nothing was really too difficult. Suddenly, I laughed out loud. Xiaokiki is truly amazing. No wonder she's a child prodigy, the previous policewoman resurrected, and a child under a year old who knows how to add. What's so strange about that? In such a peculiar environment, I think that unless the little one builds a nuclear weapon with her bare hands, nothing would surprise me at all. My daughter has the bearing of an empress. Seeing her zombie dad so happy, Yirushu knew that her situation had not yet been exposed. Her dad didn't suspect anything, so she felt relieved. It seemed that now she could continue doing extraordinary things so her zombie dad would get used to her, because playing dumb every day was too difficult. After going downstairs, Yirushu used the binoculars again to look at the entrance of the community. She wanted to see if the body of the policewoman from yesterday was still there in the same place. But at that moment, something even stranger happened in the community, something that caught Yirushu's attention. She saw that a group of large zombies had gathered from different corners of the community. Each of these zombies wore a fully covered motorcycle helmet and carried sharp firefighter axes. However, among this group, one figure caught Yirushu's attention. Seeing the familiar clothing, it was clearly her zombie dad who had just gone down. This group of zombies headed toward the exit of the community, and then they all followed behind the large zombie guarding the gate. Together, they left the Sunshine community. Yirushu was in shock. Strange. At such a short distance, how is it that this great zombie didn't attack Dad? In Yirushu's memories, when evolved zombies get close to each other, they attack for each other's energy crystals. But the scene she saw through the telescope was very strange. Dad is an evolved zombie. How can he be at peace with this giant zombie tank? Could I be wrong? Could it be that Dad is just a normal zombie and not an evolved one? Yirushu thought that his hidden identity was well concealed, but now, suddenly, I discovered that my zombie dad also seems to be very mysterious. It can't be. I need to find an opportunity to investigate thoroughly, to see if Dad is really an evolved zombie and what kind of special ability he has awakened. I didn't know that my daughter had already discovered several clues. When I arrived with my squad of zombies at a shopping street, a zombie suddenly ran towards us. I quickly controlled my zombie to block it. This agile zombie has very strong combat power. These low-level zombies are no match for it. Then, I used my mental power to control the zombie. This is my third evolved zombie. Since it is a second category agile zombie, I will call it Lightning Number 2. At this rate, my army of zombies will continue to expand. At first, I didn't feel that my ability was so monstrous. But now, as my power continues to grow, I realize how terrifyingly unique this talent is. It is truly frightening. I have even envisioned the imposing future of controlling an army of countless evolved zombies. Meanwhile, Yirushu was trying to figure out what was happening with her zombie dad. What is going on with my zombie dad? That's why she waited on the balcony until he returned. But soon, Yirushu made a new discovery. She saw that the group of zombies that had left came back, and in addition to the original zombies, another agile zombie had surprisingly appeared next to Dad. What is happening here? How did another evolved zombie appear? This scene caused a great impact on Jiru. She furrowed her brow, and upon recalling memories from her past life, Yirushu finally thought of a possible explanation. Being able to gather several brainless evolved zombies, control their desire to devour each other without them killing one another, and live in peace means that within the Sunshine community, there exists a king of the zombies. Upon thinking this, Yirushu couldn't help but feel incredulous. Knowing that zombie kings are extremely rare, that it is very difficult for one to emerge among 100,000 zombies. Could it be that my zombie dad and I are so unlucky that a zombie king appeared right in the Sunshine community? Could it be that Dad and the other evolved zombies are under the orders of this zombie king in the community? Or maybe Dad is the king of the zombies. But as soon as this thought appeared, Yirushu dismissed it immediately, because the king of the zombies usually hides in some corner, making the other zombies follow his orders. Even when a zombie tide breaks out, the king of the zombies only hides in the depths. But today, her zombie dad went out directly with the horde of zombies. This is a great taboo for the king of the zombies. Out of precaution, the king of the zombies would absolutely not allow himself to be exposed to danger. It can't be. I have to find out. Of zombies. This is a great taboo for the king of the zombies. The king of the zombies, out of caution, would absolutely not allow himself to be exposed to danger. It can't be. I have to find a way to help Dad break free from the control of the king of the zombies. Jiru Shue looked down at the crowd of zombies, and a cold look shone in his eyes. What the hell is this king of the zombies? And Dad Yiru is also someone that a type like you cannot control. You better hide well in a small area. If I find you, I will kill you without hesitation. I, Content, didn't know that even my subordinates, the zombies, were already on Xiaokiki's kill list. After returning with lightning number 2, I began to divide the tasks. The big fat guy would continue with the hammers at the main door of the complex. The lightnings, as agile zombies, together with lightning number 2, would lead 10 fully armed common zombies to continue patrolling the complex. Seeing the zombies fulfilling their duties, I felt satisfied. I will go build an iron wall to protect the entire complex. Meanwhile, after Solin returned to the police station, everyone was in shock. She told everyone about her evolution, however, the others were still surprised. When they looked at Solin, she still wanted to go to the Sunshine Complex to get the truck. The next day, I saw that several figures appeared at the entrance of the complex. The person at the front was thin. Through the transparent visor of the bulletproof helmet, I saw that this person was the same officer who should have been beaten to death. This officer has returned to seek her death. This time I will make you meet Puree. I don't think you can resurrect again. While the big guard was running towards Seol, this time San easily dodged the attack. He was a little surprised that every time he launched the hammer, that officer managed to dodge it with great agility. With a sharp accent, Kun Kan Zom instantly understood. Could it be that this woman is the same nine-death demonic detective that I found in my past life? Seeing that Seol was busy with the big fat guy, the rest of the people quickly began to search inside the Sunshine community. However, they soon encountered a squad of zombies armed with firefighter axes. The evolved zombies, Flash and Flash number 1, the police officers were paralyzed for a moment, looking at the zombies that appeared in front of them. Their brains went blank. Thanks to her extraordinary agility and speed, Sane was spinning with Dapan non-stop. I also began to reflect. The opponent had been changing direction from the beginning. Clearly, he was stalling for time. Why did this group of people come for no reason? They came to do to the Sunshine community. At that moment, Yiru Shue, after confirming Olin's identity, began to think about how to subdue her. Not only could he obtain a valuable general in the future, but he could also protect his zombie dad. When I discovered that other people had entered the community, I stopped controlling and directly gave an order to Dapan, crush this police officer with the hammer. Then I controlled another group of zombies and led his team towards that group of people. When the officers reacted, they quickly pulled the triggers. Upon hearing the rapid shots, Jirushu on the 7th floor completely changed his expression. The first thing he thought was about his zombie dad. Could it be that these humans already know about the Zombie King, so they came in advance to kill the Zombie King? If not, why did these fully armed police officers come here for no reason to the Sunshine community? There are no resources or survivors. Apart from that, only the Zombie King attracts humans. Yirushu was getting more and more worried to avoid that her zombie dad would die among these evolved humans. She quickly opened the door and ran from the 7th floor to the 2nd. Arriving at the balcony, Jirushu discovered that the zombie team was much stronger than she thought. Their strength was much greater than she imagined. Facing the policeman's shots, the zombie team raised their firefighter axes, raised them in front of their heads, and attacked with fury. The sudden appearance of the zombies made the police officers feel somewhat disoriented. Now, seeing that the zombies blocked the bullets with their axes, the police officers were completely stunned. Are these really zombies? Now they can also block bullets. Damn it, it's Sa Olin's fault. If she hadn't insisted on coming to get the truck, we wouldn't have ended up in this situation. The police officers were shooting while cursing. After looking around in the neighborhood, Yirushu suddenly saw her dad hiding in the corner of a building. Seeing that her dad was safe, Yirushu sighed in relief. It seems that my zombie dad is not common. He didn't follow the orders of the Zombie King to go to the front as bait. Faced with these strange zombies, the police officers no longer felt like fighting, running frantically towards the neighborhood gate. Under my order, the zombies approached without hesitation, raised their axes, and directly attacked the throats and joints of the humans. An agonizing scream echoed throughout the neighborhood. "So, Olin? Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go." Where did these zombies come from? Among the agonizing screams, several officers were directly decapitated by the axe blows. The sound of gunfire in the neighborhood stopped. Yiru Shu, standing on the balcony, couldn't help but take a deep breath. She never imagined that the Zombie King in the neighborhood would be so terrifying. The zombies under his control even knew how to arm themselves. They can even block bullets. Such a terrifying Zombie King must be hidden somewhere. Jiru Shue frowned. She thought silently about whether she should take this opportunity to eliminate the king of the zombies immediately. Jir Rush Shu thought for a moment, then finally shook her head. The king of the zombies has probably already reached level 2. He is at the same level as me. Besides, he has 3 evolved zombies by his side. It will be better to wait until I reach level 3 before acting, to avoid involving my zombie father. Yiru Shu quickly returned to the 7th floor. I saw the bodies of the officers torn apart by the zombies' axe blows. I felt somewhat confused. What is here that attracts them? I took their weapons and ammunition immediately. I felt safer. The power of these weapons is really strong. Could it be possible that later I can also supply these zombies with weapons, zombies that shoot guns? Who could resist that? After solving this, I changed my perspective towards the big fat guy for a moment. Neither of them could do anything to the other. Sayan was only thinking about stalling for time. She wanted her companions to enter the neighborhood to look for the truck keys. With the truck, everyone would have hope of leaving the city. But Saline didn't know that her fellow police officers had already been killed by the zombies inside the neighborhood. Of the entire group that came from the police station, only she, the evolved one, was still alive. After I personally controlled the big fat guy, his combat ability increased enormously. Sane suddenly discovered the speed with which the big fat guy swings his hammers became much faster. Taolin could only rely on her evolved body to dodge the attacks by a hair. What's going on? How did this fool suddenly become so intelligent? With the combat pressure increasing, Salin was sweating profusely. I saw an opportunity, and with the giant hammer in my left hand, I turned it to stab directly. I pushed Solin back. Right after, when Solin couldn't react as she approached, I launched the giant hammer with my right hand with force, directly breaking Solin's spine. The sound of the bone breaking was crystal clear. Since I had seen with my own eyes how this woman died and resurrected, this time I began to swing the 2 hammers with fury as if I were hitting meat dumplings. I broke all of Solin's bones. Her internal organs were shattered. Everything around was soaked in blood. I saw how Solin stopped breathing completely. It was only then that I stopped attacking. For someone who comes looking for trouble, I'm never going to have mercy, much less after say Olin resurrected yesterday. Today she has come with more people. Who knows if next time she will bring an army. Destroy IC if you have the courage. Resurrect again. From the upper floor, Jiru Shuen couldn't help sighing at seeing this scene. Can this woman be even more foolish? Such a valuable resurrection opportunity, and she used it like that, wasted it like that. What an idiot! Did you know that you only have 9 lives to resurrect? And you have already wasted 2 of them so easily. Taking the police pistol from Solin, I was thinking about whether I should also destroy the police station. Surely there are many weapons and ammunition in the station. Normally police stations are well equipped with weapons. If possible, maybe I could equip the zombies with these weapons. I could form a squad of zombies with firearms. Thinking this, I made a decision. Tomorrow, I will send an evolved zombie to investigate the situation near the police station, mainly to see if there are other evolved ones in the police station. This woman who can resurrect surprised me a lot. She resurrected in one night and healed completely. This is even more incredible than a zombie. The knight waits 10 years to arse, but I am a zombie. If I have an enemy, I kill him on the spot. If someone offends me, they must be completely exterminated. This police station has come several times to cause problems. As long as it threatens my and Xiao Kiki's safety, no matter who it is, I will kill him without mercy. At night, after watching Xiao Kiki sleep peacefully, I went to the living room to think about the following plans. Now, The growth rate of Xiaokiki is clearly faster than that of a normal baby, and this daughter of mine is a true prodigy. How could I provide a Xiaokiki with a better environment for her growth? First, the Sunshine Residential Complex is definitely not a place to stay for long, although I now have enough food stored, but you can't live only on reserves. Eventually the food will run out. Even if it doesn't run out, it could decompose due to the temperature change. I can't keep the food for a long time. Maybe I should cultivate the land. Anyway, I have so many zombies they are free labor. But at that moment, something suddenly surprised me. My eyes filled with amazement. When I changed the view of Big Fat, I saw that the officer that I had destroyed in the morning was now standing completely intact. Wow, this woman has a secret trick, and, being part of the funeral family, I adopted a human baby. I never imagined that this baby was the reincarnation of the human empress, and she even managed to attract the immortal demon from her past life, all because she thought he was controlled by the funeral king. Without knowing it myself, I am the funeral king she is seeking. At this moment, Yiru Shui sees Solin arriving at the agreed place. From the 7th floor, she throws a paper airplane towards Solin. When he opens the letter, he discovers that in the end, there are only 3 words, the invisible, but upon reading the content of the letter, he is completely astonished. In the Sun Residential Complex, Ha-Uno-san recalls all his experiences at the entrance of the complex. His mind cannot calm down, and he firmly decides that he will not allow the funeral king to remain alive. So he agrees to join the invisible. At dawn the next day, Jiru Shu eats the breakfast she prepared herself, a smile appearing on her lips. The collaboration agreement to eliminate the funeral king is already in place. As she looks at her funeral father, Yiru clenches her fists with enthusiasm while eating. Dad, don't worry. You just need to hold on for 2 more days, and you will be freed from the Zombie King's control. With the Funeral King's core and the evolved zombies from the complex, the combined cores will surely increase her father's strength rapidly. She eagerly anticipates how much her father's strength can grow. I never imagined that this filial daughter would want to extract my own core to give it to me. 2 days earlier, by consuming the core of a level 2 tyrant, my strength increased considerably. If I controlled a level 2 evolved zombie, I would be unstoppable. Unfortunately, expanding the search area was not enough. 2 days passed, and we found nothing. As night slowly falls, Yiru Shu's heart begins to race. Tonight is the appointed time with the immortal demon to kill the funeral king. Meanwhile, Cyan has already infiltrated the Sun Complex. I don't know, with my current strength, what kind of situation I would face against that king of the undead. But thinking that he had been resurrected twice in a row, the infiltrator had already been arranged beforehand. Then, he walked directly to the main entrance of the complex. Sane's eyes shone with battle intent and bloodlust. He had been killed twice in a row by that monster. Even a calm person can become enraged. Monster, I'm coming for you. Upon approaching the tank-type undead, Sane shouted loudly. This was part of the prior agreement with the mysterious master. He had to draw the undead's attention. Meanwhile, on the 7th floor, recovering my mental energy, I was instantly alarmed. Huh? It's you again? You never stop, do you? If you insist on seeking death, then today, no matter what, I will make you stay forever, immortal. Hearing the noise outside, I immediately got up. The plan has begun. Gee, now the hunt begins. Yiru Shu stealthily descended the stairs, then sneaked to the 2nd floor of Building 1. It was the same place where she had helped Sane before. When she arrived, the great battle outside had already begun. Due to an advancement in her mental energy, amid the fight, I could also control Big Fat more efficiently. Consecutive strikes one after another, the combined use of the hammers was impeccable, leaving almost no room for Sane to breathe. San frowned, constantly dodging. The tank-type undead in front of him taunted him. Sane felt a chill run down his body. Without time to think, he performed several backflips to evade. As he barely landed, Saulene saw 2 agile undead appear, each wielding 2 steel knives in their hands. If he had been a little slower, his hands and feet would have been severed by these blades. Gee, do you really think that being evolved makes you invincible? Today I will make you pay for your arrogance. When the giant hammer was about to hit Solin's abdomen, Dapan's body suddenly froze in mid-air for a second in a strange way. When I fought against this cop a few days ago, something similar had already happened. What kind of power is this? How can it affect my movements? I hid in the darkness, controlling the zombies to attack Solin while looking around non-stop. But this sensation of continuously failing is starting to frustrate me. I directly called the zombie sniper squad. Several zombies raised their weapons. This is like cheating. Jiru Shui, observing the battle, frowned upon seeing this. When Sign heard the gunfire, he immediately realized the danger. He sent a telepathic message to Solin, but there was no time to react. Don't get distracted. Don't waste time with these 3 evolved zombies. Killing the Zombie King is our main objective today. His mobility was restricted, making him an easy target. While fighting, Solin heard Jiru Shui's reminder. Jiru deflected the bullet's trajectory using telekinesis. Are you kidding me? Bullets can bend around corners? The bullets that were supposed to hit the cop avoided her perfectly. This can really make bullets curve? Just how much has this hidden expert evolved? Jiru Shu, who controlled the battlefield from the shadows, had a look of satisfaction. Fortunately, after my rebirth, not only did I retain the power to control time, but I also awakened telekinesis. Otherwise, with just time control, I wouldn't have been able to stop so many bullets. At first, Solin was afraid of getting hurt, so her combat was very limited, basically focusing on constantly dodging. But now, seeing that the bullets could be deflected in front of her, Taolin finally let loose. In this situation, Shaolin fought more and more bravely. With just a knife, she repeatedly injured Adapan, Lightning 1 and Lightning 2. This makes me want to spit blood from the rage. In close combat, my attacks are blocked. At a distance, the bullets are deflected. I just realized the purpose this time. Afterward, she stopped chasing fiercely. Instead, she adjusted her direction and advanced slowly toward the main entrance. Then, taking advantage of the gap between the 3 evolved zombies, Sane quickly ran toward the Sunshine residential complex. This sudden change took me by surprise. I immediately controlled Big Fat, and Lightning 1 and Lightning 2 advanced to block her. However, I discovered that the 3 evolved zombies under my control were restricted by an inexplicable force. They couldn't move from their spots. Damn it! Hiding in the shadows isn't a skill. If you have guts, come out and face me directly. With no other option, I had to intervene to stop Solin. Even at the risk of being discovered, I wouldn't allow anyone to enter the complex, much less threaten Sakiki's safety. Is there another evolved zombie in this complex? When she saw me emerge from the crowd of zombies, Sane was completely stunned. Even Jiru Shu, hidden on the 2nd floor, was astonished. The intervention of the Papa Zombie ruined their plans. Wasn't it said under the Zombie King's orders that he wouldn't come out to be cannon fodder? Jiru Shui was now in a dilemma. She had no problem facing other zombies, but she couldn't attack Papa Zombie. While she hesitated, I had already begun fighting Solin. The more we fought, the more surprised Solin became. Even with her 2 tactical swords, she struggled to match the strength of this zombie. Damn it, how complicated is this Sunshine complex? It's even harder than those 3 outside. While controlling Big Fat, I saw Lightning 1 and 2, freed from Jiru Shu's control, quickly come in my direction to support me. When Jiru Shu saw the 3 evolved zombies enter the complex and join the battlefield, she knew that if the operation was delayed any longer, tonight's mission would probably fail. Looking at Papa Zombie's figure, Jiru Shu's eyes were filled with doubt. I couldn't help but use time control on Yuan. I did it to eliminate that evolved Zombie King. Once I eliminate him, you will be freed from his control, and then you will be completely liberated. Meanwhile, Jiru Shui hurried to transmit a message to Saul. Get inside the compound quickly. Don't waste time. The evolved zombie in front of Sign Feng was immediately controlled. She prepared to kick him, but the next second, she suddenly noticed that her body had also stopped. She was suspended in the air, unable to move. What does this mean? Are you attacking your own companions too? At that moment, Jiru Shu's voice echoed in San's mind. You can't touch this zombie. Among zombies, but Jusui ignored Solin's doubts and just kept transmitting his message. Remember what I just told you, in Jiru Shu's tone. Shaolin perceived a slight hint of threat. She realized that if she really attacked the zombie in front of her, the invisible being in the shadows, all of them, could turn against her. With no other option, she had to abandon the attack on me and ran directly into the complex. I immediately wanted to follow her, but I discovered that my body was once again restrained by a cursed force. "Stop right now!" At that moment, I understood. Even while I was struggling with my 3 zombies, her main objective was to break into the Sunny complex. But now, I was only worried about the safety of the little one. However, I couldn't do anything. I could only stand there, watching helplessly. San quickly entered the Sunny complex. "This time I won't let you escape!" I let out a heart-wrenching howl in the middle of the night. This sound would shake anyone who heard it. The terrifying sound made the nearby zombies tremble. Yiru Shu, standing atop the building, saw the zombie leader letting out roars of extreme fury without ceasing. Her heart filled with guilt. She never imagined that one day she would attack the zombie leader. "Everything I do is for your own good. You just have to survive this night. After that, everything will get better." For the first time, she felt something toward the zombie leader as she watched his figure from behind. Yiru Shu's eyes filled with tears. However, she soon pushed those feelings aside. It was like being a headless fly, not knowing where to start. She quickly sent another transmission to Sign inside the complex. "The Zombie King is cunning and deceitful, although he is also intelligent. Therefore, the place where the Zombie King is hiding must be heavily guarded by zombies. Those zombies will do anything to stop you. That proves that this Zombie King is definitely still inside the Sunny complex." Yiru Shu's eyes burned with fury. The thought that her zombie father had been used as a pawn by this Zombie King filled her with the desire to tear him apart. This also further strengthened Yiru Shu's determination to kill the Zombie King. "Keep searching inside the complex. If you find a place where a large number of zombies are desperately trying to block your way, that will be the Zombie King's hideout." Chaolin, hearing this, thought it made sense, nodded, and followed Yiru Shu's instructions to search carefully. Although I was restrained by a mysterious force and could not move, there were still several puppets inside the complex. I immediately began to control those puppets to move. Some of them ran toward Shaolin, while others were directed toward building number 5. After destroying several puppets controlled by Luan, Shaolin was somewhat confused. While in the center of the complex, she had searched everywhere, but still could not find where the Zombie King might be hiding. "It's strange. The information provided by the informant matches. Why can't I find the possible hideout of the Zombie King?" Sane looked at the residential buildings around her, scratching her head, very confused. Meanwhile, Yiru Shu also continued to observe the situation from above. Her capabilities were limited. She could not control so many zombies for long, so she had to speed up the process. She needed to finish off the Zombie King as soon as possible. Suddenly, Yiru Shu was astonished to realize that there was a large group of zombies gathered in one place. But that place where they were gathered was building number 5, where she had spent much time with her zombie father. "What is going on with these zombies? Why are they all in front of my building?" Seeing the zombies in front of building number 5, Yiru Shu was puzzled. Inside the Sunny complex, whether evolved zombies or normal zombies, they were all basically under the control of the Zombie King, hidden in the shadows. In this situation, many zombies should be protecting the Zombie King. Yiru Shu remembered clearly, even though the Zombie King could control the zombies, his combat ability was not particularly strong. If the Zombie King were attacked up close by an evolved human, he could be in danger. "This is very strange. I've checked all the rooms in building number 5, and there are only the supplies my zombie father brought. What is going on with this group of zombies?" While Yiru Shu remained confused, I had followed their instructions and found building number 5, where the zombies gathered. Seeing how firmly they guarded the building, an expression of determination appeared in Salin's eyes. "It seems that the Zombie King, capable of controlling the zombies, is hiding inside building number 5, I thought. Under my control, many zombies emitted furious warning growls. "We must eliminate the Zombie King!" Sain shouted angrily, and then, brandishing her tactical knife, she ran toward building number C. I stood in front of building number C, watching as Sain ran quickly in my direction, filled with fury and surprise. Initially, my intention was to defend the entire complex, but I did not expect this evolved human to have such strange abilities, this power that made my body freeze and become rigid. With no other choice, I had to retreat and withdraw to building number 5. None of that matters to me. The only thing I cannot allow is for these 2 evolved humans to disrupt my little Kiki on the 7th floor. Since they do not respect my warning, we will fight to the end. I have been dead for a long time. Even if I lose my life again today, I will not allow them to take a single step into building number 5. However, just when I was about to succeed, that strange force once again took control of the 3 zombies. I roared in rage, gripped my machete tightly, and lunged forward with my great combat skills. But I was deeply enraged that, despite my desperate efforts, the tactical knife in her hands approached quickly, heading directly for my neck. "This time you will die, won't you?" Sane sneered coldly, but in the next second, she was stunned. Suddenly, she also became immobile, which made her expression turn grim. Then Sane pretended to stumble, losing her balance as if she were about to fall backward. As expected, seeing this, I raised my knife to attack. The invisible being once again took control of the zombie. Solin seized this opportunity and attacked with her long knife. Now enraged, Cyan shouted, "This is the last straw! Whose side are you really on, Jirushue?" Jirushue also responded in a cold voice. "I already told you, you cannot touch this zombie." Sensing the other person's cold tone, Solin began to suspect. In silence, this invisible being, as evolved as it was, had decided to join the human team as a police officer. During the rescue missions, it had seen many survivors who lost their loved ones. Many people could not accept that their loved ones had turned into zombies. They still thought it was a disease and did not want to attack them because of the weight of family ties. These people refused to accept the fact that their loved ones were already gone. Now, Solin also saw this invisible being as someone like those he had known before. After imagining a tragic scene of family separation, a spark of compassion shone in Solin's eyes. This invisible individual was too indecisive. Solin sighed silently. "It doesn't matter. Since you can't make a decision, let me help you cut all ties with the painful past once again." This mysterious force immobilized me. I saw Solin's knife approaching my forehead. I struggled with all my strength, but it was useless. At that moment, the image of the adorable Xiaoqi appeared in my mind. "Xiao, I'm sorry. Dad did everything he could. I didn't expect to break my promise. It was my fault for not being able to protect you." Just when Solin's knife was about to pierce my skull once again, Jirushi immobilized her. "I already said, you can't touch him." Jirushi's voice was full of anger and even contained a trace of murderous intent. With no other choice, Solin stopped fighting the zombies and decided to head toward building number 5. At the very least, she had to finish off the king of the zombies tonight. Everything seemed to be a futile effort. When I saw Solin trying to reach building 5, I raised my machete to stop her. Building 5 is my last line of defense. I will not allow anyone to enter. But just when I swung my machete, that strange force descended again. "Fasit! I'm going to kill them! Let me go if you're brave! Let's fight properly!" From afar, Yerushu observed my desperation and felt confused. Why is Dad acting like this today? Normally I see him hiding among the zombies. Why is he fighting so desperately against the evolved ones today? My strange behavior today left Yerushu completely perplexed. Is the king of the zombies really in Building C? Even though I checked every floor and every room of Building C, there are only supplies. More supplies. Where is the trace of the king of the zombies? Are these zombies protecting the supplies that their own father gathered? Are those materials useful to zombies? What is really inside Building C? Could it be to protect me? While Yerushu reflected, she suddenly stopped. Something occurred to her. She quickly looked at the zombie father who was furiously trying to stop the officer. At that moment, the zombie father's face had become incredibly pale. This terrifying appearance was something Yerushu had never seen before. Yerushu was petrified for a moment. Dad was so desperate that he was even willing to hurt himself, to protect not the king of the zombies but me, who is on the 7th floor. The real reason for his fury was not the danger to the king of the zombies, but the fear that I would be discovered. At this moment, Solin is being used as a punching bag. She couldn't take it anymore and screamed in fury. Upon hearing this, Jiru also reacted. After discovering her father's identity as the king of the cadavers, she also felt a bit of remorse. Now that things have reached this point, there is no way to stop this fight. I can't simply tell Saline that the fight is over. The king of the cadavers, who was originally meant to be killed, turns out to be my father. So Yiru Shui decided not to get involved anymore. After all, Saline has never seen me before. If you're unlucky, that's your problem. Besides, you have 9 lives. Even if you die now, you can revive. At most, you'll suffer a little. If I hadn't intervened to save you before, maybe you wouldn't even have this life. Without Yiru Shu's help, Sane can only be crushed. I grabbed her by the neck, and as I tightened my hand, Sane lost consciousness. You can't revive this time. I won't kill you. Let's see how you revive now. Then I used a hammer to break Saline's legs. A heart-wrenching scream, like that of a pig, echoed between the buildings. Saline's voice sounded especially harrowing at night. The pain of having her legs broken caused Saline to wake up from her faint due to lack of oxygen, but the next moment, the pain from her broken legs hit her again, and Saline lost consciousness once more. Before losing consciousness, San could only think of Yiru Shui. Yiru Shu, traitor. This time you've ruined me completely. Then I picked up a chain in front of Building C. It was originally meant to secure the unit's door, but now it will serve to tie San up. Yushu was watching everything from the balcony on the 2nd floor. She couldn't believe that her always kind and considerate father also had such a ruthless side. But Yiru Shuen not only did not feel repulsed, but in her heart, she felt great joy. In this apocalyptic world, compassion only harms you. Compassion only harms you. According to the current situation, having the 9 dead police in Dad's hands is the best possible option. Although this woman is easy to deceive, she is not stupid. Besides, she already knows information about the king of the cadavers, so we cannot let her go under any circumstances. Now that Dad has broken her legs to limit her movements, it is undoubtedly the best solution. As for whether Seolin will suffer from this, Yiru Shuen does not care at all. In her heart, her father has always been the most important. Dad's identity as the king of the cadavers must not be revealed under any circumstances. She is determined. If she can obtain power strong enough, even if Dad's identity as the king of the cadavers is revealed, she will be able to protect him without problems. Seeing that the 9 dead police has been captured by Dad, a large number of cadavers have gathered beneath Building C. So she had to use her telekinesis to lift herself up, and without being detected by other cadavers, she managed to reach the roof of Building C. Carefully, she returned to the room. Then Yiru Shu closed the bedroom door, pretending to be asleep. After dealing with Solin, I sent cadavers to patrol the neighborhood. I took Solin to the 6th floor of Building C to prevent her from committing suicide and also tied her hands. After doing this, I returned to the 7th floor. Opening the door, I saw Asia Aoki sleeping soundly in the small bed. As long as you can grow up healthy and strong, Dad is willing to give his life for you. Then I gently closed the door. Yiru Shui opened her eyes. In her clear and bright eyes, there was an extremely complex emotion unusual for her age. Dad is still the same as before. What is Dad's evolution ability after awakening? It is likely that after the apocalypse, he will become cannon fodder. But now I no longer have to worry about that. Yiru Shuen couldn't help but remember those powerful lords of the cadavers she saw in her past life. Each of them was extremely cunning and deceitful and very attached to their own lives. Around the king of the cadavers, there was always a crowd of evolved cadavers to protect him, fearful of the slightest danger. But so far, by my side, there is only Dad. No other cadaver has approached since then. Yiru Shua understood in her heart that this was undoubtedly because Dad retained his human consciousness, which controlled everything. That's why he didn't want other cadavers to approach me. This feeling of being treasured deep in the heart is something she never. He experienced this precious family bond in his past life, something that Jusue deeply valued. Dad, don't worry. You're not alone now. I'm here by your side. From now on, I'll be your strongest bodyguard. I also began to reflect on the events of the night. I can't understand it. These 2 people. One can die, and then come back to life with several times more strength. The abilities of these 2 guys are becoming more and more incredible. Instead of taking advantage of the chaos to become famous, why do they insist on messing with my Sunshine community? Could it be that they are here specifically to confront me? I don't think they've discovered me. That strange force that was restraining me has finally disappeared. It's probably because that evolved one has reached the limit of his energy and can no longer use it. It seems that I must quickly control a second-stage combat corpse. Otherwise, these human survivors will become stronger and harder to deal with in the future. The next morning, after a night of suffering, Cao Lin slowly woke up. Seeing the unfamiliar surroundings before her, her mind felt confused. What's going on? Am I not dead? She had barely regained consciousness when a sharp pain struck her. She quickly looked down and discovered that her legs had been crushed and were still bleeding, a scene so gruesome that even she could not look directly at it. At the same time, she recalled how the corpses had used her as a punching bag the night before. Besides her legs, Cao Lin felt as if her entire body was shattered. Damn, the invisible! The plan was about to succeed, but it still failed. We agreed to kill the King of the Corpses together, but you left me alone in the building. You idiot! This time, Cao Lin experienced what it meant to not fear a powerful opponent, but to fear an incompetent ally. But she didn't even know what the other person looked like, so she had no chance of taking revenge. After complaining for a while, Cao Lin, enduring the pain throughout her body, began to observe her surroundings. Looking up, she saw the evolution of the King of the Dead at the door, staring at her without doing anything, which immediately frightened her. This King of the Dead always stares at me and does nothing. Could he be being controlled by the King of the Dead? Cao Lin frowned. Now I'm trapped in the hands of that King of the Dead. It's strange. He's already caught me. Why doesn't he kill me? Could it be that this King of the Dead has realized that I can revive, and that's why he doesn't kill me? Upon thinking of this possibility, Cao Lin's pupils contracted, and a deep shock flashed in her eyes. It shouldn't be like this. If it were, the intelligence of this King of the Dead would be too high. Cao Lin then began to observe the room she was in. To her surprise, the room was filled with baby products, formula milk, diapers, baby clothes. There were even books and toys. If you didn't know better, you might think this was a storage room for a specialized baby store. The amount of baby products in this room truly left Cao Lin puzzled. This room doesn't seem like a place where a King of the Dead would live. It's incredible that there are mountains of formula milk and diapers here. What the hell is this King of the Dead trying to do? Cao Lin had only heard that the dead devoured human flesh, but had never heard of a King of the Dead also drinking milk. She really didn't understand what was going on in this Sunshine residential complex. Not only does it have things like these, but the King of the Dead who controls others even acts so strangely. Seeing Cao Lin wake up from Lightning's perspective, he feared that this officer might suddenly commit suicide. If she revives and her power increases even more, it would be a big problem for me. It's really annoying. I don't know how to handle this woman. I can't let her go, but I can't kill her either. Stopping her suicidal thoughts won't be easy. After all, if this woman really wants to die, it would be difficult for me to stop her. So annoying. You like being a saint so much? Then I'll fulfill your desire to save the world with justice. Let's see if you can keep being so righteous all the time. I took the paper and pen that Xiao Kiki used to practice and began to write clumsily. Dad, what are you doing? Live well. If you die, everyone at the station will follow you to the afterlife. Yiru Shu reacted immediately. This is a message from Dad for that police. Dad knows that police, Dax, can revive and become stronger, so he's worried that she will choose to commit suicide and cause even more problems later. He wants to use the lives of the people at the station to completely cut off the Death Demon's suicidal thoughts. Currently, in the early stages of the apocalypse, the Death Demon is still somewhat naive, fully believing in goodness and beauty. She's the kind of person willing to sacrifice herself for the lives of others. As expected, that damn King of the Dead is really despicable. Where Lightning One was staring at her fixedly. It's better if you don't do anything to them. Otherwise, I will kill myself in front of you. Hearing these words, I couldn't help but laugh. As expected, the best way to deal with a saint is like this. It seems that Dad has locked her up on the 6th floor. If I have the chance, I might go see her later. After all, if it weren't for me, she wouldn't have come to the Sun Complex. Maybe this Death Demon wouldn't be in this situation now. Yiru Shu remembered this and felt somewhat uncomfortable. This Death Demon is also a result of my actions. Now she is being held captive by the Father of the Dead. She even has broken legs. She cannot die or escape. Her state is truly pitiful. If it hadn't been for the backstabbing yesterday, this person wouldn't be in this situation now. Remembering last night's scene when Shaolin was surrounded and beaten by the dead, I couldn't believe that I, Jiru, had caused such a ridiculous situation. Thinking about this, Jiru Shu approached me, pretending not to see anything, and innocently asked, "Dad, I think I heard a noise. What is that sound downstairs?" I thought for a moment and then took a piece of paper, writing on it, "It's a pet that Dad has." When Jiru Shu heard what I said, she couldn't help but laugh internally. She would have never imagined that the famous and feared Death Demon police, so determined and ruthless, would now be treated as a pet by her own father. The appearance and figure of the Death Demon are truly outstanding, and she also possesses great combat abilities. In this post-apocalyptic world, she is quite a famous figure. Moreover, after darkening, the Death Demon has a cold personality and is very decisive in combat. In a world where humanity has already collapsed, she awakened the desire for conquest in many human evolvers. Many tried to subjugate her, but in the end, all those attempts ended the same way, whether they were attacked, escaped, or simply died at the hands of the Death Demon. If the powerful figures of humanity from the past life knew that the Death Demon had been turned into a pet by her own father, their jaws would probably drop in shock. Jiru Shui was somewhat curious. If she told Dad about the identity and status of the Death Demon in her past life, how would Dad react? How surprised would he be? "Hey, King of the Dead, can you hear me? I'm hungry. Can you give me something to eat? If you care so much that I don't die, you wouldn't want me to die of hunger, right?" Shaolin looked around frustratedly, her stomach already growling with hunger. I looked at Shaolin's face. As expected, the woman was already pale, her lips dry and cracked. The 6th floor only had baby products. Controlling Lightning 1, I lifted her up. When we arrived at the 5th floor and I opened the door, Shaolin immediately widened her eyes. She had thought the supplies stacked on the 6th floor were already ridiculous, but the supplies in the room were even more absurd. She hadn't expected that even the 5th floor would also be filled with all kinds of supplies. Inside the room, there were mountains of bottled water and powdered milk. 50-kilogram sacks of rice were stacked in the room, piled up to the ceiling. There were also various types of bread, canned foods, and other long-lasting provisions. Seeing this food, Shaolin's eyes were fixed. "My God! In the 2 months I have lived in the apocalypse, when have I ever seen so many supplies? This King of the Dead has gathered all the nearby supplies. Could it be that the entire building is filled?" Shaolin felt completely powerless. In these 2 months, the food in my house had already run out. No wonder I couldn't find anything outside. It seems that everything was brought here by this King of the Dead. In these 2 months, I have had to live austerely. What kind of life is that? But right after, Shaolin frowned. Human survivors go out searching for food. Shaolin really couldn't imagine what else could happen. Right at that moment, Lightning 1 threw her to the ground. The pain made Shaolin grunt. "King of the Dead, this isn't over. I recommend that you be kind to me. If you kill me, don't blame me." But before Shaolin could finish her sentence, Lightning 1 directly hugged her. Without thinking, Shaolin began to open a package, devouring a piece of bread and gulping down some water. A bite of bread, a sip of water. The feeling of satiety while eating these foods was something Shaolin hadn't experienced in a long time. The bread gave off a wheat aroma, making her feel as if her bones were softening, especially when she tore open the package and started chewing on dried meat. Is this the taste of meat? What happiness! She no longer remembered how long it had been since she had eaten until she was satisfied. Now she has become my domesticated pet, just because she discovered my identity as the King of the Dead. But when I kill this woman, after a while, she will resurrect, and her power will double. I can only break her legs and keep her under control. I didn't expect that Shaolin would gradually get used to it. After eating bread, dried meat, and drinking water, Shaolin began searching the house. She discovered that there was a large number of snacks like potato chips, dried shrimp, etc. Following the idea of not starving and thinking about the Day of the Dead, Sane opened a package and started eating. As a second-level evolver, she had incredible recovery abilities. The legs that had been broken earlier no longer hurt as much. At that moment, her entire body was lying on the rice-made sofa, feeling very comfortable. She really didn't expect that the happy life she was living after the apocalypse would be given to her by a zombie. At the same time, Yiru Shu wanted to go down to see the immortal demon that her father had locked up, but she was afraid her father would discover that she knew his secret. How boring. If it weren't for the fact that I accidentally got involved in that mission to decapitate the king of the dead along with the immortal demon, I wouldn't have made Dad so sensitive. It's already been 2 days without going out. Seeing her figure, Yiru Shu quickly walked toward him. Dad, staying home is so boring. I want to go down and play for a while. Upon hearing this, I started to hesitate. If it were before, I surely would have accepted without a second thought. But now it's different. Even though I have captured that policewoman, there is still a strange evolver lurking in secret. Tiao Kikin must not be discovered by him. After hesitating for a moment, I told her, "You can only move within Building 5. Yiru Shu nodded sweetly. "Don't worry, Dad. I won't run off." Yiru Shu understood in her heart that her father was concerned for her safety. After all, not long ago, she had joined the immortal demon to play a trick on her father. He was probably still very sensitive about it. But Dad, maybe you don't know that with my current strength, probably no one can hurt me, and the recent changes in the neighborhood were actually caused by me. Yiru Shu sighed helplessly in her heart. There was nothing she could do. She could only blame herself. Yiru Shu stopped. "Dad, I want to see your pet." I was surprised to hear the little one say, "Pet. There's a human on the floor below?" Yes, Xiaokiki was referring to that policewoman. After thinking for a moment, I nodded. After all, that policewoman was at least human. It wouldn't be bad for the little one to have more contact with humans. So I took Xiaokiki to the 5th floor. When I opened the door, Lightning number 1 was still standing at the door, motionless like a bodyguard. It was staring intently at Solin inside the room. Seeing this agile zombie controlled by her father, Yiru Shui pretended to be confused. "Dad, who is this?" I took out paper and a pen to write. "He's a friend of Dad's." Xiaokiki, upon receiving it, seemed to understand and nodded politely. "Hello, Uncle Sane." Upon hearing the voice, Sane paused for a moment, puzzled. "How does that voice sound familiar to me? It seems like I've heard it before." When she looked toward the door, she saw that, besides that evolved zombie watching her, there were also 2 figures, one large and one small. When she saw that I was holding a little girl's hand, her mouth fell open as she stared at Yiru Shu. Her mind was full of surprise. "Isn't this the nest of the Zombie King? Where did this girl come from?" Solin was completely stunned. She had never imagined that in a zombie's nest, she would see a human being, and a child no less. It had already been more than 2 months since the apocalypse. Saiyan had lived through countless life-and-death moments and had witnessed all kinds of terrifying zombies. She knew very well how terrifying the attraction of a living human was to zombies. These bloodthirsty creatures would tear a human apart in a frenzy, filled with an almost mad desire for human flesh. Zombies' eyes were normally completely changed, either blood-colored or completely black, but the girl's eyes in front of her were perfectly normal. Clearly human. However, what shocked Solin the most was that this pure and beautiful girl was holding the hand of a zombie. What kind of combination is this? Sain looked at Yiru Shui and then at Lu Chuan beside her. At that moment, she felt like her head was about to explode. What is going on with this girl? It can't be that he wants to raise her to eat her later, right? That would be way too high a cost for just one meal. While Sain kept observing Yiru Shu, Yiru Shu was also carefully observing her. That would be way too high a cost for just one meal. While Solin kept observing Ju Shui, Yiru Shui was also observing her closely. At that moment, Solin was tied with iron chains. Although she wasn't completely immobilized, her movements were clearly very limited. In that room the whole time, she seemed completely broken. Recalling how she once looked in her police uniform, so beautiful and captivating, and seeing her now so miserable and pitiful, Yiru Shu also felt somewhat embarrassed. The 2 women, one big and one small, looked at each other in silence. Ju Sui was the one who broke the silence. Looking at this policewoman who was once so fierce and ruthless in the last days of the apocalypse, Yiru cast her a slightly mocking look. "So you're the pet that Dad keeps on the lower floor? Pet? You're calling me a pet? I'm a police officer, an evolver. When did I become a pet?" But soon, Solin realized something even more important. The words of Yiru Shui. "Dad?" Sane frowned and asked with some doubt. "Little one, who is your dad?" Upon hearing this, Yiru Shu looked at Lu Chuan beside her but did not directly clarify their relationship. She only stared at Cao Lin. She showed an innocent and pure smile. My dad is just my dad. Upon hearing the little girl's words, I couldn't help but admire her in my heart. Xiao Kiki is so intelligent. At such a young age, she already knows what it means to be cautious. Daughter, you are truly a prodigy. You definitely have the potential of a great emperor. At that moment, Zolan also recognized me. Isn't he one of the evolved zombies under the King of the Dead? And besides, isn't he a familiar of the invisible? His body was struck by a bunch of zombies. How can he be so calm in front of this little girl? Why does he seem so calm in front of this little girl, yet in front of me, he is so fierce and violent? Yiru Shui observed the police officer, who now looked quite disheveled, and then gently asked, Daddy's pet, what is your name? My name is Solin. Solin instinctively responded politely. But then she quickly realized, I am not a pet, so your name is Solin. Seeing the uniform you're wearing, you must be a police officer, right? Yiru Shui asked, with a very innocent expression. Seeing Yiru Shu's tender expression, at that moment, Solin didn't feel much distrust, and immediately responded with pride. Of course, as a police officer, I have saved many people since the apocalypse. Seeing Solin's proud face, Yiru Shu shook her head in her heart. This police officer is definitely, as they say in past life legends, easy to deceive. Little one, can you tell me what your name is? And where did your dad go? Yiru Shi looked at Shaolin. Dad says my nickname is Xiao Kiki. You can call me that too. After saying this, Yiru Shi smiled innocently at Shaolin, leaving her speechless. Shaolin thought that the little girl was simply too naive and adorable. But she didn't know that within Yiru Shu's small body lay the soul of an empress. Xiao Kiki, can you tell me why there are so many zombies here? And besides, you live here with your dad. Aren't you afraid that the zombies will harm you? After thinking for a moment, Solin finally asked, These zombies have tormented me enough. She doesn't understand how this little girl can get along so well with them. However, Yiru Shu acted as if she hadn't heard anything and changed the subject. Solin, on her part, also felt helpless. Auntie, at your age, do you have children? Yiru Shu approached Solin and, tilting her head, changed the topic. What did you say? Solin was completely surprised. She didn't expect such an adorable little girl to hit her with such a direct blow. What do you mean, at my age? I'm 24 years old, please. Little one, don't you think you're being a bit cheeky? And besides, I've always been single, never been in a relationship. Where would I get a child from? Solin was truly upset at that moment. Although she now looked quite disheveled, before the apocalypse, she was the police flower of Jay. You know, I was standing to the side watching Solin chatting happily with Xiao Kiki. This police officer turned out to be just as I thought, definitely big breasts and little brain. In just a moment, she had already revealed all her personal information. At that moment, I suddenly received a message. A huge zombie was chasing a weak human. It seemed to be a second-level zombie. I took out paper and a pencil. Do not open its chains and do not get close to it. After warning Yiru Shu, I left calmly. I sent Lightning number 2 to lure it in. Shortly after, the zombie was brought to the entrance of Seng community. Without hesitation, I released my psychic energy and controlled the zombie. The level 2 tank-type zombie suddenly froze, then began to groan. Its massive body started trembling, but within just a few seconds, the noise from this evolved zombie disappeared. It stood still, completely silent. Yiru Shu, hidden in the shadows, watched this with wide eyes. So you've already controlled it? Dad seems stronger than I imagined. No wonder he's the king of the zombies. Yiru Shu knew that the king of the zombies had an absolute suppression ability over common evolved zombies. But after seeing this process with her own eyes, she still felt very surprised. At that moment, I was also very excited. I immediately began testing the combat strength of this big guy. With just one strike, he crushed the car. No wonder he's a level 2 zombie. His strength is truly powerful. From now on, I'll call you Erpan. With Erpan's arrival, the heavy burden of guarding the gate was finally lifted from Apang. He stood at the entrance of Seng community. His enormous size alone blocked almost half of the community's main gate. His impact power was much stronger than that of Dipang, who carried 2 children. Yiru Shui, hidden in the shadows, Seeing that not only was her dad safe, but that he had also gained a powerful second-level tank-type zombie, felt very happy. With this powerful second-level tank-type zombie, Dad's safety shouldn't be a problem in the short term. To avoid being discovered, Yiru Shu quickly returned to Building 5 before I got home and acted as if nothing had happened. I also began thinking about what kind of weapon I should assign to Apang. I remembered that near here, there was a construction site and a steel factory. I immediately controlled Airpan and Lightning Number 2 to go there. Finally, they chose a giant metal pole, almost 3 meters long and approximately 30 centimeters in diameter. With this 3-meter steel pole, Apang became a demon king. With such terrifying power, he could destroy gods and Buddhas with no problem. As time passed, evolved beings and mutant zombies were becoming more numerous. I must also speed up my evolution process. Now that I have Apang with his great power, it is time to continue hunting other second-level zombies and mutant beasts and devouring crystal cores to increase my power. In Building 5 of Sang Community, in the room where Solin was imprisoned on the 5th floor, Yiru Shu, who looked very adorable in a princess dress, was feeding Solin bread piece by piece. Because I recently discovered that Xiaokiki really enjoys chatting with Zolin, I let the little one feed her. Zolin ate the bread. It had a wheat aroma while observing the supplies in the room. Xiaokiki, all this baby milk powder in the room must be for you, right? Recalling the previous battle and the strange circumstances in Building Number 5, Shoin showed a slight doubt in his eyes. Xiaokiki, tell me the truth. The king of the zombies must be your dad, right? However, upon hearing Solin Yiru Shue's question, she only displayed an innocent and pure smile and continued stuffing bread into Solin Yiru Shu's mouth. Yiru Shu smiled to herself. It seems this police officer is not so dumb. But getting information about my dad out of me is impossible. After giving bread to Solin with great kindness, she brought a straw and gave her mineral water. Looking at the supplies piled up around her, Sane couldn't help but smile bitterly. I never expected the most comfortable days I've had since the apocalypse to be in the territory of the king of the zombies. After these 2 days of frequent contact, the 2 women, one big and one small, talked a lot. Their relationship became much closer. After all, Yiru Shue's current appearance was that of a small baby. Sane, seeing the adorable Yiru, practically had no defenses. Upon knowing Yiru Shu's real age, Sane felt like her worldview was about to collapse. What kind of child under 1 year old can run up and down the stairs and still communicate normally with people? Is this even reasonable? However, immediately after, Solin looked at Yiru Shu, and a hint of compassion and pain appeared in her eyes. If I ever get the chance to get out alive no matter what, I must take Xiaokiki with me. Looking at Sane, Yiru Shu lifted her head and showed an innocent smile. Auntie Solin, if you could leave, what would you like to do? Call me sister. Sister, I'm a police officer. Naturally, in this apocalypse, my duty is to protect the survivors with my abilities, to protect ordinary people from the dangers of the zombies. Solin said this as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Upon hearing this, Yiru Shu couldn't help but smile bitterly. No wonder she's been deceived so many times. This woman is really adorably dumb. In this apocalypse, where everyone does whatever it takes to survive, she still thinks about sacrificing herself for others. Then, Yiru Shu, pretending disinterest, asked, "But what if those people don't even deserve your protection?" Hearing this, Solin was stunned. She couldn't help but recall the previous scenes at the police station. Clearly, she was risking her life searching for supplies outside, but those survivors not only didn't appreciate it, they even criticized her for bringing fewer supplies. At first, there were many officers at the police station, but with the constant searches and the need to go out for supplies, the number of officers dwindled. However, her and the others' efforts were not appreciated by the survivors. They received no gratitude from those survivors, and not even their own lives were valuable to them. Yiru Shue's words awakened Solin's memories, and also immersed her in deep silence. But when Solin looked down and saw the emblem on her uniform, she remembered the oath she took when she joined the police force. That made Solin's resolve strengthen once again. I am a police officer. As a police officer, I must protect the safety of ordinary people. I must keep danger away from them. Seeing the determination in Solin, Yiru Shu sighed resignedly inside. As expected, this police officer is so naive. At the beginning of the apocalypse, then, Yiru showed an innocent and adorable smile. Sister Saolan, I am also an ordinary person. Would you protect me too, if one day you discover that this world is not as beautiful as you thought? And when you feel like you don't want to protect others anymore, remember to come and protect me. Seeing how adorable Xiao Kiki was, Saoline immediately smiled and responded calmly. Sister, I promise you, if that moment ever comes, I will come to find you. Seeing the smile on Saolin's face, Yiru Shu couldn't help but feel pity for this foolish woman with big breasts. I hope you can keep smiling so happily when you really see the harsh reality of this world. In my past life, if in this life I can train my ability in the early days of the apocalypse, what achievements will I reach in the future? Not only have I successfully ascended to being the king of the third-level zombies, but now I can control hundreds of zombies. And besides, I discovered a second-level zombie Tyrannosaurus. However, this zombie is being attacked by a group of evolved humans. After a period of fighting, this small team was coordinating and fighting more and more bravely. This zombie Tyrannosaurus was beginning to struggle to resist. Immediately, I controlled Herpan to head there. Attack them. The more intense their attack, with more bravery, this zombie Tyrannosaurus began to not resist anymore. I immediately controlled Herpan to head over there. Hit it. The more intense the attack, the better. I'll show them what it means for the mantis to hunt the cricket and the nightingale behind. And Rushu saw me sitting on the sofa without moving. Dad, have you encountered some special problem? Yerushua quickly ran to the balcony and looked toward the complex through the window. Indeed, originally the second-level tank-type zombie that almost blocked the entire entrance of the Sunshine Complex was no longer there. Meanwhile, after suffering the continuous attacks from the whole team, the second-level zombie Tyrannosaurus finally could no longer resist. If they could kill it and obtain the crystal core of a second-level zombie, then upon returning to the survivor's base, it would be enough to obtain 5 bottles of basic evolution potions. They could even exchange it for an intermediate evolution potion, which would allow an evolved person to ascend to the second level. Currently, for the survivors, the way to strengthen their power is through... Herpang advanced across the battlefield toward the nearby area. Upon seeing this fearsome second-level tank-type zombie approaching, the team of evolved ones and the others were greatly surprised. These few had already been confronting a second-level Tyrannosaurus for quite some time. If another second-level zombie appears, they probably won't have any way to escape. Why did another zombie have to appear just now? Although they were displeased, the team quickly moved toward the location, and their forged steel metal rods began to move rapidly. The sound of the heavy metal rods made one's skin crawl. The already unstable second-level Tyrannosaurus, the team leader who was secretly observing, saw this scene. Since when do zombies use weapons? The team members had astonished expressions. They all came from the survivors' base in the city of Jai. What kind of zombies haven't we seen along the way? He pulled the crystal core from its head. The evolved team that had been observing from afar felt frustrated upon seeing this. However, reporting this new type of zombie would also earn them a large amount of contribution points. I don't know what this zombie is called, since it can use weapons. Let's call it a zombie with a weapon. Meanwhile, I was controlling Air P to return quickly. Then I took out a paper and said, "Oh, Kiki, Dad is going to leave for a while." I told him not to run off without permission, and Yiru quickly nodded with an obedient smile. "Don't worry, Dad. I'll stay home safely." After giving the instructions, I went down to the first floor and took the second-level core from Erpan's hands. After preparing, I could feel my body improving significantly. As always, when my psychic energy flooded my mind, I fainted. Meanwhile, on the 7th floor of building number 5, Jusue seemed to hear her dad's voice again. Could it be that Dad is going to evolve? When I opened my eyes again, I realized that my hair, teeth, and body were returning to a more human direction. With the increase of my mental power, not only could I control more second-level zombies, even third-level zombies I can now control. Now I truly deserve the title of King of the Zombies. With such terrifying mental power, I could walk through the streets controlling an entire legion of zombies. Yiru Shui, seeing that Dad had been gone so long without returning, couldn't help but fly up to the rooftop to look. Upon landing, she saw her dad violently hitting Deepang and Lightning number 2. "Dad, you've evolved to the 3rd level? This speed of evolution is already quite fast among zombies." Yiru Shu stayed watching from the rooftop for a moment. After a while, she couldn't help but shake her head. It's a pity that even though Dad has such a fast advancement speed, this kind of rudimentary training will still be very limited, even if he continues like this. She began searching her mind for the cultivation techniques she remembered. Several powerful techniques passed through her mind, but without exception, none of them were suitable for Dad at this stage. This made Yiru Shu feel somewhat frustrated. After a moment, Yiru Shu's eyes lit up with an idea. I've got it! The blood sword technique would be perfect for Dad. At that moment, a sword technique appeared in her mind. This technique was obtained from a secret place before she reached the 5th level in her past life. It's a pure killing sword technique. It doesn't require spiritual energy to execute. Even if Dad is only at the 3rd level, he can use it. Upon thinking of this, Yiru Shu began writing and drawing about it. After a while, looking at the paper full of content about the sword technique, Yiru Shu felt satisfied. The content on the paper was completely different from the characters she normally wrote. Dad will definitely not guess that this technique comes from her hands. Meanwhile, 2 kilometers from the Sunshine Complex, in a supermarket, a pair of evolved ones who had just escaped a dangerous situation were searching for supplies. But they had checked the whole place. Except for some rotten vegetables and spoiled meat, everything edible had already been looted. This is a joke. Who was the bastard who did this? They're really doing such immoral things? A supermarket this big, and not a single resource left? The leader of the evolved team couldn't help but curse in his mind. At that moment, the bald man of the team and the evolved one responsible for exploration returned. The team members, like Gassi, showed expectant expressions, but realized that both of them had discouraged expressions. Don't look at us. We went through several nearby neighborhoods. There's nothing left. Not only supermarkets and shops, even residential buildings, it seemed like everything had been exhausted. Just when everyone was feeling down, the evolved one with the exploration ability suddenly noticed something strange outside. He quickly extended his hand and pointed outside the supermarket. His voice was full of doubt. Look quickly. There are 2 zombies outside. It looks like they're carrying something. This strange scene left the evolved ones present completely stunned. Am I seeing things? Why do I see 2 zombies transporting supplies? Is this a joke? These bloodthirsty monsters? What would they be doing with human supplies? At that moment, the team leader's gaze scanned the empty shelves around him. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. I had already been wondering before, in this high-pressure apocalypse situation, it is possible that due to panic or various reasons they couldn't take them. But in this entire surrounding area, we didn't find a single resource. This is already completely illogical. The others, upon hearing the team leader's words, also realized it. Everyone looked with expressions of disbelief. ID. You're not suggesting that the resources in this area have been looted by these zombies? Is that what you're saying? Upon hearing everyone, the leader couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Although I know this assumption is quite absurd, there is no other possibility at the moment. With the leader's words, the evolved ones inside the store felt as if their brains had stopped. They looked outside at the 2 zombies passing by at that moment. Everyone felt completely stunned. Is this a joke? Why are the zombies in this area so strange? These zombies that only attacked by instinct have now learned to use weapons, have even mastered certain combat techniques. If it were just that, it would be fine. But now they've even started stealing resources from humans. What's going on here? Zombies are stealing resources from humans? This is completely absurd. So they decided to follow these 2 zombies to investigate. They quickly arrived at the outskirts of the Sunshine community. But when they reached the community gate, everyone was paralyzed. At that moment, at the community gate, there was a giant zombie of extremely large size. And this zombie was the same one they had seen before, who with a few moves defeated the second phase tank-type zombie, leaving it with broken bones and torn tendons. Seeing the power of this zombie firsthand made the others not dare to underestimate it. Afterward, they hid in the vicinity of the community to observe more closely. At that moment, I was training with Lightning number 2 and the Big Fatty. At that time, Yiru Shu appeared again on the roof of Building 4. The blood sword technique had already been recorded in her notebook. "Dad, don't use that crude method to train anymore. I hope this sword technique helps you." Jiru Shu immediately used her mental power to launch the notebook she had organized herself from the sky, letting it fall. It landed precisely at my feet. This object that suddenly fell left me stunned. I was completely surprised. What's going on? A notebook fell from the sky. However, upon opening the notebook, on the first page was written the word blood sword technique. The blood sword technique is divided into 5 forms: deadly slash in the sky, bloody slash of the sky. This sword technique can even create ghostly shadows to attack the enemy's consciousness with a mental strike. It's incredible that such a mysterious sword technique exists in this world. It truly is amazing. I looked around again. It's really strange. How could such an incredible technique fall right at my feet? However, this notebook is very similar to Xiaoqi's, although much prettier than his. The little one always writes for fun when he has nothing to do. Both the cover and the inner paper are almost identical. Although I don't know where this manual came from, it's impossible not to train with it. It's as if it came to me for some reason. The members of the evolution team hiding around the Sunshine community finally understood. No wonder we didn't find a single resource here. Everything was taken by these zombies, so they decided to secretly climb the outer wall. They were planning to make a big move. After I finished training the blood sword technique, the little one quickly ran to my legs. Make some food for Sister Solin, too. Jiru Shu kept thinking about how to attract Solin and give her some care. In this post-apocalyptic world, providing some support can often win the other person over greatly. Besides, the current 9 Deaths Magic Police is still in the stage of being naive and trusting people due to her large chest. I nodded, then also made a portion for Solin. But at that moment, I suddenly felt a change in my mind. According to the patrols around the neighborhood, someone had entered the area again during the night. At that moment, the group hid in the green strip and surrounded it. But when ordinary people saw the large number of zombies patrolling like soldiers, they immediately got goosebumps. What's going on here? Is this a zombie hideout? The evolutionist in the team responsible for healing quickly looked around and then quickly said to the leader, "Captain, I feel like something's not right. We should retreat. We've never experienced a situation like this." "He's right. Let's not risk our lives for some supplies. Let's not put the lives of our brothers at stake." After hearing his words, the others nodded. But surprisingly, the captain was not afraid. Instead, he was very excited. He had the feeling that this neighborhood was not ordinary. It might hide some amazing secret, and his team could be the first to discover it. Surely, they would obtain great rewards. However, at that moment, the survivors felt a chill down their spines. They sensed that danger seemed to be approaching. The 3 quickly hurried. "I have the feeling that something is not right in this neighborhood. Yes, these zombies are not so simple. There are evolved Do-level zombies here, and so many common zombies. Even if we all go together, it's very possible that we are no match for them." The team leader, after being convinced by the others, nodded. He decided to take this information outside. What he didn't know was that I had already prepared a trap, waiting for them. He didn't know when, but I had already reached his back. This sudden scene made everyone tremble in fear. Then a large number of zombies began to surround the survivors like an army. If it weren't for their appearance, one could really think they were a group of living human soldiers. These little zombies, without saying anything, directly launched themselves to bite the others. "Damn it, brothers! Let's get out together!" The leader of the survivor team at that moment swung the large sword he had in his hands and led the others to escape. But the densely grouped zombies made them feel completely desperate. Only Lightning number 2 was seen moving his knives like thunder in the dark night, releasing cold flashes. The healing evolver, who had a somewhat weaker ability, was decapitated by Lightning number 2 in a single encounter. But at that moment, Big Fat had already arrived running with his double hammer. With his strength, each blow made Gank and the team leader retreat 2 steps. He looked at these survivors. "These guys dare to harm my neighborhood. That's touching my Achilles heel." At that moment, of the survivors who had broken into the neighborhood, only the fast-type bald man remained. In reality, I had left him on purpose. I wanted to test my combat power after having reached level 3. I quickly approached and launched a slash. The bald man was split in half. The bald man looked in shock at his lower half left behind. How fast was that slash? I felt satisfied. I didn't expect that. Even though I hadn't trained much, my sword technique had improved so much. It really isn't a common technique. It's a powerful skill. At that moment, upon hearing the screams of his companions, he was already pale with fear. His body was trembling uncontrollably. He didn't expect that this seemingly calm sun neighborhood was so terrifying, until the sound of the roaring zombies began to fade. The sound of the screams also began to disappear little by little. This evolver finally realized that all his companions were already dead inside the sun neighborhood. However, at that moment he also knew the situation was critical. He immediately suppressed the pain in his heart, and his body felt as if it had been forcefully struck. His body was completely paralyzed. In the next second, his body fell stiffly to the ground. It was seen that the back of his head had been pierced by a nail. Even his brain had been completely crushed. It was like tofu with spicy sauce. And at that moment, Yusue floated above him. Yuzu floated above. After eliminating some survivors who had invaded the community, I returned to the room and Iruchu showed me her drawing. Daddy, Daddy. Although the image was somewhat disturbing, it conveyed a touch of warmth. I gently pinched her cheek. Kiki did very well. The Andrang residential complex could be exposed at any moment. I must ensure Kiki's safety. Besides, Kiki is still small. She is at a crucial stage of her growth. She cannot remain locked in here forever. Luckily, this time, we will move to an environment where she can grow healthy and happy. I picked up a map with the location of the new home. I already had a plan in mind. Human survivors usually choose a remote place with little foot traffic to live, but I am different. I must look for a place that, before the apocalypse, had many people, because the greater the number of zombies, the more chances there are for them to evolve. For me, whether controlling them or devouring crystal cores to evolve, I also need fertile land around. After all the factories have stopped production. If I really want to raise her until she grows up, I need fertile land where I can produce food. Otherwise, relying only on resources collected in the city will not be enough to support her growth. Having land of my own, cultivating and producing sustainably, this is the key. After all, I have a zombie army to work for free. Besides, since she was born, Kiki has never eaten fresh vegetables. I finally managed to identify on the map a place that met my requirements. It was a farm located not far from the urban area of Yangai, a place with a wide and open territory that could accommodate a large zombie army. Also, on this farm there was fertile soil for cultivation. If conditions allowed, I could control a large number of zombies to till the land and plant. After deciding on the location, I turned and left. Iru hurried over to look. Why is Daddy suddenly looking at the map? What is he planning? She quickly found the farm I had marked with a circle. That place was near the urban area of Hangai. Upon seeing the location, Jiruksui immediately frowned. Could it be that many things had happened here lately? Daddy realized that the Yandangan Ruan complex is no longer safe. His next destination will be King Shu Farm on the outskirts. Heir Shuen didn't care about moving or not. As long as she could be beside Daddy, she was fine anywhere. Wherever Daddy was, she would follow him, whether on the outskirts or anywhere else. In her clear and determined eyes, there was an unbreakable determination. As the apocalypse advanced, the pressure on her zombie father also increased. She herself needed to train even harder. After taking a look at the map, Iruchuyu returned to focus on her training. She set out to become even stronger. At that moment, I was preparing to abandon the Andanheng complex and go to another area. After all, these supplies I obtained with great effort. I couldn't leave them to others. Besides, many baby products were hard to find outside the city, but upon seeing the huge amount of supplies accumulated, it was hard to make a decision. At the time, to ensure the girl had enough resources, I gathered everything that could be useful without thinking much. I even brought high school exam books. Now the entire Building 5 was full. If I wanted to move now, I had always been preparing my departure from the Yanganheng complex, and Iruchui had not sat idle during all this time. She never stopped training. You could see her small body trembling constantly. A powerful aura radiated from her little body. A bang. Juzui managed to reach the 3rd level. His body grew a bit more. After a while, his energy finally stabilized. Ire looked on with satisfaction. With his current power level, he could definitely dominate the entire apocalypse. At that exact moment, a figure stepped down from the driver's seat. His skin was incredibly pale and his face terrifying. There was still crimson blood between his teeth. It was a zombie, a driver, and one of those trucks. Iru looked through the window hole. His expression turned strange. Letting a zombie drive a truck? Only Dad could have thought of that. He didn't worry about other things. But what would happen to Sane, who was locked down below? The zombies could carry her onto the truck and then drive to the pink outskirts. Olin was human. She didn't know what Dad would do with her. Was he planning to take her too, but with that woman's personality? Now Iruchuyu suddenly remembered. A few days ago, when Sa found out she was living in a zombie refuge and didn't suffer fatal injuries, she became even bolder. She even brought food to the survivors at the police station. Even with her own life at risk, she still cared about others. She really deserved the title of saint. Giruchu sighed helplessly in front of San. No wonder that in her past life, Saul died so many times in the early stages of the apocalypse. Even in this situation, that woman probably still won't want to leave Yanga with Dad. I understand where she gets that overwhelming sense of responsibility. She still thinks of others. As for the case of the 9 police demons, Iru continued paying close attention. After all, this person had the potential to become a great emperor in the future. If he could get Iruchu to swear loyalty to him, but Sign only had breasts and no brains. Once she made a decision, she clung to it firmly. Getting her to change her mind would be extremely difficult. The most problematic thing was that I couldn't kill her nor let her commit suicide. After thinking about it, Juzui decided to speak directly to Dad. When Dad returned to the 7th floor, the little one immediately ran to his side. Iruyu looked with her big innocent eyes and asked curiously, "Dad, every day you drive so many trucks, what do you want to do?" "No hiding anything," I wrote on a piece of paper. "Dad is going to take you to live somewhere else. These trucks will be used to transport supplies. Zyaiki, do you want to leave here with Dad?" Iruine had no objection to this. She smiled and nodded. Yes, yes. Wherever Dad goes, I go. What will the world outside be like? Immediately, I felt a warm sensation in my chest. I was filled with joy. It seems that all this time taking care of my dear daughter wasn't in vain. The little one accepted to follow me without hesitation. That meant she really valued me as her father. And Chu took the opportunity to ask a question. "But what's going to happen to Saul? Will Dad take her with us too?" I nodded. Of course. That woman is Dad's mascot. Obviously, she has to come with us. Everything else can be left behind temporarily. But Sai? Definitely not. I wouldn't feel at ease if I left her. That woman can resurrect after dying. Her power doubles each time. If she escapes my control, who knows what she might become. I broke Solan's legs and kept her locked up for a long time. If one day she regains her strength, she might want revenge on me. Taking her with me is the best option. But Dad, what if she doesn't want to come with us? Hearing that from Ear, I couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. So what if Solin doesn't want to? In her current state, does she even have a choice? If she refuses to come, I can simply use hands and feet and take her by force. As for the survivors Solane worries about, what do they matter to me? I'm a zombie. I almost forgot about that woman's evolutionary ability. If I drag her by force, what happens if she decides to commit suicide? I can't understand why someone would have such an absurd ability. Dying and reviving is already too much. But on top of that, she gets stronger. Such a ridiculous ability, combined with Soline's personality. This duo is an absolute disaster. Anything that threatens me or Kiki must be eliminated completely, without leaving loose ends. But with Soline, I simply can't do anything. With her ability, I can't kill her, nor let her go free. Just thinking about it made me frustrated. This woman is a real problem. I finally made a decision. Anyway, I was already ready to leave this place. The farm was quite far from here. Maybe in the future we wouldn't cross paths again, so why not just let her go free during this time? Kiki often came across someone who no longer had intentions and was willing to talk to her. That wasn't easy. Although Sa isn't very smart, her heart is truly kind. I wasn't worried about Kiki talking to her. Since I had already made my decision considering the relationship between Kiki and Zolan, I decided to inform Little Ear. She nodded. She also understood the logic behind it. Shortly after, on the 5th floor, upon seeing Iruchuyu's arrival, Sain, although she had enough food every day, couldn't help but feel guilty. In her heart, there was always a hint of remorse. All this time, she couldn't stop thinking about all the survivors who were starving every day. This made Sa uncomfortable. That the supplies near the police station were disappearing. Last time I went out, there was only one evolved there. Now that I'm locked up here, the survivors at the station. Surviving in this world full of zombies was already a difficult task, let alone going out to gather supplies. Thinking about that, she was really worried about the station. Had those survivors died of hunger in recent days? Every time Sally spoke, she mentioned the same thing. Despite her own life being at risk, she still kept worrying about the survivors at the station. This woman really has no cure, sighed Iruchu with resignation. My daddy decided to let you go. What? What did you say? Saulinya widened her eyes. It seemed completely unbelievable. She even thought she had heard wrong. She had been a prisoner of the Zombie King. Solin even thought she would never escape alive. She never imagined she would actually hear the news that she could leave. She looked at Garuchu in disbelief. When she saw her nod again, she said, So, if I can really go, can I take some food? I want to bring it to the people at the station. It's getting harder and harder to collect supplies in this apocalypse. If they don't get something soon, they'll probably starve to death. Even so, she gathered courage and asked. She really couldn't stop worrying about the survivors at the station. As a level 2 evolved, Solin's body had a great recovery capacity. Although her legs had been crushed by Dapanga before, they still hadn't completely healed. But under my captivity, she ate well. Only her figure was still unstable when running, and her walking remained clumsy. Iruin couldn't help but feel speechless upon hearing this. She's doomed. I'll answer on Daddy's behalf. I'll let you take some food with you. Anyway, there's too much here. Daddy won't be able to take it all either. Upon hearing this, Shaolin was filled with joy. She began to suspect that it was all just a dream. Why were so many good things suddenly happening to her? Iruyu spoke. Do you remember our previous agreement? Upon hearing this, Sa remembered her promise with Irui. At that moment, her gaze became serious and determined. She had made a decision in her heart. Don't worry, Kiki. I will definitely get you out of here. I'll take you to a place where humans should really live. Then Jiru Shu made a sign to Aul. The two skillfully blocked Lightning Ning On's view. Taking the opportunity, Jiru Shu slipped a small paper into San's hand. She immediately understood and didn't open it at that moment. She held it tightly in her palm and then put it in her pocket. Through Lightning 1, I was able to witness the farewell between Giru and San. Then I controlled Lightning 1 to lift Sane. He quickly carried her away, toward the entrance of the complex. With the other hand, Lightning Van held a backpack. Inside was the food that S wanted to take to the precinct. When she crossed the door of the Yangang Wang complex, Sai couldn't help but turn her head to look at Panga. Her heart made a decision. Kiki, I will definitely come back. After walking away and reaching a deserted corner, Sao took the small paper that Iruchuyu had handed her. There were only 4 words written on it. Granha King Shui. From the top of the building, I watched from afar. Sa was limping away from the door. I hope we never meet again. Suddenly, I received a message from my puppet spy. He had discovered the whereabouts of an evolved zombie. That woman really brought bad luck. Just as she left, good news arrived. After so many days of searching, there were finally signs of an evolved zombie. I immediately sent my puppets there. But to be safe, I decided to also send someone from Panga. Lightning Onein stayed in the CCO building to protect Kiki. Dad made another discovery. Giruksu was standing on the building and soon noticed the movements of all the zombies in the complex. At that moment, they were all quickly following her father outside, running toward the door. Jiru saw that Lightning W, who had previously been assigned by Lu to watch over Saul on the 5th floor, had now been reassigned to watch the entrance. Iruchuyu's heart warmed. She felt touched. Dad really never stopped worrying about her. But Dad, I think you underestimate me too much. With my current power level, I doubt anyone could hurt me. Shortly after, I saw a level 2 tyrant, a zombie stuck to the wall, unable to get out. He was moving his arms frantically forward. At the end of the corridor between the 2 buildings, there was a human trapped there, trembling with fear. His face was completely pale. His legs were shaking uncontrollably. Upon seeing the state of that tyrant zombie, I shook my head with resignation. This big guy is undoubtedly the dumbest zombie I've met. Without hesitation, I successfully controlled him using my mental power, just because he had the ability to resurrect after dying, and his power doubled each time. But I broke his legs. When Sai arrived, limping at the precinct, "Officer S, you're alive!" Upon learning of Sane's return, everyone looked at her strangely. Sane noticed that everyone seemed to have gone quieter. They remained seated, barely moving. Even when she approached, people kept their distance, but Say didn't give it much importance. She took out all the contents of her backpack. There was bread, bottled water, cookies, even dried meat, chocolate, and more. All of them were valuable resources in the apocalypse. The survivors who previously mocked Sa suddenly showed a glint of greed in their eyes. Instinctively, they began to surround her. How strange. Where are Lao Lu and the others? She felt a bit confused. Only then did Sai notice that not only her companions, but also the other survivors at the precinct. There were far fewer people than when she left. Where did the others go? Upon hearing this, Saor began to hesitate, stammering for a while without saying anything concrete. "Officer Sound, what happens is, there were almost no supplies left in the precinct. If people had no food, they couldn't survive." Upon hearing this explanation, Solin couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. All the food in the surroundings had been transferred to the Yandan Heng complex by the Zombie King. It would be a miracle to find anything. Upon seeing the people devouring the food ravenously, Shaolin showed a genuine smile. After so long without supplies, it was clear that everyone was starving. Seeing them eat the food she had brought, she felt deeply satisfied. In the end, her effort had really been worth it. The fatigue from the journey finally overcame her. She threw herself onto a bed and fell into a deep sleep. In her dream, Choi vaguely heard the sound of a knife being sharpened. She slowly opened her eyes and realized they had tied her up. In front of her were the same survivors who had eaten the supplies she had brought. They had lit a bonfire inside the police station and were sharpening knives. They looked at her with eyes full of cruelty. That look was the same as that of a wild wolf when it finds its prey on the plain. "What are you doing? Why have you tied me up? Let me go right now!" Solin looked at them in disbelief. She couldn't believe that after so much effort to bring them food, her reward would be this fate. "We're sorry, Officer Sao, but the food you brought is not enough. Now that there's no more food, we have to survive." Upon hearing that, Sao Lin was first stunned. Then a chill ran through her whole body. The burning bonfire, the sharpened knives, her tied-up body, and the missing people. "It can't be. What have you done to them exactly? Where are they?" "I'm sorry, Officer Sao. The food was too scarce. At first we only thought about getting rid of the elderly and children. After all, in this apocalypse, they were just a burden. But your companions were too stubborn. They refused to share with us. So we had no choice. To survive, we waited for them to fall asleep. And then we turned them into food, too." Solin's mind went blank all of a sudden. She couldn't believe that these people she had rescued had turned into monsters in just a few days. "Damn it! You're damned animals! You're no different from those zombies! We risked our lives to save you, and this is how you repay us?" Before Solin could finish, the survivors moved toward her one by one, raising their sharp knives. Solin felt the strength leave her body quickly. But more than the physical pain, what hurt the most was her heart. One of the younger survivors approached Solin with a sharpened knife. His face was full of guilt, with tears in his eyes. "I'm sorry, Officer Sao. You're a good person." Before losing consciousness, Solin's last thoughts made those words seem like a cruel joke. "Good person? If I'm such a good person?" The fire from the bonfire crackled in the police station. The flames illuminated a place that was once solemn and serious. Now it looked more sinister and horrifying than ever. Under the firelight, blood and grease stains could be seen everywhere. The remains of the sacrificed survivors' bodies. On the bed where Solin had been lying, only a pool of blood and the remnants of torn ropes and clothes were left. Near the bonfire, there were still fragments of bones and flesh. The survivors who had become cannibals were falling asleep one by one. The last one to approach Solin, the one who had stabbed the knife into her body, scanned the room cautiously. He approached the bonfire, took a piece of cloth, and wrapped up Solin's remaining bones. Then he silently left the room. Hugging Solin's bones, he went to a green area in the police station courtyard. With his own hands, he dug a hole in the ground and buried Solun's remains there. Upon seeing Solun's bones, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. "I'm sorry, Officer Sao. Please don't blame me. If you must blame someone, blame them. They're the real demons." As he spoke, his body wouldn't stop trembling. The officer and the others were killed because they refused to join them. One after another, they were slaughtered in their sleep. I had no choice. If I had refused to eat, they would have devoured me too. I had no other option. I just wanted to survive. I just wanted to live. The young man still felt guilty about what had happened to Solin. He couldn't stop sobbing after speaking. Maybe out of remorse, or maybe out of fear, he knelt and struck his forehead against the ground several times. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Yangon Hang complex, more than 100 zombies had gathered. Each of them wore a completely closed motorcycle helmet. In their hands, they held baseball bats, firefighter axes. Some even carried kitchen knives and steel rods. I was holding Yiru Shu's hand, who was wearing a princess dress. For a moment, I felt a bit melancholic because this was the first home Kiki and I had in this world. Yiru Shu stood to the side, watching as the zombies transported supplies, moving like a colony of ants. Dad really gathered all the supplies from the surroundings. He filled an entire building. We didn't leave until we had fully loaded the 5 trucks. Then I climbed into the last one with Yiru Shu. Incredible. Dad has evolved to this level, controlling 5 zombies simultaneously to drive and transport supplies. Only a zombie king with human consciousness like him could do it. Yiru Shue understood it well. All of this was because her father feared that there wouldn't be enough resources at King Shui Farm for her to grow. Part of the 5 trucks were already on the move. My zombie army closely followed, and the sound of their footsteps rumbled, "T-T-Tup." At this moment, I truly felt like an ancient emperor in procession. No wonder ambitious men in ancient times wanted to leave their mark on history. They wanted to build their own empire. This feeling was definitely unique. The silent streets of Yangi. The sound of engines once again echoed through the quiet streets. 5 massive trucks formed a convoy, speeding down the road. Behind the convoy, a horde of zombies was relentlessly pursuing them. They were only mindless creatures with no desire beyond the instinct to devour blood. Yet their formation appeared surprisingly organized. I looked at Kiki, who was sitting by the window, took out pen and paper. "Kiki, if you're tired, you can sleep a bit." Yiru Shu read the message and gave me a sweet smile. "Daddy, I'm not sleepy." It was her first time traveling by car. Watching the city landscape made her feel incredibly happy. Sitting by the window, looking outside, her expression reflected pure peace and joy. Seeing her little face so adorable, I couldn't help but smile. Then I began alternating my visions, inspecting the surroundings through my zombies. At the convoy's current speed, we'd probably reach King Shui Farm by nightfall. The roar of the convoy in the city of Yanga was deafening. Along the way, numerous zombies were attracted by the noise. However, ordinary zombies were no match for the evolved zombies. Under the pressure of the evolved ones, the ordinary zombies ran like headless flies trying to escape. Those who couldn't get out of the way were brutally crushed by the trucks. A survivor searching for supplies in a store suddenly froze. Am I hallucinating from hunger? Why do I feel like I'm hearing engines? No, it's not a hallucination. They're real vehicles. Could it be that the army has arrived? He quickly ran to the store window and looked outside. In the distance, he saw a massive convoy of trucks. Upon seeing that scene, the survivor was immediately filled with excitement. He wanted to run out and meet the convoy, but as he got closer, he realized it wasn't a human army. He couldn't believe what his eyes were seeing. In the driver's seats of the 5 trucks, there were no humans, but terrifying, deformed zombies. I'm seeing things. Zombies driving trucks? The survivor inside the store gulped down big sips of water. That was the only way he managed to calm his disturbed mind. Meanwhile, I kept focused on controlling my zombies at the wheel, unaware that this zombie convoy had caused a huge impact on the survivors of J. Shortly after, the zombie leading the convoy suddenly detected an obstacle ahead. In front of us, a massive golden wall blocked the wide street. As my zombies got closer, I realized this wasn't a wall built by humans. It wasn't a containment barrier. That huge golden mass ahead of us was actually scales. A deafening hiss echoed in the air. The colossal golden body in front of us began to move. 2 of my scout zombies were devoured in a single bite. The gigantic creature coiled in the street finally revealed its true form. It was a massive golden python. Its length was immense, reaching at least 20 meters, equivalent to the size of 2 trucks combined. The fact that such a colossal beast had appeared in the middle of the city left me stunned. I quickly checked my map. That's when I realized we were near the largest zoo in Yangi. There was no doubt. This golden python had mutated after escaping from the zoo. Damn it, this mutant beast seemed even fiercer than the evolved zombies. I immediately commanded my evolved zombies to attack. Herpan moved to the front. Dapan led the tank-type zombies and deployed them on both flanks. Meanwhile, the agile zombies leapt from rooftop to rooftop, steel swords in hand. The agile zombies quickly approached the central body of the mutated golden python. Herpan forcefully swung his steel rod over a ton in weight and smashed it fiercely against the giant python's head. With an impact of more than a ton of force, even this enormous creature staggered from the blow. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the rest of the zombies unleashed a frenzied attack. Among them, the most powerful in terms of pure attack was undoubtedly the second-phase tyrant zombie. With its sharp claws capable of ripping through cars, not even the mutated python's scales could withstand. In less than 1 round, the gigantic mutant python, bleeding profusely, collapsed heavily to the ground. It would never move again. After extracting the crystal from its core, Yirushu, from the truck cabin, looked at the corpse of the mutated beast with shining eyes. Meat. I want to eat meat. She had gone so long without tasting meat that Yirushu had almost forgotten what it was like. Looking at the massive mutated python in front of her, her eyes lit up with overflowing joy. I've been drinking powdered milk for so long. Today I'm finally going to eat meat. She grabbed my clothes excitedly and exclaimed, "Daddy, I want to eat snake meat." However, this time, when I heard the little one, I didn't respond immediately. Instead, I hesitated. Yirushui, upon seeing my expression, quickly understood what was going on. That's why I was so indecisive. Humans can not only eat the meat of these mutated beasts, but it's actually very nutritious. Later on, techniques for breathing and absorption were even developed based on this principle. It involved consuming the flesh and blood of mutated beasts. However, even though Jusue knew all of this, he didn't know how to explain it. "Daddy, let me eat snake meat." This truly caught me by surprise. I immediately took out pen and paper and wrote, "Xiaokiki, we don't know if the meat of mutated animals has side effects. Let's wait and test if it's safe before you eat it." Seeing how much she longed for the meat, I decided to use a few survivors as test subjects. If, after eating the meat of these mutated beasts, humans show no strange changes, then the next time we encounter one, we can eat it together. Inside, I understood clearly. A child's growth requires a varied and indispensable diet. Powdered milk and eggs alone weren't enough. Even if she couldn't eat meat yet and was a little disappointed, at least her father understood what she wanted. Knowing that she might be able to eat meat in the future filled Yirushu with joy. Outside the police station, a faint red glow appeared on a small hill. A second later, the mound began to move. Suddenly, a hand covered in dirt emerged from the soil. Solin was seen crawling out of the mound, completely unscathed. What's more, the energy radiating from her body had multiplied several times compared to before. Solin's beautiful face was now stained with dirt. Remembering everything that had happened earlier, Solin was filled with rage. She had never imagined she would be murdered by the very survivors she had saved. Upon resurrecting, all her wounds had completely healed. She lifted her head and looked toward the police station, still wrapped in flames. In her eyes, there was only utter coldness. A dense, murderous aura emanated from her. The policewoman who had always been kind and gentle, the air around her now grew noticeably colder. Solin walked straight toward the interior of the police station. When she kicked the door open, she saw a group of survivors gathered around, enthusiastically devouring a roasted corpse. Even though the body on the fire was torn into pieces, it still had certain features that allowed one to recognize it as human. Solin also noticed that another person in the room was missing. To think she went through so much effort, even sacrificing herself multiple times to save them. only to find out they were a group of cannibalistic demons. Solin's rage burned within her. Even when she was captured by the zombie king, she had still worried about the safety of those in the police station. But the only thing she received in return was a knife in the back. After the apocalypse broke out, she and her colleagues had risked their lives to save them. And in the end, they didn't die at the hands of zombies, but at the hands of human-shaped demons. Damn it, they're beasts. A group of selfish demons who dared to eat other humans just to survive. I should have left them to their fate from the beginning, let them die surrounded by zombies. Solin's voice was ice cold. Even with the fire inside the station, the survivors present felt a chill down their spines. The survivors in the room panicked immediately. With high-pitched voices, they were so scared they dropped the roasted meat from their hands. Their bodies trembled involuntarily. No one could believe that someone who had been torn apart and even eaten, like Solin, could come back to life. But instead of being satisfied, these people had devoured her as food. What they didn't know was that she had already become an evolved one. She possessed the ability to grow stronger after death. At that moment, Solin's sudden appearance took all the survivors in the police station by surprise. That was when they remembered what Solin had told them before about her official ability. "Officer Sao, we made a mistake. We had no choice. We couldn't find any supplies. We were too hungry. Otherwise, how could we have resorted to cannibalism?" Looking into Solin's cold and merciless eyes, the survivors began to tremble. Seeing that Solin didn't respond, one after another, they knelt on the ground. "We know you're a police officer. Please forgive us. We'll never do it again." Solin's fists clenched tightly. Her jaw creaked with fury. In front of her, those people, they put on pitiful faces. But Solin clearly remembered the looks full of greed they had given her, as if they were starving wolves stalking their prey. Did they ever think about how I felt? What would have happened if I didn't have the ability to resurrect? I'd already be nothing but dust by now. Even though Solin was naturally kind and gentle, facing these traitors who had murdered her, she felt only a burning fury in her heart. These despicable people not only stabbed her repeatedly, but even now continued to eat human flesh. They didn't dare face the fierce zombies outside, but they were perfectly capable of killing those weaker than themselves. Solin stepped forward slowly, her presence growing colder and colder. "Officer Sao, have you forgotten? You're the one who rescued me with your own hands from the zombies." The nearest survivor cried out desperately, trying to awaken Solin's compassion. But his words only enraged her further. Solin acted swiftly and snapped his neck. When his body fell heavily to the ground, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. "Don't kill me! I beg you, forgive me!" Cries of terror filled the room. One after another, bodies collapsed to the floor. These demons who had betrayed their own kind were eliminated one by Solin. Very soon, the survivors in the police station had all been wiped out by her. All but one. "Officer Sao, you're a good person, really. They forced me to do it. I had no other choice. Please forgive me." Solin recognized the person in front of her. He was someone naturally timid who had always been bullied before the apocalypse. He was originally a kind-hearted person. Looking into his pleading eyes, Solin hesitated for a moment. After a brief pause, she didn't have the heart to kill him. Just as she turned to leave, she heard the sound of a gun being cocked behind her. Her eyes turned cold in an instant. She launched herself at the survivor with incredible speed, snatched the gun from his hands, and delivered a brutal punch to his chest. The force of the blow shattered his ribs instantly. The broken bones pierced his heart, killing him on the spot. Why did you betray me?" Solin looked around the room filled with corpses. She screamed in anguish into the empty room, her heart consumed by pain. Solin couldn't understand why the people she had risked her life to save ended up betraying her. How ridiculous she had been. For the sake of these survivors who meant nothing to her, she had even gone without food herself. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Solin finally understood. The peaceful and harmonious world she remembered was gone forever. And if one day you discover that this world isn't as beautiful as you thought, and you no longer want to protect others, then come protect me. That promise echoed in Solin's mind. Lost in confusion, her gaze suddenly regained clarity. That's right. There's still someone in this world worth protecting. Xiaokiki is waiting for me. Even though this world is no longer what it once was, and human nature has been pushed to its limits in the apocalypse, Xiao Kiki is different. The little girl is so sweet and adorable. Her shiny black eyes are full of purity and kindness. She's barely arrived in this world, and she deserves to have a wonderful life. Only the pure and kind deserve to be protected by a police officer like me, even with my life. After understanding this, Seo Lin took one last look at the place where she planned to dedicate her life. Then, disappointed, she turned around and left, but when Sain returned to the Yanghang residential complex, he discovered that it was completely empty. The zombies that previously filled the area had disappeared. Even all the supplies from Building C had been looted. Where is Xiao Kiki? At that moment, he suddenly remembered the note that Xiao Kiki had given him before leaving. Haikun Farm. Xiao Kiki has moved to Haikun Farm. I looked at the second-level evolution crystal in my hand. I have already reached the third level. This second-level crystal is no longer useful to me. After hesitating for a moment, I decided it would be better for her Pang to devour it. However, I did not allow him to do it immediately. After all, the most urgent thing was to reach the Haikun Farm as soon as possible. I could take care of that once we settled in our new home. Quality is more important than quantity in the army. What I need are more powerful high-level fighters. If in the future I find third-level crystals, I could keep them to use myself. As for the lower-level crystals, it would be more profitable to leave them for the evolution of the zombie puppets. Over time, I might be able to form a complete army composed exclusively of evolved zombies. Just imagining that possibility was overwhelming. If that really happened, I could move through the apocalypse without restrictions. Along the rest of the way, from time to time, evolved zombies appeared, but most were low-level. As soon as these first-level evolved zombies appeared, they became new members of my army of zombie puppets. The evolved zombies that I captured along the way far surpassed those I had obtained in the Yangon Hang community. I opened the map and checked the area where I was. If we continued advancing at this speed, the convoy would reach the Haikun Farm in a short time. I finally saw the sign at the entrance to the Kinsui Farm. The main gate of the farm was about 3 meters high. The width of the entrance exceeded several meters. On both sides of the gate were the walls of the farm, built with thick wooden posts and wire fences. Inside the wall, there was a vast expanse of farmland. There was a variety of buildings and large cultivation fields. Observing the enormous expanse of land of the farm, I nodded with satisfaction. The King Shui farm was on the outskirts of Yanggi. It was a quiet and inconspicuous place to others. Moreover, the vast territory of the farm was more than enough for Xiao Kiki and me to live. It was much more spacious than the Yangonhang community. It also had plenty of space for my army of zombie puppets. The most important thing was that it was not a closed urban environment, so it did not feel so oppressive. From the outside of the farm, one could see that inside there were still many modern buildings. It was a completely suitable place for the daily life of Xiao Kiki and me. Dad, we have already arrived. And Yiru Shui stretched, looked at the sign of the King Shui farm, and asked curiously after being so long in the vehicle. I nodded. First, I sent a group of zombie puppets to explore the surroundings. The wire fence was already damaged. The puppets under my control easily entered the King Shui farm. Under the vision of the puppets, the silent interior of the farm was covered in blood. The passage of time and the wind had dried it, making it appear a dark brown tone. The scene was terrifying. There were signs of a fierce battle. The cultivation fields where vegetables once grew were destroyed. There were remnants of crops trampled and crushed on the ground. Also, in the fields, there were many giant footprints. They were deep, which indicated that their owner had great physical strength. By the shape of the footprints, they seemed to belong to animals like cows or sheep. It seemed that there were also mutant animals on the farm. It was very likely that the fields were destroyed by these mutated creatures. If I wanted to obtain fresh vegetables, I would have to use my puppets to till and sow again. I discovered that, in addition to the bones of human survivors, there were also corpses of mutated zombies that had been killed. Even their corpses had been brutally torn apart. Limbs were scattered everywhere. The place had a terrifying appearance. The scene before me made me feel alert. It seems that this King Shui farm is not as peaceful as it appears. If they have been able to destroy zombies like this, their strength should not be underestimated. Either it is an evolved zombie or a mutant animal. After investigating the surroundings of the farm, I did not find any living being. After crossing the chaotic scene, I continued controlling the puppet squad toward the interior of the farm. Then I heard noises. It sounded like the sound of a fight. There were also animal roars mixed in. As I approached slowly, I could see a creature. Its size was not as exaggerated as the golden mutant python, but it was clear that this mutant bull had terrifying musculature. Its marked and protruding muscles looked like those of a bodybuilder doped with steroids. Its exaggerated musculature made anyone shiver just by looking at it. The noise from the puppet's movement alerted the mutant bull. It immediately dropped the corpse it had in its mouth and, without thinking twice, charged toward the puppets. In a matter of seconds, a puppet was completely destroyed by the impact of the mutant beast. Then I understood that all the living beings on the farm had probably been devoured by this mutant bull. The speed and explosive strength of that mutant bull were absolutely exaggerated. It had definitely reached the second phase level. With the situation already assessed, I controlled Air Pang and the Tyrant to quickly head toward the interior of the farm as reinforcements. The thud caused by the second phase zombies running made the mutant bull even more frenzied. Its red eyes shone with fury. It looked like a crazed bull. Air Pang swung his metal bar, weighing over a ton, and smashed it against the bull's head. The bull was instantly stunned. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the Tyrant quickly moved forward. His sharp claws moved rapidly and opened a huge wound in the mutant bull's body. Shortly after, the bull fell dead. When Tyrant number 1 handed me its energy crystal, together with the energy crystal from the second phase golden mutant python, I now had 2 energy cores. Their energy should be enough for Herp to evolve to the third phase. With the threats inside the farm already eliminated, I began to send a large number of puppets to explore the inner area of the farm. The body of the mutant bull would not go to waste. I stored its meat, just like I had with the golden mutant pythons. Although I could consume its meat without problems, I would wait to find a human survivor to test whether the mutant meat was safe for them. Once verified, I could make use of it. If the mutant meat was edible, I could finally practice my culinary skills. After scanning the farm from top to bottom, exploring every corner, I finally felt relieved. Inside the King Shui farm, the only living being was that mutant bull. The surroundings were surrounded by high walls. On the south side of the King Shui farm, near the main gate, is the cultivation zone. Here, various crops can be planted. There are also numerous vegetable gardens. On the east side was the poultry and livestock breeding area. However, there have been no living beings here for a long time. Only pools of blood and excrement remain. On the north side of the farm is an extensive fruit grove, while to the west, there is a fish pond. After exploring the whole area, I discovered that I did not leave empty-handed. In the northern grove, there were still many fruits hanging from the trees. Great. I never imagined that in this apocalyptic world I could still find fresh fruits. Now the little one will be able to get enough vitamins. Searching for life on land was no longer an option. I could only focus on the water. If there were still some fish in the pond that had not been infected and had not been hunted either, then I could get some fish meat for the little one. However, when I arrived at the pond, I realized the water was completely murky. It was almost impossible to see what was inside the pond. The most worrying thing was a huge dragging mark on the shore. I controlled my puppet to approach slowly. Just at that moment, the surface of the water began to stir. Instantly, a gigantic turtle emerged from the murky water. The size of this monstrous turtle surpassed anything I knew. Its body was enormous, at least 2 or 3 meters long. Even the largest sea turtles would look tiny next to it. There was no doubt that it was another mutated beast that had evolved after the apocalypse. However, its evolution seemed to have taken a different path. Without thinking twice, the giant turtle lunged and bit the puppet's leg. The sound of bones breaking was sharp and chilling. Damn, what a huge turtle. Seeing this gigantic turtle suddenly emerge from the water left me stunned. I never imagined that such a massive monster was hiding in these murky waters. The most incredible thing is that, despite its colossal size, it remained completely stealthy underwater. If it hadn't suddenly emerged, I wouldn't even have noticed its presence. The incredible strength of its bite caused the puppet's ankle to break instantly. This giant turtle is incredibly strong. Its bite is terrifyingly powerful. They say turtles live 1,000 years, and this one must be an extremely nutritious delicacy. If I later find out that the meat of mutated animals is edible, I could save it for Okiki to eat and grow stronger. But considering how dangerous it is, I assigned 2 puppets to constantly watch it from the shore to prevent this giant turtle from coming onto land. After confirming there were no more threats on the farm, I began sending a large number of puppets to King Shui Farm. The main task was to clean the residential area. The puppets also started moving supplies into the farm. Once all these preparations were complete, only then did I take Shakiki's hand and slowly enter the farm. Now the farm and Luchuan were clean. The scattered remains and fragmented flesh on the ground were also collected by the puppets. The dark bloodstains on the walls and other traces were completely cleaned. Now the whole farm looked prosperous and full of life. It seemed like it was truly a good place. Yiru Shui looked around with curiosity. She discovered that this farm, at first glance, really was better than the Sunshine Complex. King Shui Farm had a much wider area, and being in the countryside, offered various natural views. Feeling the beauty of her new home, Yiru Shui suddenly began to feel hopeful for the future. She had never imagined that her new life partner would be a zombie king. Yiru Shui had never tried to live with zombies, much less in an area completely infested with them. It was something she couldn't even imagine back then. She had only 2 options: die or kill zombies. She would never have thought of a shared life with them. But now, after being reborn in the body of a baby, this strange situation had somehow found its way to me. Not only are there tyrant zombies guarding the entrance, but there are also countless zombies producing non-stop on the farm 24 hours a day. Besides that, I adopted a human baby. But what I never imagined was that this baby was the reincarnation of the Empress from her past life. When Yiru Shu woke up, the fruit was already cut, and breakfast was prepared for her. Yiru Shu's eyes sparkled. She could barely remember how long it had been since she smelled fruit. Even though today's breakfast was the same fried rice with egg as always, she had eaten it for a long time during the apocalypse. Now many human survivors could only hide in dark basements, and having something to eat was already great luck. They not only had to stay alert to zombie attacks, but also constantly fear being betrayed by their own companions. In comparison, she lived like a divine being. After eating and drinking until she was satisfied, I took her for a walk around the farm. She saw human figures using various agricultural tools to work. Yiru Shui was stunned. Could it be that there were still living people here? But when she got closer, she discovered that they were all zombies controlled by her father. Farming using zombies. Dad really had creative ideas. The best part is that these zombies never get tired, and they don't even need a salary. They don't even need to eat or drink water. This is a continuous 24-hour non-stop production. Indeed, the best labor option for ruthless bosses. When I finished organizing everything inside the farm, I remembered that I still had 2 level 2 crystal cores, so I decided to let ARP try to evolve into a level 3 zombie. And as expected, after feeding him those 2 cores, he successfully evolved into a level 3 zombie. After this sudden evolution, his size almost reached that of a truck, and his body developed scales. I tested him with my machete, and his defense was truly impressive. Now, Herpan directly became the battle tank of the zombie world. At that moment, I remembered that I still hadn't processed the mutant beast's corpse. So I went to the warehouse and controlled the zombies to cut it into pieces one by one. "Dad, I want to eat meat." Yiru Shu, upon seeing so many mutant beast corpses, couldn't stop drooling. She clung to my leg and didn't want to let go. She kept using her spoiled tactic. I wrote on the ground, "Not yet, good Seo Kiki, wait 2 more days." Seeing Aya Kiki frown with a pained expression, my heart ached too. In secret, I decided that if the meat of mutant animals was edible for humans, I would definitely let Seo Kiki eat until she was satisfied. I would raise her until she became a little chubby girl. So, the next day, I controlled Ray 1, carefully dressed him like a human, and had him drive a heavy truck loaded with giant meat into the city. Soon after, I saw a skinny human fleeing in desperation. Behind him, several wandering zombies were chasing him. Seeing Ray 1 suddenly appear, the man saw him as his only salvation. He waved his hands non-stop, begging for help. Ray 1 immediately turned the steering wheel. The zombies chasing the survivor were crushed by the heavy truck, turned into pieces. Brother, I truly thank you. If it weren't for you, they would have already caught and devoured me. Could I get a ride with you? We could escape together. Ray 1 remained silent. He simply took a piece of mutant meat and threw it out the window. Seeing the meat, the survivor's eyes lit up with excitement. Seeing Ray 1 driving away, the survivor, without saying a word, directly hugged the giant cooked meat and started eating. Ray 1 didn't leave. Instead, he followed the survivor in secret. He watched how he devoured the meat greedily until he finished it completely. Until the next day, he showed no abnormal reaction. On the contrary, he looked full of energy. Seeing this, I looked at Chow Kiki, who was doing her homework. Great. The little one will finally be able to eat. Meat. What is this smell? It smells delicious. In the morning, Yiru Shu, who was deeply asleep, suddenly sensed a delicious aroma at her nose. The smell was so strong that it woke her from her sleep. When she saw me bringing a bowl of meat soup, her eyes opened wide. Eh? What is this? Today we're not eating fried rice with egg? Looking at the steaming and fragrant bowl of meat soup, for a moment she felt like crying. She took the spoon from her father's hand and began to devour it eagerly. How tasty! But what is this? This is real food. What kind of life had she been living before? Savoring the delicious meat soup, Yiru's heart was filled with happiness. In the blink of an eye, she finished all the soup in the big bowl. Dad, I want more. Yiru Shu, excited, grabbed the big bowl in front of her, lifted it toward me, and looked at me with hope. I shook my head and didn't let her keep eating. Xiaokiki is still small. I worry that eating too much meat from mutant animals might be harmful to her health. Seeing that the little one kept looking at me expectantly, I had no choice but to take out paper and pencil to write, "Don't worry. Dad got you a lot of meat. I promise that from now on you'll have meat to eat every day. But promise me something. Oh my God, why did I end up as a baby after reincarnating? I can't even eat all the meat soup I want." Even so, I was quite satisfied. For example, Saolin, who is an evolved one during the apocalypse, couldn't even eat until she was full. After her father took her to the Yangan Hang community, that was the most comfortable time she had since the apocalypse began. Besides, Yiru saw the note her father had left her. Dad was worried that she would eat too much. Thinking that from now on she'll always have meat, Yushu's heart filled with expectations. Eating meat every day. This really is life. This is practically a life. Yue remembered how her life was in her past life. Back then, she was still struggling to survive. She didn't even dream of moving from the Yuan community to the Aikun farm. Being able to walk just a few streets safely already made her feel lucky. As for the life she has now, she wouldn't have even dared to imagine it before. This is simply too comfortable. And that's how, little by little, together with Yiru Shu, our life at Icon Farm began to stabilize. Meanwhile, a patrolling zombie discovered that Yiru Shu had run toward the pond. I hurried over there, picked her up in my arms immediately, and quickly stepped back to a safe distance. Then I took out paper and pencil and hastily wrote, "Xiaokiki, this pond is dangerous. You can't play here. You can go play somewhere else." After I carried her in my arms, she remained calm and simply pointed at the pond. In the water, an enormous turtle shell had appeared. Then Jirushu looked at the big old turtle that was sunbathing on the water's surface and said, "Dad, I want to raise this one." Rushu looked at the old giant turtle that was sunbathing on the surface of the water and said, "Dad, I want to raise this old turtle as a pet." Upon hearing that, I was completely astonished. This turtle is so ugly. How could it have caught the little one's attention? Xiaokiki, be good. This old turtle is much more dangerous than you think. Dad promises you something. Later, I'll bring you some cute animals as pets, for example, bunnies or kittens. But as for this turtle, better forget it. No, Dad, I want this turtle to be my pet. Don't worry, I won't enter the pond. I'll only feed it from the shore. It won't be dangerous. The reason Yiru Shu insisted on this was because, thanks to her memories of her past life, she knew very well that not all mutant beasts lost their minds after the apocalypse. Some had a more docile temperament and maintained a strong bond with their owners even after evolving. Not only did they not harm their owners, but they also protected them from any harm. Besides, she possessed an ancient beast-taming art. Compared to other mutant beasts, this turtle seemed to have preserved part of its intelligence. Taming it would be relatively easier. Upon seeing the expression full of desire on Xiaoqiqi's face, I had no choice but to nod with resignation. Even so, I remained worried about the little one's safety, so I sent Ryo 1 to follow her closely, just in case. At the same time, Sign, discouraged and hopeless, was looking for Xiaoqiqi. So she followed the path toward the Aikun farm. Right at that moment, Xiao Lin heard a desperate cry for help. Originally, she had already lost all hope in humans, so she had no intention of intervening, but her legs seemed to move on their own, guiding her to where the people in danger were. To her, these ordinary zombies were no match at all. In a matter of seconds, several zombies chasing the survivors were completely annihilated by the powerful fists of Solin. The unexpected scene left the survivors utterly stunned. Thank you. Thank you so much for saving us. What incredible strength. Could she be one of those evolved ones spoken of in legends? She's definitely not an ordinary person. Several people approached Sane, repeatedly expressing their gratitude. However, Solin's expression remained completely cold. When she saw them coming closer, she just gave them a cold look, then continued walking in the direction of the Aikun farm. However, at that moment, one of the survivors Solin had rescued noticed she was wearing a police uniform. Wait a moment. If you're wearing a police uniform, then you must be one. Surely you know something about the human survivor bases. If so, escort us there. Sane gave a cold smile upon hearing that. Why should I? The survivors who had just been rescued were left completely stunned by her response. Clearly, they hadn't expected Solan to respond that way. What are you saying? You're a police officer. Isn't it your duty to protect us? Besides, you're an evolved one with great power. These zombies mean nothing to you. We, on the other hand, are defenseless people. In such a dangerous world, we can only rely on police officers like you. You must escort us. The very survivors Solin had just saved were now pointing at her and accusing her. The selfish and despicable faces of these people, so familiar to Solin, reminded her of her colleagues at the station. The vile nature of humanity was revealed in them. Solin ignored those people and turned around to leave. But among the survivors, someone noticed the backpack Sane was carrying. His eyes instantly filled with greed. Being a police officer, it's already bad enough that you won't escort us. At the very least, you could give us some food and water. In my opinion, you should hand over all the food you have in your backpack. That's what a real police officer would do. Sane came to a sudden stop. Then she turned her head and slowly scanned the people in front of her. Suddenly, she attacked. With a single punch, she struck the man's chest with overwhelming force, sending him flying. He spat blood. He died on the spot. Witnessing the scene, the others were paralyzed with fear. The noise attracted several zombies that began approaching, but Sane simply turned around and left. She completely ignored the cries for help behind her. Meanwhile, I was hunting zombies in the area. In a short time, almost all the evolved zombies in this area were eliminated. I handed the obtained crystal cores to Ryo 1 and Dapan, preparing them for their level 2 ascension. It wasn't long before both zombies successfully evolved at the same time. Meanwhile, Yiru Shu brought meat from a mutant python to the pond. She looked at the old turtle in the pond, calm as always. A smile appeared on Yushu's lips. She threw the meat into the pond. Immediately, the mutant turtle opened its eyes wide. It lunged fiercely at the golden mutant python meat. Thus, Yushu fed it for 3 days straight. During those 3 days, she also mixed her own blood into the golden mutant python meat without the turtle noticing. After feeding the giant turtle, she began to search in her mind for the ancient beast-taming art that she had cultivated in her past life. In Yushu's palm, energy began to gather. A seal formed. At the same time, on the turtle's forehead in the pond, a reddish mark began to appear. The instant the seal formed, Yiru Shu could clearly feel that a special connection had formed between her and the giant turtle. Now she could give some simple commands to the mutant turtle. Yiru Shu remembered that in her past life, there were many powerful beasts. Among them was a giant mystic turtle, one of the strongest emperor-level beasts. That turtle's size was terrifying. It was as large as an island. With a single move, it could cause earthquakes and tsunamis. That's why Yiru Shui planned to tame this mutant turtle. In the future, she would train it to become as powerful as the mystic Shanggu. Having a giant and strong turtle would make it much easier to explore the secrets of the ocean in the Eastern Sea. At that moment, I was standing next to the orchard, watching as the seeds I had planted began to sprout. The soil was already speckled with tiny green shoots. If the growth continued at that rate, it wouldn't be long before the orchard was covered in vegetation. Then Xiaokiki could eat fresh vegetables. While controlling the puppet zombies in their tasks, I constantly switched perspectives to monitor the surroundings of the farm. Xiaokiki went again to play with the old turtle. At first, I was worried that the mutant turtle might be a threat to her, so I assigned a puppet zombie to protect her without rest. But over time, I realized that despite its fierce appearance, the mutant turtle was incredibly gentle with Xiaokiki. Seeing the little one go play with the turtle every day made me feel a bit guilty. It seemed that Xiaokiki was too bored on the farm, so much so that she ended up playing with a mutant turtle for entertainment. Since there was plenty of open space here, I could build her a playground so she could have fun. Yes, surely the little one wouldn't be bored anymore living here. After all, children love to play. I'm sure Xiaokiki is no different. Thinking about that, I immediately began to prepare. Now that it's the apocalypse, the amusement parks in Jai had long been abandoned. I could send the puppet zombies to dismantle some of the attractions and bring them here. That way, I could build her a personal amusement park. Soon after, the puppet zombies began to bring the attractions from the abandoned parks. Once assembled, the amusement park became a unique sight on the farm. Although most of the rides required electricity, when installing them, I modified the electric carousel so that it would work manually. I placed a group of puppet zombies around the carousel. They were in charge of pushing it manually. Under the strength of the zombies, the carousel began to spin slowly. It worked just like a normal one. Seeing the result, I nodded with satisfaction. I'm a genius. Through the window, Yiru Shui saw Huan working diligently outside. She frowned with resignation. Dad, is he building a park for me? Yiru Shui smiled bitterly and shook her head. These things only appeal to children. In my past life as an empress, I wasn't interested in things like that. Looking at her busy father down below, Yushu Shu decided that even if she didn't care for these attractions, she would do her best to cooperate. She couldn't let her father's efforts go to waste. Ray 1 had just unloaded a truck full of goods without rest. I controlled him to drive toward the city of Guanan. At that moment, an evolved being with the ability of invisibility was hiding in the shadows, watching Ray 1's every move. Seriously? Why is this guy back? The strangest part is, why is he transporting amusement park attractions? It's the apocalypse. Does he want to open a theme park? Thanks to my careful preparation, Ray 1 looked completely human. That's why, after several days of observation, the infiltrator hadn't noticed anything unusual. While Ray 1 loaded more equipment onto the truck, without realizing it, a piece of iron wire tore his shirt. From a distance, Legion saw the scene. His pupils instantly contracted. He covered his mouth with both hands to avoid screaming. Under the torn shirt of Ray 1, he saw a bite mark. It can't be. Is this guy a zombie? Leon felt like his mind was about to collapse. He never imagined that the man he had been watching for days wasn't human, but a zombie. After the initial shock, Lee Jinak looked in confusion at the cargo truck parked nearby. Wait, buddy. Since when do zombies know how to drive? Lee Jinak felt like his brain couldn't take anymore. In his mind, zombies had always been brainless creatures driven only by their thirst for blood. When did they acquire these abilities? And what does a zombie want with an amusement park? Everything he was seeing was incomprehensible. Meanwhile, Ray 1 had finished loading the equipment. He got into the driver's seat and drove back to the Icon farm. When he passed by Linak, the latter used all his strength to climb onto the roof of the truck. Let's see what the hell this zombie is planning. Trusting his invisibility skill, Lee Jinak had managed to infiltrate the most dangerous places in the apocalypse without being detected, although this zombie seemed completely different from everything he had known before. He wasn't worried at all. Crouched on top of the truck, Linak arrived at the Haikun farm. But when he saw who was at the entrance, his heart nearly stopped. It was Ah Pang, a level 3 tank zombie, standing at the gate like a living mountain. Seriously? Was this farm still that over the top? When the truck entered the farm, Lian was completely paralyzed. There weren't just crops, but the most absurd thing was that those cultivating the land weren't human farmers. They were deformed and terrifying zombies. Li Jin's mind almost collapsed. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. A group of zombies was working on a farm. They weren't humans, but thoughtless creatures that should be dead. Not only were they farming, but the seeds they planted were sprouting. Has the world gone mad? Now even zombies know how to farm? Looking at all this, Lian felt his understanding of reality crumbling. Where the hell had that truck taken him? Was this still the apocalypse he knew? The truck arrived at the Akun farm. I controlled Ray 1 and the puppet zombies to unload the goods. Lian jumped off the truck immediately and quickly hid to one side. That's when he saw a small amusement park. What are these zombies planning? Are they seriously building a theme park? This is too surreal. Lee Jinok was completely stunned. Along the way, he had considered many possibilities. He had even imagined outlandish theories, like these zombies undergoing some kind of mysterious evolution. But it had never occurred to him that they had transported attractions from an amusement park just to build a real one. The most baffling part of all was, who was this park for? Had zombies, after eating too much human flesh, also started needing ways to relieve stress? Yin couldn't understand anything he was seeing. All of this was completely beyond his comprehension. Just at that, thanks for watching. He couldn't understand anything he was seeing. All of this was completely beyond his comprehension. Right at that moment, from the residential zone of the farm, a girl came out of the house. She was a small and adorable girl. But what surprised Lian the most was, she was a human girl walking on a farm full of zombies. This scene was too surreal. Lee Jinok frowned and looked toward the amusement park. Suddenly, he was completely frozen. A bold idea appeared in his mind. Could it be that this amusement park on the farm was built by the zombies for that girl? That's impossible. But if he thought about it carefully, he had already witnessed many absurd things until now. Zombies driving trucks, zombies farming. So maybe this isn't so hard to understand either. At least it's still within what I can accept. However, what intrigued Lian the most was the identity of that girl living on a farm full of zombies. How could she remain so calm? That could only mean that this girl wasn't someone ordinary. That's why Linot decided to follow her from a distance. I was once kind and let go of the 9 Deaths demon police, but I didn't expect her to smell the trail and return. This time I'm going to break her arms and legs to completely turn her into a pet. Just now, an invisible one infiltrated On's farm and discovered that all the undead here served this little girl in front of him. He thought that the little girl might control all the undead here, so he planned to kidnap Jiru Shu, but he didn't know that Jiru Shu had already sensed the presence of the invisible one. When he approached, she calmly walked toward the room. Lian watched and saw a flash of coldness in her eyes, confirming that there were no undead nearby. Then Li Jinok infiltrated the room. Inside the room, Yiru Shui was playing with a rag doll like a normal little girl. She held the doll and played. "Little girl, now you won't be able to escape from my hands." Lian pulled out a knife from his body and slowly walked toward Jiru Shu. He didn't take her seriously at all. For him, Jiru Shu's main combat power was in the undead, and there were no undead nearby. Then this girl would undoubtedly be an extremely terrifying existence. But the key is that there is no undead in this room that she can control. Just when his steel knife was falling onto Jiru Shu's neck, suddenly his body went stiff, motionless. He felt an immense force being imposed on his body. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't move even a bit. Meanwhile, that girl continued playing with the doll on the sofa and had already turned her head to look in Lian's direction. How is this possible? Could she have discovered me? The gazes of Lian and Yi Rushu crossed in the air. This moment made a chill run through his body. At that moment, he finally realized that this girl in front of him didn't seem to be as simple as he thought. Under Lian's surprised gaze, Yi Rushu jumped directly from her place. She gave him a tremendous slap that threw him far away. This blow left Li Yin stunned. Yiru Shui had thought about killing him, but now she had no one to control. Besides, this guy had invisibility abilities. So Yiru Shu decided to use the soul contract technique. With just a thought, she could control his life and death. With the life and death contract, she wouldn't have to worry about a rebellion. With the successful contract, Lian slowly began to awaken. Upon seeing this scene, Yirushu thought for a moment. Lian, suffering from pain, had his face twisted. His eyes were wide open, his pupils bulging. He felt like his head was going to explode. Although the pain in his mind was unbearable, he couldn't even let out a single scream. This suffering made Lee Jinok feel it was worse than death. That's my ability. If you want to live, from now on you'll have to follow my orders. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer. However, I can also be merciful. I can make you die right now. Your life and death for me are nothing more than a thought. Upon hearing Yirushu's words, Linux felt on the verge of tears. Why didn't you say that before? Just tell me. I wasn't refusing to accept. Please don't kill me. I'm willing to surrender to you. I'm willing to follow you from now on. Lian, afraid of death, had no doubt, and chose to surrender immediately. So Yirushu sent him to infiltrate the city of Hangai, in the human survivors camp, to gather information. Every half-month, he had to come to report. Yin, upon hearing this, nodded repeatedly. I promise everything, as long as you spare my life. Under Jirushu's signal with her gaze, he activated his invisibility ability and silently left Aikun's farm. At that moment, he felt great regret. As expected, curiosity killed the cat. If I hadn't been so curious, I wouldn't be in this situation now. Meanwhile, Yirushu calmly looked out the window from the room, now with Lian as her pawn from now on if there's any movement at the survivors' base, human survivors. I'll be able to find out in advance. I won't have to fall into a passive situation with my father. 2 days later, the Icon farm finally finished building a small amusement park with the carousel brought by Lightning No. 1, the trampoline, the bumper cars, the pirate ship, the small tourist train, the inflatable castle, and the slides, among many other attractions. Holding Jirushu's hand, we arrived in front of the amusement park. Looking at each of the installations, Jirushu's eyes were wide open, as if they sparkled with stars. Wow, Dad, you did all this? You're amazing. I love it. At that moment, Jirushu looked at the park facilities with eyes full of brightness, as if stars were in her gaze. She was so excited that she climbed directly onto the carousel. Seeing Xiaokiki so happy made a huge weight fall from my heart. I also quickly followed Arush Shu and got on another wooden horse. At that moment, the two of us seemed to forget that the outside world was in ruins. In the end of the world, we forgot that outside there was death and endless danger. Father and daughter had a lot of fun. If one ignored the puppets manually operating the machines, this would definitely be a very heartwarming scene. I wish these beautiful days would never be interrupted. At this moment, Sane looked at the map in his hands. According to the map, the King Shui farm is less than 40 kilometers away from his current location. Considering the possible dangers on the road, the fact that he would be looking for supplies while traveling, those more than 40 kilometers, Sane estimated that he would need a day or more to arrive. Xiaokiki, wait for me. I'm coming. During this time, I had also collected a large amount of supplies, especially gasoline and diesel. After collecting the supplies, I drove Lightning No. 1 in the truck, ready to return to the Icon farm. A huge fireball fell onto the truck. Before I could react, more fireballs began to fall. Lightning No. 1 quickly pushed the truck door and jumped. He looked around carefully and saw that it was a completely red undead. Its appearance was quite peculiar. It was staring in our direction and, moreover, it was spitting flames from its mouth. A flame-spitting zombie. At that moment, I felt my brain couldn't keep up. I couldn't believe that over time, the undead had evolved to create such a strange race. The transformation from melee attacks to ranged attacks. The power demonstrated was also extremely impressive. I must make sure to capture this completely red flame-spitting undead. So I called Lightning 2 and Lightning 3, who were nearby. The three undead began to charge toward the flame-spitter. Lightning 1 attracted the attention of the flame-spitting undead. With his striking figure and agile movements, he repeatedly dodged the attacks of the flame-spitting undead. As the distance closed, Lightning 2 and Lightning 3 pulled out two very thick iron chains and tied up the flame-spitting undead, giving it no chance to resist. Lightning 1 also quickly pulled out a chain and advanced. The agile figures of the three undead moved swiftly. In just a few seconds, they wrapped the flame-spitting undead with the iron chains, tying it up like a bundle and securing it to the back of the truck. Then Lightning One started the truck and headed towards the Ikun farm. Back at King Shui's farm, I went out directly and effortlessly took control of this undead. It was a surprise to discover that this flame-spitting undead had reached level 2. I led it to an open area. It opened its mouth and shot out a line of fire that instantly flew forward. Then I controlled the puppets to extend their hands. In those hands, which were no different from those of common undead, suddenly a fierce flame glowed. And with a strong thrust, a huge fireball flew forward, even causing a violent explosion. What terrifying power. Yes, the power of fire is so strong. From now on, I'll call you Fire Lightning One. I never imagined that in this apocalypse, an undead with such a peculiar evolution would exist. If I could control more of these in the future, I could form a team of puppet mages. I really didn't expect it. Dad actually controlled it so quickly, controlling an undead with elemental evolution. The movement of Fire Lightning One naturally caught Yiru Shu's attention. She immediately recognized the identity of this red zombie. This type of elemental undead, its evolution is different from that of Deepang and Lightning. The body type undead like Lightning One. Elemental undead have many varieties. They can attack with fire. Fire Lightning One is one of them. Seeing the fire undead controlled by her dad, Yiru Shu slightly frowned. Her mind began to recall memories from her previous life. This type of elemental undead in the apocalypse was comparable to modern human heavy weapons. The weapons had no difference. The fire undead in front of me now, although for now it has only fired once. If it continues to evolve, this fire undead will have a much larger attack range and will be able to launch dozens of fireballs at once. The most terrifying part is that those fireballs will also have an explosive effect, making their attack strength much more powerful. I've gained another great ally. I'm very excited. At this moment, I placed the mutant golden scales on Fire Lightning One, a mage with flesh armor. Who can resist that? As long as it doesn't die, it can keep attacking. At that moment, I noticed that Seo Kiki was staring at me. I thought the little one was curious about the noise I had just made, so I quickly raised my hand to call her. Then I pulled out a pen and a piece of paper I was carrying and wrote, Xiaokiki, Xiaokiki, do you want to see fireworks? Yiru Shui was surprised to hear that, but upon noticing the fire undead nearby, she quickly reacted. All right, Dad, I've seen descriptions of fireworks in my machine. Learning, but I had never seen something like this. I took her in my arms and placed her on my shoulders. Xiaokiki pointed in a direction. Dad, I'm going to open your eyes. Ha 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 ha. Dad, shoot. Yiru Shui absent-mindedly pointed toward a clear area nearby. I immediately controlled Fire Ray 1 to shoot a line of fire. Wow! Dad, this guy is amazing! This is what they call special powers! Yiru Shu stared wide-eyed and said with an innocent expression. Hearing the angelic voice of the little one made me feel very happy inside. Controlling Fire Ray 1, I aimed and fired, putting on a great fireworks display right near the King Shui farm. Meanwhile, Solon was searching for supplies in a store. With great enthusiasm, he opened the store's door. But the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Damn this apocalypse! Where did the supplies go? Solon looked at the empty store. He immediately stomped the ground in frustration. This chain supermarket, which didn't look small under normal conditions, should have had plenty of supplies. But now the shelves were completely empty, except for vegetables that were already rotted and frozen meat that smelled of decomposition. The vacuum-sealed foods that could have been stored for a long time had now completely disappeared. When opening the door, a strong smell of decomposition hit me in the face. Sane, who was already hungry and anxious, almost fainted from the smell. After the apocalypse crisis broke out, so many people turned into the undead. In such a big city, how come I can't even find a bit of supplies? I spent the whole morning searching. I checked several nearby streets, residential buildings, and local shops. In the end, I only got a bottle of mineral water and a piece of bread. Aside from that, I didn't find anything else. Looking at the miserable food I had in my hands, Sane could hardly hold back tears. Could it be that the Yan'an area doesn't have many evolved undead? So the survivors dared to empty all the supplies? But this is too much. Sane shook her head hopelessly. She could only hurriedly eat what she had struggled so hard to get. After swallowing a few gulps of mineral water, she continued to look for supplies. If she didn't find food soon, she probably wouldn't have the strength to reach the Icun farm. Sane sighed in resignation. She couldn't help but remember her past life in the Sunshine neighborhood. She really didn't think that the short time when she could eat in peace would be inside the nest of the undead. Wait, it was a team of survivors. Sane suddenly saw some figures across the street. Each one was carrying a large bag of items. That outfit? No, they aren't the subordinates of the King of the Undead. The figures in front of me wore motorcycle helmets. This is exactly like the undead controlled by the King of the Undead. The most important thing is that the previous King of the Undead also controlled zombies to transport large quantities of supplies, gathering all those resources in his house. Sane still remembers that in Building 5 of the Sunshine neighborhood, the whole building was full of resources. Now she understood why she hadn't found many supplies during her search. The family situation in front of her is nothing more than the work of the King of the Living Dead. I also discovered, through the perspective of the puppet, that policewoman who had escaped. Why doesn't this foolish woman stay near the police station? How has she arrived at the Guanyan area when I drove the truck all day to get from the Sunin neighborhood to the Icun farm? Could it be that this woman came walking on her own? I can't understand why I and Seo Lin keep running into each other. Olin, with her ability to die and resurrect, and her growing strength, really makes me feel very powerless. I can't kill her, and letting her go is not a solution. This woman is incredibly difficult to deal with. I really don't want to provoke her again. When Solin saw the subordinates of the King of the Living Dead, she was so furious that her gums hurt well. No wonder she made me starve for so long. So you also stole the supplies. The King of the Living Dead is crazy. Why are you moving so many human supplies? If you are a bloodthirsty living dead, what will you do with them? Grrr, soon. Shoen's stomach growled with hunger. After so much time traveling and fighting without properly resting, the little piece of bread from before was useless. Looking at all the food the living dead were carrying, Zolin couldn't help but swallow her saliva, then pretended that nothing was happening and walked away. But in reality, she secretly followed the subordinates who were collecting supplies. Solin was sure that all these living dead were following the orders of the King of the Living Dead. She only had to follow these living dead to find Xiao Kiki's location. At this moment, "Don't worry, Xiao Kiki. I will find Xiao Kiki. I will make you live a normal life like humans." Solin, who had been following the puppet team, thought she had hidden very well, but she didn't know that she had already been discovered just when Soline had turned a corner. Suddenly she heard 2 whistles of something flying. When she looked up, Soline immediately realized that Lightning 1 and Lightning 2 with knives in hand were already in front of her in the rush. Solin could only pull out the 2 tactical blades from her waist to defend herself as a systematically trained police officer. Cao Lin realized that in terms of combat experience, she seemed to be at a disadvantage against these 2 living dead. Immediately, she began to have a headache. Every time she encounters the King of the Living Dead, nothing good comes of it. She doesn't understand how these bloodthirsty living dead have suddenly become martial arts experts. Lightning 1, using his excellent combat technique, struck with his machete, then lifted it and hit Soline's dagger, sending it flying without her defensive weapon. Solin instantly fell into disadvantage. Lightning 2's machete struck directly at Solin's back, leaving her with a bloody wound. Sane, feeling the pain, frowned. But before she could relax, Lightning 1 dropped his knives and with a quick movement of fists, launched himself at her. Those huge fists were strong and powerful under the attack of the 2 living dead. Solin could not dodge in time. One hit her in the abdomen, with a fist throwing her violently backwards about 4 or 5 meters. She fell to her knees on the ground. Her face, already pale, was now covered in cold sweat. At that moment, Solin's hair, soaked in cold sweat, stuck to her cheek. She looked completely vulnerable. However, I have no intention of being compassionate at that moment. Lightning 2 also approached. Solin gave her a strong kick, launching her about 6 or 7 meters. Taolin was thrown like a sandbag against the building wall. Even the cement wall began to crack with the rebound force. Sane spat fresh blood in just a few exchanges. She was already seriously injured, looking at Solin in front of me. I saw that in her eyes, a spark of rage was shining. Since you insist on coming this time, I will not let you go in the surprised eyes of Solin. Lightning One, with fists like sandbags, descended quickly. Damn king of the living dead, I swear I won't rest until I defeat you. With rage and resentment, Seon was the demonic police officer who terrorized the world in the apocalypse. Now I have her by my side like a lapdog named Y. I give her leftovers every day, but she doesn't get angry or upset. In fact, she feels her life is already like that of an immortal being. Right now, when Sane woke up, she realized that her hands and feet were tied with iron chains. A zombie was driving her somewhere. These guys tied me up to take me. Where? Could it be that this zombie wants to do the same as in the Sunshine community, keep me close to him? But that might be exactly what I want. I'm sure Siki is living with this zombie. If they take me to his lair, I'm sure I can see Sia Okiki. She looked at zombie number 1. Zombie, don't misunderstand me. I have no bad intentions. I just want to see Zia Okiki one more time. While I was controlling zombie number 1, I didn't expect that this woman would come from so far, and it turns out it was all for Xiao Kiki. I don't know how, after talking just a little while, the relationship between these two women advanced so fast. For now, let's leave aside Solin's true purpose. Since she has appeared again within my territory, she won't think she can leave so easily. When the truck arrived at the On farm, Solin was completely surprised to see the landscape outside. The huge Akon farm was surrounded by a stone wall, and a rank 3 zombie was guarding the entrance. Looking at the shadows of the zombies working tirelessly in the field, Solin was completely stunned. Could it be that this zombie made me dumb? What is this? A group of zombies cultivating the land. There were also many zombies in line, patrolling the farm tirelessly, maintaining order throughout the farm. If it weren't for their terrifying appearances, with yellow hair and eyes red like blood, and sometimes emitting creepy growls, Saiyan could really have thought that this place was a new base of human survivors. The vehicle continued on its way. Solin saw the newly built amusement park and was so shocked that she couldn't say anything. They had trained these zombies so they were practically no different from humans. Really, this zombie just has a bit of intelligence. This seems to be a bit too intelligent. While she was still processing the surprise, I controlled zombie number 1 with iron chains and threw her directly out of the vehicle. Even though this woman was full of wounds, she still wanted to uphold justice on the spot. She was like a damn patch of dog skin that I couldn't shake off. I moved from the Sunin community to the Akun farm, and she incredibly followed me all the way here. I really don't know what to think. Facing Sane, who arrived uninvited, I held her with the iron chain and locked her to the railing of the slide. Well, we're already old acquaintances. There was no need to come to this, no? Anyway, I'm a friend of Xiao Kiki. Couldn't you have done it another way? Relax. I'm not going to escape. At this moment, Shaolin was so furious with Lu Chuan. She felt her gums itching from the rage. She was cursing in her mind. Damn bastard, you treated me like a dog and detained me here. Of course, Shaolin only cursed in her mind. She knew the methods of this zombie. Although he probably wouldn't dare to kill her, he would have no problem finding ways to torture her. Shaolin didn't want her legs to be broken again for no reason. He gave Cyan a cautious look. I didn't pay attention to her discontent. I just sent zombie tyrant number 2 to be in charge of guarding her, although Shaolin was now quite furious. If this woman committed suicide and then came back stronger, it would be a problem for me. The invisible pressure that this level 2 zombie tyrant gave off made Shaolin feel somewhat worried. She quickly shouted loudly, "Zbi, what are you doing? What do you really want to do? I've already told you I have no bad intentions. I just want to see Xiao Kiki." Shaolin shouted with some desperation and lower, from the Sansin community to Guanan, just to save Ziki from misfortune and guide that innocent girl to free her from the control of the zombies. At that moment, she didn't care about the threat of the zombies at her side. She kept shouting for Ye Rushu loudly, "Xiao Kiki, where are you? Xiao Kiki, it's me, Shaolin. I've come to find you." Seeing her keep screaming so loudly made me shake my head helplessly. This woman, though a bit scatterbrained, I didn't expect her to be so worried about Xiao Kiki. To be able to walk so far just for Xiao Kui, Xolin really has a sincere heart in this regard. At that moment, Jiru Shui had just fed the old zombie when she heard Sane's screams. Jiru Shui was surprised. She didn't expect to hear her voice inside the Ayun farm. Here inside, it seemed the screams were coming from the amusement park. She really followed me all the way here from the Sunshine community. Realizing that Soline had been captured again by her father, Rue ran quickly toward the amusement park. Soon she saw Soline's figure tied with an iron chain next to the slide like a dog. It was the demonic police officer Soline who had recently been released by her father. Xiao Kiki knew you were here. At that moment, Soline also saw the figure of Jiru Shui and immediately greeted her excitedly. How great! You're still alive! That's wonderful! And it seemed that her face was redder than before. Soline couldn't help but sigh in relief. After the incident at the police station, Sean had already lost all hope in the humanity of the apocalypse. For her, only girls like Xiao Kiki, pure and innocent, deserved to be protected with one's life. San still remembered what Shaolin had promised to Sia Kiki, a promise that once made must be fulfilled. Rue arrived at this area and saw Shaolin tied with a heavy chain like a dog. At that moment, Shaolin was covered in blood and mud. She looked completely disheveled, her face pale and weak. Her hair seemed somewhat dry. Probably Shaolin had traveled a long way to get here. During the journey, she endured many hardships and trials. How could this woman be so foolish? She really came all the way to King Shui's farm just by following a piece of paper. Seeing how miserable she was now, it's likely that on the way to the farm, her father severely reprimanded her. If her legs weren't broken this time, it was probably due to her father's mercy. I watched from the side, nodding silently. Although I truly hated this foolish woman, I couldn't deny that having someone like her, with whom Sioiki could communicate normally, was a good thing. I took paper and pencil from my pocket. Xiao Kiki, Daddy has brought your pet back. Seeing the words on Jiru Shu's paper, Xiaolin immediately became furious. Seeing that this zombie king truly considered her a pet, Shaolin felt even more enraged. So it turns out it wasn't an accident, but that they really saw me as a dog here. Although she was very angry inside, Shaolin couldn't help but feel furious. But Shaolin couldn't do anything against the zombies around her. She could only be upset in silence. A moment later, inside the amusement park, Jirushi and Yolin, the two women, one big and one small, were chatting casually. Tiao Kiki, how have you been lately? Shaolin's voice was very gentle as she asked. Upon hearing this, Jirushu raised her eyebrows with an expression of resignation, then extended her hand and pointed around her. Do you see how I am now? Does it seem like I'm not well? Sane fell silent upon hearing this. At that moment, Jirushi was completely clean and tidy. Her clothes didn't have even a speck of dust. Shaolin looked at her own figure, which was in a deplorable state in comparison. Xiao Kiki's life now was almost like that of an immortal being, a treatment all human survivors dream of having. Cao Lian could see that this zombie king really pampered Xiao Kiki a lot. Looking at all the beautiful things around her, Cao Lin fell into deep self-doubt. She realized that she had come all the way from the Sunshine community to King Shui's farm. The only thing she didn't want was for Xiao Kiki to continue living with the zombie king. In the original plan, she was going to take Xiao Kiki away from the zombie king to give her a new life so she could live a truly human life. But now, everything she saw here was completely different from what Shoin had imagined. Compared to Xiao Kiki's life, it seemed that the environment she lived in was the true suffering. And if it weren't for the fact that she had the ability to resurrect, she wouldn't know how many times she would have already died. If she really had taken Sia Kiki with her, could she give her a life like the one she has now? Do I really have the ability to take care of this little girl? By now, Shaolin no longer remembered how many days it had been since she last ate properly. How could she take care of Sia Oiki in this state? From the perspective of the number 2 tyrant zombie, I saw Yiru Shui chatting animatedly with Shoin and felt a deep reflection in my heart. Xiao Kiki is still human. She still needs the company of human beings and communication with real humans. It's a pity that now I, even though I retain human consciousness, have become a zombie and can't even speak. I can only communicate with Xiao Kiki by writing. Inside the amusement park, Shoin looked seriously at Yiru Shui and in a very serious tone said, "Xiao Kiki, the reason I'm here is to fulfill our promise from before. Xiao Kiki, from now on, I will be your personal bodyguard. As long as I am here, no one will be able to hurt you. I won't let you fall into danger." Seeing this ridiculous scene and hearing Solin's words, "This woman is so foolish, it's laughable. Clearly, she can't even take care of herself anymore and still thinks about protecting Kokike." I thought Shaolin would try to take Kokike away, but this time, Shaolin really hasn't done anything strange. These days, she has been behaving very calmly. It seems as if she's another person. Shaolin seems to be adapting very well to her current life. Even when I have her tied with a chain next to the slide, she hasn't even thought about escaping. The big change in her surprised me. I don't understand what has happened with this woman during this time. I don't know what this woman has gone through lately. In such a short time, her personality has completely changed. Even though I don't know what happened, this is undoubtedly something good. In the following days, Cyan spent the day chatting with Xiao Kiki or watching Xiao Kiki play in the amusement park. She no longer seemed like an apocalypse evolved. She seemed more like an older sister from the neighborhood. Cyan, who hadn't rested well in a long time, even though she was now tied with a chain next to the slide. Undoubtedly, at King Shoi's farm, she didn't have to be on alert all the time. Whatever the case, the most important thing was that she had arrived at Uan Saim's territory. She could finally eat well, eat and drink without fear, and without worrying about backstabbing. It seems that the Zombie King's nest is more comfortable than the human survivor's base. With Solin's arrival, a human, Yer Usui clearly also spoke much more than before. I saw the happy expression on Xiao Kiki's face. As long as this Solin doesn't continue causing problems, I could keep her as a pet on the Icon farm. It's already mealtime. Shaolin looked longingly at the houses in the residential area. Every time it was time to eat, Xiao Kiki always brought her the food. Even before Yiru arrived, she had already smelled a delicious aroma. A while later, Shaolin saw Jay Rushu approaching with a big bowl of meat porridge, walking quickly toward her. Smelling this aroma, Shaolin's stomach began to growl uncontrollably, and her mouth began to... Walking quickly towards the smell, Shaolin's stomach began to growl uncontrollably, and her mouth filled with saliva. The cooked rice and the meat of mutant beasts mixed together, the aroma of the rice mixed with the meat, was a delicacy for the people of the apocalypse, a rare delicacy. Shaolin, who could no longer wait, immediately finished the bowl of meat porridge. She even licked the bowl clean. She could no longer remember how long it had been since she had eaten something like this. "Is the porridge good?" Yeru looked at Shaolin's ecstatic expression and, holding back her laughter, asked softly, It's so delicious. It's really amazing, Xiao Kiki. You know, I've never tasted such delicious porridge." "Of course. This is the rice that Daddy cooked with his own hands." Shaolin was completely surprised to hear this. For a moment, she felt like her brain couldn't process the information. "What I just drank was food made by a zombie?" Shaolin felt completely stupid. "When did bloodthirsty zombies start cooking porridge in the middle of the night?" Yiru Shu, who was so considerate, prepared a blanket for her without worrying about any possible attacks. Therefore, at Haikun Farm, Shaolin slept very peacefully. But just at that moment, the ground near Shaolin suddenly cracked. Then a yellowish-brown zombie emerged from the ground. It was that zombie that held a grudge and could dig. From the perspective of Tyrant Zombie number 2, I immediately realized that it was a new type of zombie. I felt very excited. Not long ago I met a zombie that could breathe fire, and now I met one that can dig. These zombies have truly amazing types of evolution. It seems that I will have to retract my previous words. It seems that Shaolin can no longer be considered bad luck. Just as the yellow-brown zombie emerged from the ground, it couldn't wait and immediately attacked Shaolin. "You again, damn persistent zombie!" Hearing the noise, Shaolin also woke up. Seeing the zombie digging towards her for a moment, she only felt great frustration. She couldn't believe that even at Haikun Farm, this zombie continued to follow her without rest. I just hit it by accident at that time. I never imagined that I would hold such a grudge. When its attack failed, the digging zombie felt the power of many evolved zombies nearby. Its hands turned into claws, and it began to tear the ground apart. Zolan shouted loudly around him, "Zombie King, I know you're watching me. Don't say I didn't warn you, this zombie will escape soon. I, who had been watching in secret, immediately released my mental power. This digging zombie showed no resistance and was controlled in an instant. Seeing that the zombie that had initially wanted to escape had frozen in place, Shaolin was surprised. So the zombie king controlled it perfectly, just like that, so easily? Looking at the burrowing zombie that clearly no longer had any intention of attacking me, one could even say that its aura had changed. Shaolin felt a chill in her heart. Is this the zombie king's ability? Unbelievably, it controlled an evolved zombie so quickly. It's truly terrifying. Shaolin remembered what the Invisible One had told her in the Sunshine community about the Zombie King. The Zombie King is undoubtedly the most terrifying zombie. That was why the Invisible One feared this zombie so much and wanted to kill it urgently. If I let the Zombie King continue to develop, it will be a huge problem for humanity in the future. It will be a deadly threat to humans. Meanwhile, I had already taken the burrowing zombie to a distant place. This yellowish-brown zombie could move freely underground, and on top of that, it could carry other things. Although it can't carry living beings, zombies shouldn't be considered living beings, right? After doing some tests, I discovered that this burrowing zombie could indeed carry other zombies while burrowing underground. Although it might be due to the level of this burrowing zombie, it can only carry one zombie at a time. If I encounter an enemy that is impossible to defeat, it might escape by taking me with it. At critical moments, it might be a wild card. The next day, at noon, Yiru Shui approached Shaolin with a large tray. The tray contained a pot of delicious meat porridge and a few slices of whole wheat bread. She had even put an egg in the porridge. Shu Sui really valued this devilish policewoman very much. As long as you can guide her carefully, it is very likely that Shaolin will be able to advance to the Imperial Realm. The most important thing is that with such a powerful strength, her mind is not very developed. Yiru Shu planned to gain her trust and gradually subdue Shaolin. As expected, Shaolin felt deeply moved when she saw Yiru Shu bring her so much food. At that moment, her heart was filled with emotion. In this cold and merciless apocalypse, she never imagined that she would one day be able to eat such a plentiful meal. Seeing Xiaoqiqi's pure and innocent eyes, Shaolin felt deeply touched. With a resolute expression, she said, "Xiaoqiqi, don't worry, I'll get you out of here, I promise." Yiru Shui was surprised. "Get out of here? No, sister, are you crazy? When I said I wanted to go, can we stop being so imaginative?" Yiru Shui was a little spaced out at that moment. She wanted to win Shaolin over, but she didn't expect the other person to think of taking her. I never thought that this woman with big breasts and little head now seems to have started using her brains. When she first arrived at Haikun Farm, she just wanted to take Xiaoqiqi and escape from the zombie nest to return to the human world and enjoy a good life. But when she saw the living environment here, she realized that it was almost too perfect. Yiru Shui looked at Shaolin with her naive expression and then asked, "I wonder if you yourself have adapted to human life now. If the human world were so wonderful, you certainly wouldn't be here looking for me." Hearing Yiru's words, Shaolin was speechless. She thought of what she had experienced at the police station. The human survivors who struggled to survive began to devour their own companions due to the lack of food. Even they couldn't save themselves. Yiru Shui sighed and then took out a notebook from her backpack. "By the way, my father said that you should help me with the task now. He said that resources are now too valuable. You can't continue eating and drinking for free in our house. You have to work to earn what you eat." Yiru was also a little speechless. In her past life, she was also a graduate of a prestigious university. How could she need this silly woman to help her with elementary school homework? Shaolin was also completely surprised. "Really? It's already the apocalypse and the Zombie King is still concerned about Xiaoqiqi's education? It's like you can't make children suffer, you can't be poor. But education can't be poor." Still doing homework at this point? However, Shaolin suddenly felt a chill in her heart. This Zombie King has actually thought of all this? Isn't his mind incredibly detailed? Not only does he take care of Xiaoqiqi so meticulously, but he doesn't even want to put education aside. Suddenly, a surprising thought appeared in her mind. Could it be that Shaolin's stomach began to rumble uncontrollably, quickly walking in the direction of the smell? Shaolin's stomach began to rumble without control, and her mouth filled with saliva. The cooked rice and mutant beast meat mixed. The aroma of the rice mixed with the meat was a delicacy for people of the apocalypse. A rare delight. Shaolin, who could no longer wait, immediately finished the bowl of meat porridge, even licked the bowl until it was clean. She no longer remembered how long it had been since she had eaten something like that. Is the porridge good? Hiro looked at Shaolin's ecstatic expression and, holding back a laugh, gently asked, It's so delicious. It's really amazing, Shakiki. You know I had never tasted such a delicious porridge. Of course, this is the rice that Daddy cooked with his own hands. Shaolin was completely surprised to hear this. For a moment, she felt that her brain couldn't process the information. What I just drank was food made by a zombie. Shaolin felt completely stupid. When did bloodthirsty zombies start cooking porridge in the middle of the night? Irichui, so attentive, prepared the blanket for her without worrying about possible attacks. That's why, at the Icon farm, Shaolin slept very peacefully. But just at that moment, the ground near Shaolin suddenly cracked. Then, a yellowish-brown zombie emerged from the ground. It was that zombie that held grudges and could dig. From the perspective of the zombie taking a number 2, I immediately realized it was a new type of zombie. I felt very excited. Not long ago I had found a zombie that could spit fire, and now I encounter one that can dig. These zombies have truly surprising evolution types. It seems I'll have to take back my previous words. It seems that Shaolin can no longer be considered bad luck. Just as the yellowish-brown zombie emerged from the ground, it couldn't wait and attacked Shaolin right away. You again, damn persistent zombie. Upon hearing the noise, Shaolin also woke up. Seeing the digging zombie coming toward her, for a moment she only felt great frustration. She couldn't believe that even at the Icon farm, this zombie continued to follow her relentlessly. I only hit it by accident that time. I never imagined it would hold such a grudge. When its attack failed, the digging zombie felt the power of many evolved zombies nearby. Its hands turned into claws and it began tearing up the ground. Shawl shouted loudly around, Zombie King, I know you're watching me. Don't say I didn't warn you. This zombie is going to escape soon. I, who was watching in secret, immediately released my mental power. This digging zombie showed no resistance and was controlled instantly. Seeing that the zombie who initially wanted to escape was paralyzed in place, Shaolin was surprised. So the Zombie King controlled it perfectly, just like that, so easily. Looking at the digging zombie, which clearly no longer had any intention of attacking me, you could even say its aura had changed. Shaolin felt a chill in her heart. Is this the ability of the Zombie King? He incredibly controlled an evolved zombie so fast. It's truly terrifying. Shaolin remembered what the Invisible had told her in the Sunshine community about the Zombie King. The Zombie King is, without a doubt, the most terrifying zombie. That's why the Invisible feared this zombie so much and wanted to kill him urgently. If I let the Zombie King continue to develop, it will be a huge problem for humanity in the future. It will be a deadly threat to humans. Meanwhile, I had already taken the digging zombie to a distant place. This yellowish-brown zombie could move freely underground, and in addition, could carry other things. Although it can't carry living beings, zombies shouldn't be considered living beings, right? After running a few tests, I discovered that this digging zombie really can transport other zombies while digging underground. Although maybe due to the level of this digging zombie, it can only transport one zombie at a time. If I find an enemy impossible to defeat, I could escape taking myself with it. In critical moments, it could be a wild card. The next day at noon, Uruchui approached with a large tray walking toward Saori. The tray contained a delicious pot of meat porridge and some slices of whole wheat bread. She had even placed an egg in the porridge. Josue really valued this devilish policewoman a lot. If he can guide her carefully, it's very likely that Saori can advance to the imperial realm. The most important thing is that with such powerful strength, her mind is not very developed. Uruchui planned to gain her trust little by little to eventually subdue Saori. As expected, Saori felt deeply moved, seeing that Uruchui brought her so much food. At that moment, her heart was filled with emotion. In this cold and ruthless apocalypse, she never imagined that one day she could eat such an abundant meal. Seeing the pure and innocent eyes of Jiki, Saori felt deeply touched. With a determined expression, she said, Saori Kunbali, don't worry. I will get you out of here. Prometuai was surprised. Get out of here. No, sister, are you crazy? When did I say I wanted to leave? Can we stop being so imaginative? Uruchui was a little absent-minded at that moment. She wanted to win over Saori but didn't expect the other person to think of taking her away. I never thought that this woman, with big breasts and little brain, now seems to have started using her brain. When she arrived at the Ion farm, she only wanted to take Sai, who had escaped from the zombie nest, to return to the human world and enjoy a good life. But upon seeing the living environment here, she realized it was almost too perfect. Uruchu looked at Saori with her innocent expression, and then asked, I'd like to know if you yourself have adapted to human life now. If the human world were so wonderful, surely you wouldn't be here looking for me. Hearing those words from Iru, Soaring was speechless. She thought about what she had lived through at the police station. The human survivors who struggled to survive began to devour their own companions due to the food shortage. Not even they were spared. Iru sighed and then took a notebook from her backpack. By the way, my dad said that now you must help me with homework. He said that resources are very valuable now. You can't keep eating and drinking for free in our house. You have to work to earn what you eat. Iru also felt a little speechless. In her past life, she had also graduated from a prestigious university. How could she need this silly woman to help her with elementary school homework? Soarin was also completely surprised. Seriously, we're already in the apocalypse and the zombie king is still worried about Shaki's education. It's like children can't suffer. You can be poor, but education can't be poor. Still doing homework at this point. However, suddenly, Soarin felt a chill in her heart. Did this zombie king really think of all this? Is his mind not incredibly detailed? He not only takes care of Shaki with great care, but doesn't even want to neglect her education. Suddenly, a surprising thought arose in her mind. Is it possible that this zombie still retains human memories? Has he not completely turned into a bloodthirsty monster? This is my homework. Could you review it for me? After doing her homework with a reluctant expression, handed the homework notebook to Sorain. Sorain took the notebook and discovered that all the answers were correct. She couldn't help but be surprised. Shaki is really that smart. Without receiving any guidance, she managed to learn by herself and complete the homework. Shaki, you're amazing. You solve all the questions. You're the smartest child I've ever seen. Looking at Shaki in front of her, Sorain hesitated for a moment. These thoughts kept spinning in her head. Sorain wanted to get some clues from Shaki to confirm her suspicions, but when looking into the clearly defined eyes of Shaiki, Solin sighed helplessly and decided to let it go. If this zombie king really has human intelligence, that would be a truly surprising secret. And Solin knew very well that even if she really asked about these subjects with Shelkiki's intelligence, she would surely realize that something was wrong and would not reveal anything. Furthermore, Solin knew that this zombie, although he had done nothing for now, was certainly watching everything she did. If she decided to investigate deeply or do something inappropriate, she would probably alert the zombie king. Although she could revive, Solin knew that her abilities had limits. Maybe at some point, after dying, she would not awaken again. If the zombie king really retains human consciousness and can think and act like a normal human, then is this being now considered human or a zombie? Or what is the limit between zombies and humans? Each zombie is transformed from a human. Zombies are brainless and bloodthirsty creatures, but if zombies have the same consciousness as humans, how should these two races be classified? If it is the first case, with the zombie king's ability and human consciousness, maybe he can unify all the zombies in the world, ending this apocalypse, without light or hope, by his own strength. But if it is the second case, this zombie king with human consciousness will be a nightmare for all humans. 10 days passed quickly for the safety of the Icon farm. I built another thick stone wall and placed a bed next to the amusement park. During this time, I observed all of Sayor's actions. I don't know if that silly woman changed her character. She is completely different from when she was in the Sunshine community. During this period, she has been very calm and obedient. Not only did she accompany Shaiki to ease her worries, but she also focused on helping her with tasks. So I was not strict with her regarding treatment. Even Seolin herself already feels very satisfied. Before, in the Sunshine community, she was first beaten and assaulted by a group of zombies who left her aching and spitting blood, and then broke her legs. This time, after one strike, when we met, the zombie king did not use force again. Now she even has her own bed. After this recovery time at the King Shui farm, Seolin seemed much better than before. Although she was still chained, her physical state had improved a lot. Looking at the sky, Seolin couldn't help but smile bitterly. The most peaceful time she had had since the apocalypse was when she lived under the same roof as the zombie king. Even after having my legs broken in the Sunshine community, I still had plenty of food, unlike other survivors fighting for a bit of food. And this time, life at the King Shui farm is even more wonderful. Not only were my legs not broken, but the environment is much broader than in the Sunshine community. This nature-integrated environment is much more comforting. The food is also better than before. Shaolin never thought she would end up falling in love with the meat soup made by the zombie king. That meat soup was incredibly delicious, and after each meal, Shaolin felt completely comforted, as if she had infinite energy. She would never imagine, as a human, and even more as one of the human evolutions, I would end up eating and drinking well among zombies. The most absurd thing is that here at King Shui farm, living together with the zombie king is surprisingly much more comfortable than when I lived at the police station, where I went through more hardship. The current life made Cao Lin have a bold idea. Maybe someday humans and zombies can live in peace like now. If it were another zombie king, maybe it would not be possible. But if it is Sheiki's father, the zombie king who retains human consciousness, maybe it really is possible to achieve that. That day, a helicopter flew over the city of Guana. Several parachutes fell from the plane, and many pamphlets were also dropped. I saw all this through the eyes of the zombies. Controlling zombies, I collected the pamphlets. The survivor camp is now stabilized. They are sending living forces to rescue the scattered survivors. This time, they sent several powerful teams of evolved ones to carry out rescues around the city of Hongai. Humans are still the strongest species on this planet. After going through the apocalyptic crisis, in a short time they already began to gradually adapt. But since the goal of these evolved rescue teams is to save these survivors, I don't want those surviving humans to come and interrupt my peaceful life with Shaq. So I didn't bother doing anything. I immediately controlled all the active evolved zombies in the city of Yan to disappear, in order to avoid any conflict with the evolved ones. As for supplies, the warehouse at the Ion farm is already almost full. Maybe we should give the zombies a few days off. A moment later, in the city of Anan, the leader of the 5-person team was organizing the work. Lin Yang, you take charge of gathering the nearby zombies. Lin Yang and Yang Qi ensure stay back and help everyone recover energy. The team leader is called Wang Li. Before the apocalypse, he was an army captain. After the apocalypse, thanks to his great talent, he became a warrior capable of attacking and defending. Lin Yang awakened an ability similar to the number 1 flame. Yang Shu comes from a martial arts family. Since childhood he trained martial arts, and upon awakening his ability, his combat power exploded. All of them are level 2 or higher evolved. In a short time they cleared all nearby zombies, but they were very confused. Why does it seem that something is not right? We've been here for so long. Why haven't we found any evolved zombies? Ang Li was also very confused. This place has a high population density. The recent battle attracted zombies from several nearby streets, but not a single evolved zombie. This situation really doesn't make sense. Maybe the zone we are in now simply avoided the evolved zombies. We must all be more careful. But Lin didn't seem worried at all. Leader, I think you're being too cautious. It's been so long and no evolved zombie has appeared. I think it's the evolved zombies who fear us. Ang Li frowned hearing this, but said nothing else. Then he began planning the next round of operations. Everyone must rescue as many survivors as possible. At dusk, return with these survivors to regroup. If you encounter danger, you must send the signal in time to notify your companions. The 5 adjusted their communication equipment and then began to go in different directions to search for survivors. Since there were no more evolved zombies, many hidden survivors were rescued one after another. By dusk, the survivors rescued from this area were only about 20 or 30. Ang Li took the survivors to a store. Beyond the necessary equipment, Wang Lei's group also carried many supplies. These were from the survivor base, meant to resupply them. Everyone received a ration of mineral water and compressed biscuits, distributed according to the number of people. It didn't matter if they were men, women, or children. Everyone received the same. Everyone lined up in an orderly fashion to receive their portions. Thank you so much. I knew the survivor base would send us help. Thank you all so much. Although what they received were just a few compressed biscuits, for the starving survivors, this was already something very valuable. At least it provided them with the necessary calories for their bodies. However, some survivors weren't satisfied. A robust man received his compressed biscuits and mineral water, and with a look of displeasure, threw them on the ground. How long has the apocalypse been going on? It's been 3 months, and only now do you remember to come save us. What were you doing before? And on top of that, you try to fool us with these compressed biscuits. Is this even human food? Upon hearing this man's words, several other survivors also nodded in agreement. However, just as they were about to chime in, Lin Yang let out a cold laugh. With a swift movement, Lin Yang appeared in front of this survivor and slapped him so hard he fell to the ground. People like you, we entered the city to save you. You should be grateful, and you still dare to complain here? If you say another word, I'll throw you outside for the zombies to devour. Lin Yang's outburst of rage surprised all the survivors present. Everyone fell silent, terrified, not daring to say another word. As for Wang Lei and the others, they were already used to this and saw nothing strange. After saying that, Lin Yang stomped the compressed biscuits into powder and pressed the man's head firmly against the ground. You damned useless bum. Clean it all up. If you don't, I'll feed you to the zombies. Wang Lei gestured to Lin Yang. Enough, don't waste any more time with these people. Let's discuss today's situation. The 5 of them gathered and shared everything they had found. After speaking, all 5 had confused expressions. Wang Lei frowned. We've never encountered an evolved zombie. The probability of that is very low. They had spent the entire day without finding a single evolved zombie, and he didn't believe it was just team luck. Hey, you're an evolved one, right? I want to ask you some questions. Has anything strange happened lately in the Guanan area? Where did these evolved zombies go? This evolved one told everything without hiding anything. To be honest, in the Guanan area, there really are evolved zombies, but what I'm about to say might seem unbelievable. I myself saw zombies driving a car. The zombies took the supplies from the Guanan area. Upon hearing this, Wang Lei and the other 4 were stunned. Zombies driving cars. Where did this madness come from? And on top of that, letting them take human supplies. Do these bloodthirsty monsters now also like to eat bread and biscuits? Kid, are you messing with me? Lin Yang, quick-tempered, stepped forward, grabbed the man's neck, and lifted him off the ground. You're taking us for fools. When did zombies start driving cars? You don't even bother to find a good excuse to lie. Seeing that the survivor's face was red from Lin Yang's hand squeezing his neck, his companions couldn't stay calm and came out to defend him. Sirs, my friend isn't lying. The zombies in the Guanan area are really very strange. Yes, many survivors in the Guanan area have seen zombies that know how to drive cars. The reason we couldn't get supplies is because a large number of zombies looted all the stores, taking everything there was. More and more survivors began to come out and give their testimonies. These zombies are completely out of their minds. They took everything they could, they didn't even leave us anything. And besides, we saw with our own eyes that these zombies extract gasoline. They took the gasoline from abandoned cars and put it into large barrels to take away. Upon hearing so many testimonies, Wang Lei and the others exchanged glances. This information caught them by surprise. Brothers, be careful. When something is strange, it means something is not right. This Guanan area doesn't seem to be so simple. If there are problems, report them immediately. Don't let these zombies deceive you. But if it really is as these survivors say, and there really are zombies that transport supplies and know how to drive, then we must investigate this thoroughly. They looked at each other and smiled slightly. If they could really investigate the situation of driving zombies, they would certainly gain a large amount of contribution points. With the arrival of the rescue team in the Guanan area, several hidden survivors were rescued in 2 days. To date, they still haven't found traces of evolved zombies. Among the testimonies of these survivors, many also claim to have seen with their own eyes zombies driving, and even more have seen zombies transporting supplies. Wang Lei reviewed all this information: evolved zombies fighting, zombies driving and transporting supplies, and the time the evolved zombies disappeared almost exactly coincides with the time the rescue team arrived. Could these evolved zombies really be afraid of us? Upon learning that a team of evolved warriors came to rescue the survivors, they hid. Since the Guanan area was indeed very safe, the rescue team also operated separately. When Lin Yang was carrying out the rescue in the Guanan area, he passed a small road leading to the city's outskirts and found marks left by a large truck. Lin Yang looked at the tire tracks in front of him, squatted down, and measured with his hand the depth of the vehicle's wheel mark on the ground. It seems that these aren't just tracks from a large truck, but also from a loaded truck. It's clear that these are recent tracks, and the same tire print repeats several times on this road, which shows that this vehicle has been constantly traveling. This doesn't seem like something human survivors would do. Did those wasteful people tell the truth? Are there really zombies who know how to drive trucks in the Guanan area? Are these vehicle tracks in front of me the ones that zombie left while driving the truck? Thinking this, Lin Yang couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. Before this, he never believed what the survivors said, but now it seems the facts are right in front of him. This is really interesting. A group of brainless, bloodthirsty monsters, and they still know how to drive. If I can confirm this information and take it back to the survivor base, it will be a great achievement. If it were before, Lin Yang definitely wouldn't have dared to act alone. After all, no one knows what could happen in the apocalypse. But lately, the entire Guanan area hasn't had any evolved zombies. For Lin Yang, it must be that these zombies are scared. This significantly boosted his confidence. After thinking, Lin Yang didn't inform Wang Lei or the others and went alone, following the vehicle tracks toward the outskirts. When Lin Yang moved away from the city center, Flash 1 suddenly darted out from the shadows. The sudden sound surprised Lin Yang, who quickly waved his hands and formed a wall of fire in front of him. But after observing him all along the way, he already knew Lin Yang's combat style. Thus, the wall of fire was completely expected. He immediately controlled Flash 1 to easily dodge, and quickly approached Lin Yang. Flash 1's explosive speed made Lin Yang's face turn pale with fear in an instant. As an evolved being capable of entering the city and performing rescue missions, Lin Yang's combat power is indeed formidable, but being overly confident, he underestimated his own strength. Fire attacks are certainly strong, but he is just a mage, and now he faces an agile evolved zombie, Flash 1. Half an hour later, at the gate of Icun Farm, Flash 1 returned to the farm. In his hands he still carried a body that had already lost all life. This corpse was none other than that of Lin Yang, from the team of 5. Looking at the evolved one in front of me, a flash of coldness passed through my eyes. Heaven has its way, but you don't follow it, and hell has no gates, yet you enter. Didn't your mother tell you that curiosity kills the cat? The war began. Although I am the king of zombies who leads millions of them, I have no intention of completely breaking with humanity. I just want a place where I can live in peace with Chao Chi. But I didn't expect these humans to be so shameless, to the point of daring to lay their hands on Icun Farm. After secretly executing Lin Yang, who infiltrated here, I plan to give them a warning. I hope they know what's good for them. Don't be foolish. I've already ceded the entire city of Guanan to you, and yet you still dare to tread on my territory. Moments later, a zombie with underground abilities took Lin Yang's body and then stealthily slipped into Guanan City. At the same time, Wang Lei and his team tried to contact Lin Yang by radio many times, but received no reply. Although they hadn't encountered evolved zombies in the past few days, Wang Lei felt that the entire city of Guanan was covered by an ominous shadow, especially after learning about the strange occurrences with the zombies. He had ordered everyone to return before nightfall, but now it was already midnight, and Lin Yang still hadn't returned. Most likely, he had run into trouble. As Captain, Wang Lei, noticing that the atmosphere around him was becoming increasingly tense, immediately spoke. "The city is too dangerous in the middle of the night. Let's wait until dawn. Tomorrow we'll look for him together." The night passed without incident. The next morning, Yang Shu was awakened by some noises. Following the sound, he sleepily approached the window, but the scene he saw left him completely stunned. "This isn't right." Yang Shu's surprised cry immediately woke Wang Lei and the others. Everyone rushed to the window, followed Yang Shu's gaze downward, and in an instant they froze. Right in front of the tent where they were camping, hung a human corpse that had been dead for some time. It was none other than Lin Yang, who hadn't returned all night. It had been 3 months since the apocalypse began. Human flesh was now an extremely scarce resource. His fresh body hanging on the street attracted countless zombies. "Damn it, isn't that Lin Yang? What's going on here?" Liu Yang couldn't help but curse under his breath, furious. "We can't leave Lin Yang hanging like this," Sang Gao, who had studied at the same university as Lin Yang, said furiously. Upon hearing this, Wang Lei nodded. The 4 of them immediately acted to retrieve the body. These ordinary zombies were no match for their slaughter. In a short time they completely eliminated all the zombies gathered around, and then took Lin Yang's corpse back to the shelter. Seeing Lin Yang's inert body on the ground, everyone's faces darkened to the extreme. Wang Lei crouched down to examine the body, and discovered that Lin Yang's fatal wound was on his neck. It was evident that it had been caused by a sharp weapon with a powerful blow. "Are there evolved ones in this city? Why would they attack us?" Yang Xiu's face was grim. He knew that zombies don't use weapons to cut people. Moreover, if these bloodthirsty monsters had killed Lin Yang, they would have devoured him completely. Zombies never leave a corpse intact after killing it, much less hang it with a rope outside the shelter. Damn bastards, what in the world are they plotting? Are they challenging us? Liu Yang slammed the ground in fury. At that moment, his rage was uncontrollable. Damn it, the streets are already full of zombies, and these idiots are still causing internal conflicts. We came to rescue people, and they think we're here to take their territory. Sang Gao was furious. "We can't let this go unpunished. I'm going to avenge Lin Yang and kill these bastards." "No, don't act impulsively." Seeing everyone's emotions intensifying, Wang Lei quickly intervened to stop them. "This person hung the corpse outside our shelter." The entire process occurred in absolute silence. Placing Lin Yang's body out there was clearly a warning to us. "We came here to rescue survivors. We should avoid unnecessary conflicts, finish the mission as quickly as possible, and leave." Yang Shu and Liu Yang nodded upon hearing this. Only Sang Gao looked at Lin Yang's corpse with an expression of frustration. Because of this, he went to ask the survivors that Lin Yang had rescued. He then discovered that Lin Yang had gone to the outskirts. Unable to contain his rage, he disobeyed Wang Lei's order and headed to the city's outskirts alone. So many repeated tire tracks, and they're all recent. It seems Lin Yang also noticed something, which is why they murdered him. Humph, could a zombie drive a car? Clearly these evolved ones are toying with us. Sang Gao let out a cold laugh and began following the tire tracks. Inside Icun Farm, I was preparing beef and rice soup for Shoki and Solin when I suddenly felt a disturbance. Through my zombie's vision, I discovered another evolved human on a path on the city's outskirts that led to Ikun Farm. I've already given them a warning, and they still haven't learned their lesson? If you insist on seeking death, then I shall grant your wish. Sangao cautiously advanced along the path, memories of his university days with Lin Yang flashing through his mind. In this apocalyptic world, Sangao had few friends, and Lin Yang was one of them. This was unacceptable to him. Among the tire tracks, he discovered a familiar mark. It was clearly the imprint of Lin Yang's shoes, who had been there before. He immediately called Wang Lei and the others. I've found where Lin Yang was. It's very likely we'll also find the hideout of these evolved ones. Come support me immediately. Upon hearing Sangao's words, everyone was astonished. It was then they realized Sangao had acted alone again. Damn it, Sangao, do you know what you're doing? I order you to return immediately. The evolved ones hiding in the shadows are incredibly strong. You don't stand a chance against them. Return now. Wang Lei was furious. Lin Yang's corpse was still in the refuge. His tragic death was proof of the enemy's power. With only their small group in Guanan City, they had no chance of defeating them. However, the warnings of the others only further fueled the anger in Sangao's heart. He decided to turn off the radio directly. Damn insensitive fools. You always talk pretty, saying companions should live and die together, that they should face difficulties united, but now you all show your true merciless faces. He couldn't allow Lin Yang to die in vain. But Sangao hadn't walked far when he suddenly noticed a silhouette on the path. However, his expression soon darkened. Were you the one who killed my companion yesterday? However, in response to Sangao's question, this figure did not reply, only continued walking silently toward him. Seeing that the other completely ignored him, Sangao became even more enraged. Damn bastard! As he spoke, he clenched his fists tightly. In the next instant, a strange energy enveloped his body. In an instant, his aura increased significantly. Strength, speed, reflexes. His entire body became completely strengthened. Today I'll make you pay for what you did. In the next second, Sangao appeared right in front of the silhouette. His right fist powerfully struck the enemy's helmet. The impact was so strong that it even broke the helmet's visor. But in the next second, Sangao's smile froze. How is this possible? No, it can't be. You're not human. The one who had been full of determination before now trembled with fear. Sangao's eyes reflected pure terror. Before him was a horrendous creature, its face deformed and terrifying with a pair of blood-red eyes. This wasn't an evolved human. It was a zombie. Could the legends about Guanan City be true? Did a group of human-looking zombies really exist? Sangao, in a state of shock, couldn't react. The zombie, which had been motionless all this time, suddenly appeared before him, and with a single blow sent him flying through the air. In that instant, Sangao lost all will to fight. The only thing he wanted was to run back to the city. But in the next second, his eyes saw something terrifying, a headless body slowly falling to the ground. The black combat uniform was very familiar to him. The zombie from before stood beside it, holding a long sword. The following morning, Yang Shu was awakened again by the roars of the zombies. Remembering that Sangao hadn't returned all night, his heart filled with unease. With a gloomy premonition, he slowly approached the window. Indeed, Sangao's body was hanging outside. This time, it was even decapitated. Wang Lei and the others rushed over upon hearing the noise. Seeing the fear reflected in Sangao's eyes, everyone felt a chill run down their spine. We're leaving. We can't stay here another second. In this apocalyptic world, it's survival or death. It's not worth staying and dying for those who are already dead. Wang Lei had a bad feeling. If they didn't evacuate now, probably none of them would make it out alive. Thus, the next day, they began gathering the rescued survivors to prepare for the evacuation of Guanan City. Yang Shu and Lu Yang exchanged a look, then were the first to abandon the refuge. Let's go, let's go. Whoever stays behind will be their own responsibility. Wang Lei waved at the survivors and spoke to them in a low voice. The mission objective is only 50 people. Now the group already has over 70 people. If some die, it doesn't matter. As the group moved through several streets, Wang Lei looked deeply behind them. Yang Su and Lu Yang exchanged glances, then were the first to leave the shelter. Let's go, let's go. Anyone who stays behind is on their own. Wang Lei gestured to the survivors and spoke softly. The mission's target was only 50 people. The group already has over 70. If some die, it doesn't matter. As the group moved through several streets, Wang Lei looked back deeply, a weight in his chest. Damn it, what kind of hellish place is this Guanyan City? Someday I'll return. I'm going to find out what Wang Lei looked deeply into his memory. He felt a weight on his chest and thought bitterly about what kind of hellish place Guanan City was. He promised himself that one day he would return to discover the secret hidden there. Not far from the retreating convoy atop a building, a solitary figure stood steadfastly watching the group. He thought they had done well, that they knew what was best for them. The area had already been fully explored by humans, and the survivors had almost entirely evacuated, which meant that Guannan City now belonged to them. Inside the Icun farm, I stretched calmly. Finally, the situation was under control. With just a thought, a large number of zombies headed toward Guannan City, including part of the forces protecting the farm and a dozen evolved zombies who infiltrated the city. It's only been 3 months since the apocalypse, and I've already developed my zombie army to this point. Given more time to evolve, I'll soon be able to command an unstoppable force. Don't worry, Shoki, Dad already has enough power to protect you. We no longer live in those times when we were terrified in a shelter. Humans have grown too quickly, and their numbers are sure to continue to increase over time. It seems I'll have to act first. Some might think zombies can't rule the world. We'll see what happens first. If humans evolve faster, or if my army grows faster. From now on, Guannan City will be forbidden territory for humans. As life returned to normal, my routine was that of a hard-working farmer. Every day I checked on the crops, walked through the orchards, and spent time with the children. Thanks to the continued expansion of the undead under my control, the forests near Icun Farm had been cleared of threats. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. While I was training with the sword alongside Lightning number 2 and number 3, I felt a sudden change in the zombies I was controlling, so I headed to the orchard and observed my subjects. I wondered what was happening and if it was possible for these ordinary zombies to evolve. They were supposed to only evolve during the blood moon. However, even though the event ended long ago, new evolvers continued to appear. It could be that the blood moon not only brought that strange light, but also left some kind of energy in the air. I remembered the energy cores in the brains of evolved zombies and mutant beasts. They seemed to be the result of a constant accumulation of energy. If so, zombie evolution is actually the result of the accumulation of power until reaching a breaking point. After the night of the blood moon, the air was permeated with a great deal of special energy. It's very likely that this energy didn't disappear with the end of the phenomenon. If my guess is correct, then even after the blood moon is gone, common zombies can still evolve. This is great. I won't have to worry about the shortage of evolved zombies anymore. At that moment, Yiru Shu ran up to me from a distance. She said she was hungry. I smiled at her, nodded, and then headed into the kitchen. While I was cooking, I looked out the window, watching my little princess running freely through the fields. As time passed, she was no longer just a baby who spent all day in bed. Now she could run freely. If ordinary zombies can evolve, that means Shoki could also become an evolved one. As the saying goes, give a man a fish and he'll eat for a day. Teach a man to fish and he'll eat forever. No matter how hard I try to protect Shoki, there will always be unexpected events. But if she can become a powerful evolver on her own, then even if I'm no longer here one day, the little one will still be able to protect herself. I soon finished preparing the food for both of them. Yiru Shu skipped happily into the kitchen, took the food from me, and then carried Shaolin's portion over to her. The two of them began to eat together, and the entire amusement park was filled with the aroma of meat. After devouring the beef rice soup, Shaolin let out a sigh of satisfaction. His face reflected complete happiness. In this chaotic and devastated world, being able to enjoy a bowl of hot soup was a luxury worthy of a god. After some rest and recuperation at the Icun farm, Shaolin's complexion looked much healthier. Since Shoki enjoyed being with her, and I was worried that her dirty clothes might affect the child's health, Shaolin had the opportunity to enjoy her first bath since the apocalypse began. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, she sank into bed in complete comfort. As she observed the order of everything around her, she couldn't help but feel a little conflicted. It seemed she had grown too accustomed to the Icun farm. Shoki didn't want to leave with her anyway, so staying there for a few more days wouldn't hurt. Eating well and resting without worries was just too pleasant. He glanced at Yiru Shu, who was doing her homework. He told the girl not to waste her time learning useless things, and suggested teaching her martial arts instead. Hearing this, Yiru Shu couldn't help but cast a look of disdain. Inwardly, Shaolin found it incredibly funny, thinking how she, the great Supreme Empress, would need a woman with more breasts than brains to teach her how to fight. Yiru Shu, feigning innocence, asked why he should learn martial arts. Shaolin replied earnestly that the world was no longer as safe as he had imagined, and that only by being strong enough could he survive. After saying this, Shaolin leaped out of bed and took up a fighting stance in front of Yiru Shu. But for the girl, the almighty Supreme Empress, these movements were too clumsy. Such basic and unrefined techniques, even her father was much better. Still, Yerushu decided to be nice and clapped enthusiastically, saying that her Aunt Saw-Lin was amazing and that those moves looked great. Off to the side, Tyrant number 2 had been listening to the entire conversation. He thought that although the woman was a bit of a fool and her combat skills weren't that great, at least what she said made a lot of sense. However, just learning martial arts isn't enough. It would be best if the little one also became an evolver. As for that kind of information, the survivor base probably knows a lot more than I do. If I had known earlier, I would have captured those rescue team members alive and forced the information out of them. But hey, when the little one grows a little older, I'll be able to teach her the bloody sword technique. Shortly after, Lightning number 1 returned to the Icun farm in his truck. However, this time he only brought back 3 level 1 energy cores. The zombie army had been searching the city for days, but that was all the loot they managed to collect. It seems the number of evolved zombies in Guannan is limited. After my intensive hunt, it's getting harder and harder to find evolved zombies, so I took a map and checked it out. The closest village to Icun Farm is Wanglong. According to the map, there's a mountain in Wanglong called Mount Huanglong, one of the most famous in the region. Since there are fewer and fewer evolved animals, I'll have to focus on the mutant animals. It's a good opportunity to explore and see what's out there. Also, I could vary the menu a bit for the little one. Eating the same thing every day must have bored her, so I drove the convoy to a small village at the foot of Huanglong Mountain. The survivors, unconcerned about the wandering zombies, desperately screamed for help, but when the convoy approached, everyone was stunned. Inside the cabin, instead of human soldiers, there was a group of zombies with bloodshot eyes and fixed stares. In an instant, all the survivors felt utter despair. When I arrived at the foot of Huanglong Mountain, although I couldn't see the situation clearly, the occasional roar of wild beasts demonstrated the danger of the place. This Huanglong Mountain is truly teeming with life. Now it'll be my perfect hunting ground. I told my boys to show those mutant beasts what they're capable of. As I finished speaking, a large number of zombies began to flood the mountain. The enormous horde, like tourists, instantly filled the desolate place, restoring its vitality. Seeing this, a giant wolf tried to flee, but I controlled Lightning number 1 and closed in quickly. Bronze head, iron skull, tofu waist, straight to the weak point. With a single slash, the giant wolf fell dead instantly. Huanglong Mountain, as a natural tourist area, had vast areas closed to the public, all undeveloped nature reserves. Inside, the number of wild animals was countless. Thanks to the group combat strategy, all the level 1 and 2 mutant beasts we encountered became prey. In the dense jungle, chilling animal roars could often be heard. The screams of agony continued until nightfall. Only then did I decide to retreat back to Icun Farm. In this battle, we killed 6 level 1 mutant beasts and 3 level 2 giant creatures. Several cargo trucks were piled high with corpses. However, the enormous amount of meat and the intense smell of blood spread throughout the town. From all directions, zombies began to gather and form a horde in front of the convoy. But faced with the relentless onslaught of these heavy trucks, the common undead posed no threat. Those caught under the wheels were crushed to bits. Even their bones were pulverized. The roars of zombies, the roar of engines, and the terrifying sound of the horde being crushed turned the night in Huanglong village into complete chaos. Those hiding in the darkness, the survivors kept praying. Faced with this crisis, they had no choice but to tremble in fear. Meanwhile, at the Icun farm, Yerushu and Saolin, one older and one younger, were chatting animatedly. Suddenly, they heard the roar of engines. They both instinctively looked toward the farm entrance. Just as Yerushu grew curious, she saw the corpse of a huge mutant beast being unloaded from the truck by a group of zombies. The girl froze, unable to believe her father had gone hunting. So much meat. He knew there was a huge amount of energy inside these beasts, that they were a highly nutritious food. For a moment his mouth almost watered. Beside him, Saolin froze. In the entire apocalypse, she had never seen a mutant beast. Now, seeing those enormous corpses, her jaw dropped. She wondered what this was, and if such gigantic creatures really existed in the world. It seemed like something out of a science fiction movie. Wait, he wondered, had all those enormous beasts been hunted by the king of the zombies? Saolin looked at the trucks filled with the corpses of mutated creatures and was completely astonished. She asked Xiao Kiki why the zombie king killed so many animals, and if he had some kind of hobby for torturing them. As soon as he asked the question, Saolin wanted to slap himself. Zombies are bloodthirsty monsters. It was obvious they would brutally slaughter animals. Yerushu showed a proud and naive smile. She replied that of course it was so she could eat meat every day. If father didn't hunt those beasts, where did she think the meaty rice they ate every day came from? Hearing this, Saolin finally understood. but her expression immediately turned melancholy. The survivors she had saved with such effort would even kill her for a bit of food. And yet this zombie king, who was supposed to be evil, was willing to fight these huge beasts just so Xiaokiki could eat better. Yerushu glanced at Shaolin, who had completely believed it and couldn't help but smile in resignation. She thought that this woman was definitely all show and brainless, believing everything she was told. The meat from the mutant golden python Dad killed last time still filled an entire warehouse. If it were just for food, why would he need so much? Besides, there were several trucks full of carcasses. Just storing them was a huge problem. If he wasn't mistaken, Dad must be after these beasts' energy cores. Something had motivated him to act so proactively in hunting them down, probably because he could no longer obtain level 3 cores from the zombies. Yerushu sighed in resignation. The cultivation technique he mastered in his past life was powerful, but sadly, it was only suitable for beings with bodies of flesh and blood. In his memories, there was no technique suitable for someone like his father, a different being. Otherwise, he wouldn't be stuck at level 3, unable to advance. After organizing the energy cores of the giant beasts, I cut the meat into equally sized pieces and then began to taste it. This deer meat was excellent, much more tender than I imagined. The monkey meat was also soft and elastic, with a really good texture, but the firmest meat was undoubtedly that of the level 2 mutant tiger. I told Xiaokiki that she wouldn't have to worry about food this time, that even the bones of that enormous tiger would make a first-class broth. I cut off the most tender parts of the giant beasts and stored them in the refrigerator for later use. I skewered the rest of the meat on skewers and hung it up to make jerky. This way it would keep longer. As for the poorer parts, I threw them directly to the common zombies to devour. After finishing all this, I called out one of my puppets, which had evolved by chance a few days earlier. I gave him 3 level 1 energy cores to absorb. He successfully evolved into a level 2 zombie. After much thought, I decided to raise flame number 1 to level 3. Not only did it go from a single attack to an area attack, but the size of its fireballs also doubled. Its power became even more terrifying. As a nightly reward, I controlled llama number 1 to light a large bonfire in the yard. Then I went to the farm's storage room, retrieved a grill and placed it next to the playground. 2 gloved puppet zombies had already skewered a lot of meat. I took a skewer and rotated it constantly over the fire. The sizzling sound of the meat cooking made Shaolin and Yerushu enjoy the moment. As the meat cooked, a delicious aroma began to spread, awakening both of their appetites. Yerushu looked at the skewers in front of her and, without realizing it, began to drool. She asked her dad to add more chili because she wanted spicy food. Upon hearing this, I immediately shook my head. I told her I was too young to eat spicy food. A little salt and pepper would do the trick. Seeing that her father refused, Yerushu immediately pouted, clung to my leg, and wouldn't let go. Seeing her pleading and tender little face, I controlled Tyrant number 2 to write on a piece of paper that Xiaokiki must be good, that she was still young and couldn't eat chili. He told her that just a little bit would be fine. Seeing this, Yerushu was immediately pleased. After all, her current body was still that of a girl, and even a light spiciness was already quite good. No matter how delicious the food was, eating it every day was tiring. Looking at the greasy skewers, Yerushu suddenly wanted to drink beer. Feeling the cool night breeze, surrounding himself with a bonfire, eating barbecue and drinking cold beer, that was happiness. But Yerushu also knew that Dad would never agree to such an absurd request. After all, a 1-year-old baby asking for beer would make anyone balk. Even if Dad agreed, Shaolin, being a policeman, would probably snatch her away immediately. Meanwhile, she, with her legs crossed, watched Yuan attentively while he cooked from a distance. This zombie didn't look that different from a human. Only his red eyes were a glaring difference. And yet Xiaokiki called him Daddy, so he must be the one who controlled the entire farm, the king of the zombies. Thinking about this, Shaolin frowned slightly. He remembered the infiltrator telling him before that the zombie kings were extremely cunning beings. For their own safety, they always hid in the shadows. But this guy was completely different from what she'd been told. He seemed to have no idea what hiding meant. All he could think about was risking his life against her. She wondered if he'd done it all for Xiaokiki's safety. She wondered if that was why this zombie king, who should have remained hidden, had appeared directly before her. Considering this, Shaolin felt mixed emotions. She couldn't believe it had gotten to this point. Wait, this guy looked like he was related to that infiltrator. When she tried to kill him in the past, the infiltrator stopped her several times. Remembering this, a look of frustration crossed Shaolin's eyes. If it weren't for the fact that the infiltrator was such a mess, she wouldn't have ended up with her legs broken, imprisoned in the building. However, Shaolin had doubts. She had been talking to Xiao Kiki these past few days, and she had never mentioned having other relatives at home. As I continued to sprinkle seasoning on the meat skewers, the aroma grew even more intense. Yiru Shu and Shaolin, one older and one younger, felt their appetites awaken. The smell of the grill made them salivate. "Dad, you're a master chef. This smells amazing," Yiru Shu said as she stood beside the grill, her bright eyes fixed on the roasted meat. For a moment, she even forgot to wipe the drool from her mouth. Beside him, Shaolin couldn't help but gulp. Watching Yuan diligently grill meat for Xiao Kiki sent a whirlwind of emotions through him. He had never imagined he'd end up living so closely with a zombie king. Shaolin wanted to talk openly with this king, but she was almost certain that if she said anything inappropriate, this zombie leader, who seemed so hardworking and cautious, would probably lose his cool instantly. And although Shaolin didn't want to admit it, she realized she didn't want to leave that place either. He had good food, good drinks, and she didn't have to worry about her safety. In the midst of the apocalypse, there was perhaps no more comfortable place than being next to this being. At that moment, the meat was finally ready. I took a skewer and passed it to little Yiru Shu. She couldn't even remember how long it had been since she'd eaten something grilled. As she savored the meat, she closed her eyes almost without realizing it, completely enjoying that moment. Then I passed another skewer to Shaolin. The intense aroma of the food made her unable to resist. The flavor immediately awakened her palate, and at the same time brought back memories of her life before the apocalypse. For a moment, Yiru Shu and Shaolin noticed the huge pile of skewers beside them. Both were completely satisfied, their lips still glistening with grease. Shaolin instinctively touched her stomach and frowned slightly. Thinking this is the apocalypse, she wondered why she felt like she'd gained so much weight lately. She feared that if she continued like this zombie king would render her useless. Wanglong City, already in ruins after the previous bloody battle, now looked even more devastated. A hungry and weakened survivor decided to go out in search of something to eat. Just at that moment, the roar of an engine resonated in the air. Chen Tao, who was about to open the door, froze. He thought the sound was a car and wondered if it could be the same zombies from yesterday. Thinking about this, Chen Tao felt a deep despair, but his tenacity and survival instinct made him shake his head. He thought it was impossible, that this time it had to be a human rescue team. Holding his empty stomach, Chen Tao leaned against the wall and climbed to the second floor. From the window, he gazed into the distance. However, reality is always cruel. What he saw this time wasn't a rescue team either. It was still the same familiar convoy, still the same zombies driving trucks. The last shred of hope inside him at the sight of the zombies finally extinguished completely. He thought, those damn zombies even knew how to drive. He wondered if there was still room for humans to survive in this world. And if so, what was the point of living anymore? Chen Tao crawled to the edge of the bed. In the drawer of the nightstand was a box of rat poison. He had initially bought it for the rodents that were sneaking into his warehouse, but he never imagined he would end up using it for himself. After swallowing the poison, Chen Tao lay peacefully on the bed. After months of suffering in this endless apocalypse, his face finally broke into a faint smile of relief. To hell with the zombies. To hell with the apocalypse. Situations like Chen Tao's were repeated throughout Wanglong village. Meanwhile, I stopped the convoy at the foot of Wanglong Mountain. Yesterday, we only hunted the mutant beasts on the outskirts, so this time I decided to explore further. The puppet zombie army had barely entered the valley when a dense sound of footsteps was heard up ahead. Suddenly, enormous mutant wolves appeared in front of us. The pack seemed to consist of about 10 beasts. On a large rock stood an alpha wolf, larger than the others. In an instant, the puppet zombies and the pack of mutant wolves were in a tense standoff. The wolves seemed to sense the presence of several level 2 evolved zombies, so as a precaution, they remained motionless. But that didn't matter to me. In a direct duel, he who strikes first wins. Immediately, I controlled Flame 1 to launch fireballs at the pack. Instead of close combat, a long-range bombardment was better. In a matter of seconds, the flames spread and turned the area practically into a sea of fire. The wolves were taken by surprise, but these bloodthirsty beasts didn't react like the wolves before the apocalypse. Instead of fleeing, the pain only unleashed their ferocity. Each one became even more brutal. With a furious roar from the level 2 alpha wolf, the mutant wolves, their bodies engulfed in flames, instead of retreating, charged directly at the puppet zombie army. The Wangxi Valley echoed with the wolves' blood-curdling howls. If they want to risk it all, then I'll play them to the bitter end. After all, my army is immortal. I want to see what living creature can outlast my puppet zombies. With but a thought, the evolved zombies charged and engaged the pack in combat. At the same time, I controlled Lightning 1 and unleashed the bloody blade technique I had been training. Each slash of my sword claimed the life of a giant wolf. The more blood covered the blade, the deeper my mastery of the technique became. Finally, a crimson flash cut through the air. The head of the level 2 mutant alpha wolf fell to the ground. Shortly after, the previously quiet surroundings of Ijun Farm were filled with a chilling chewing sound. Several enormous crimson-colored wolf beasts were being devoured by a multitude of common zombies. The ground around them was completely stained with blood. These already horrifying zombies burrowed almost halfway into the corpses of the giant wolves to devour them. Wolf meat was sour and had a horrible texture. It was definitely not something Zhao Qiqi could eat, so it served only as food for the puppet zombies. These creatures weren't picky at all. As long as it was edible meat, they would gobble it up without a second thought. This gave me the perfect opportunity to experiment with mutant beast meat. I wanted to see if I could accelerate the evolution of ordinary puppet zombies. The pack of bloodthirsty wolves in Wangxi Valley provided 10 level 1 nuclei and 1 level 2 nucleus. I had only been in the valley for 2 days, and I had already encountered such a large pack of mutant wolves. This meant that there were many more mutant beasts waiting to be hunted on Wanglong Mountain. If I managed to conquer the entire mountain, the nuclei of these creatures could greatly increase the power of my puppet zombie army. I could even raise all the evolved zombies to level 3, which would mean an exponential leap in my power. Just then, I noticed something strange. It was the mutant turtle that had been living in the pond, regularly feeding them with the flesh and blood of mutant beasts, then letting them devour each other. Then, when they are fat, harvesting the fruits for myself, using this to increase strength. Just now, I realized that the old turtle, which always hid in the lake, came out onto the land. I immediately ordered the nearby caretakers to act. Turtle soup is very nutritious. Such a large mutant turtle, without a doubt. The soup will be even more nutritious. Do not harm the little turtle. It has no bad intentions. But at the moment the caretakers were preparing to act, little Kiki rushed forward and stood in front of them. When I arrived at the scene, little Kiki was already riding on the back of the old turtle. Despite this, the mood of the gigantic turtle remained very stable. "Gee, Daddy, look, the little turtle let me ride it." Yiru Shu showed an innocent smile. She looked very adorable. In fact, Yiru had her own plans in making the old turtle come out. In these days, she had seen how her father hunted many mutant beasts, so she knew that her father must have accumulated many nuclear crystals. The little one was already mounted on its back, and the old turtle had not even gotten angry. Could this be the result of little Kiki's daily feeding? It was like raising a dog. The old turtle had also recognized its owner. For a moment, I could not continue acting. However, this old mutant turtle was so large that its name, Little Turtle, no longer made much sense. If its strength could be enhanced, the child's safety would also be better protected. I thought for a moment and took 2 level 1 crystal nuclei from my pocket. I gave them directly to the old turtle. A moment later, the turtle successfully ascended into a second-level mutant beast. Its size increased considerably, reaching about 4 meters. "Daddy, look, the little turtle grew." "Daddy, what did you give her to eat before? Can you give more? I want the little turtle to keep growing." Jiru Shu, who knew very well but at that moment shouted with an innocent expression. According to her experience and memories of her past life, her father was undoubtedly on the front line of post-apocalyptic evolution. He was, after all, a zombie king with human consciousness, truly remarkable in this post-apocalyptic world. I could see that this mutant turtle had a special relationship with little Kiki. Since I had already decided to raise this mutant beast, I would not be stingy with the nuclear crystals. I took paper and pencil and wrote, "Little Kiki, what Daddy gave this turtle before is something very valuable, and besides, it just ate. It cannot take it again immediately. But don't worry, if you like this animal so much, Daddy will make it grow more and more." Yirushu quickly nodded with a smile. Yes, I knew Daddy was the best. Daddy, don't worry, the little turtle obeys me. Even if it grows, it will never harm us." After saying that, Yirushu directly climbed onto the back of the giant mutant turtle. The giant turtle showed no complaint, simply becoming a steed for Yirushu, wandering around the farm. Hearing little Kiki's happy laughter, I also felt very comforted. That the little one grows healthy and happy every day is my greatest wish. Right then Sine, who was resting in bed, quickly sat up upon hearing a noise. Then she saw little Kiki riding a gigantic turtle passing swiftly before her. Solon was stunned. Her beautiful eyes were wide open. She even began to wonder if she had not just woken up. What was that? What just happened? Little Kiki was riding on that black turtle. What is that thing that looks like a giant plate? Why do I feel it looks like a turtle, but who has a turtle that looks like that? And besides, it's running far too fast. Wasn't it said that in the race between the turtle and the hare lost because it slept halfway? But I see that this turtle is not slow at all. Recalling that little Kiki often told me about her little turtle she was raising, Solon thought it was just a pet the size of a palm, but now it seems she had underestimated the size of the little one's pet. But this turtle was already the size of a car, and they still called it Little Turtle? There was nothing little about it. The next morning, I was as always preparing breakfast for little Kiki. Suddenly, I felt that among the many ordinary zombies I controlled, 2 of them had turned into evolved zombies. After observing, they were precisely those 2 ordinary zombies that had taken part in my experiment of devouring mutant beast flesh. It seemed my assumption was not wrong, but still, I planned to make another test. If after that those ordinary zombies that ate mutant beast flesh continued to show signs of evolution, it would fully prove my assumption correct. The next day, as expected, among my ordinary zombies, 2 evolved zombies appeared again. Brilliant. It seemed my assumption was not wrong at all. Since mutant beast flesh could promote the evolution of ordinary zombies, this meant that as long as there was enough mutant beast flesh, I could endlessly generate a great number of level 1 evolved zombies. I looked at my warehouse where I stored the mutant beast flesh, and my eyes shone intensely. Creating level 1 evolved zombies was only the foundation. The most important thing was that I could produce them and sell them on my own. Using these level 1 evolved zombies, I could cultivate them further to produce level 2 zombies. Zombie evolution required consuming crystal nuclei of the same level. As long as there were enough crystal nuclei, I could create powerful zombies. In fact, if the amount were sufficient with a large enough base, it would even be possible to create level 3 zombies. I could build a factory of evolved zombie production. As long as I had ordinary zombies and mutant beast flesh, I could put everything into a production chain. In this way, evolved zombies would constantly appear and continue evolving through mutual devouring. As soon as I began preparing a new plan, I immediately occupied a large stadium in the Guanyan district. This stadium was completely sealed on all sides. Only one exit remained. I controlled the high-level zombies and placed them in the stadium, releasing a large number of ordinary zombies. Then I completely sealed the single large gate, making sure, in this horde, these evolved zombies, due to their instinctive desire, would begin killing each other in the stadium, and then they would continue devouring one another to become stronger. When these zombies had finished fighting, I would be able to harvest the fruits I had fattened. This process of creating evolved zombies, completely automatic, would not require my intervention in the future. While Fatty threw pieces of mutant beast flesh into the stadium, the fresh smell of blood immediately attracted the zombies. In an instant, their ferocity was awakened. The zombies that had previously been able to coexist peacefully suddenly began to fight fiercely. They started savagely battling over the flesh. It was as if fish in an aquarium were fighting over bait. Very good, very good. From now on, this will be my center of creating zombies. I'm very excited. I don't know how many evolved zombies will appear after some time. Now that the zombie creation center is ready, it's time for me to start hunting more mutant beasts. Now I not only have to take care of little Kiki, that glutton and Solon's pet, but also this entire horde of zombies. The path to strength is truly long and arduous. However, when I arrived with my zombie army in the inner zone of Wenglon Mountain, there were no mutant beasts nearby. In their place, there were bloody vines spreading out. Near these vines, there were a large number of mutant beasts. Just as I realized something was wrong, these bloody vines launched themselves at the evolved zombies, devastating everything. Seriously, mutant beasts were already too much, but even the plants had mutated rapidly. I controlled the zombies to dodge, but the bloody vines passed over other zombies, heading directly toward Zombie Ray 2. Seeing this, I focused on controlling Zombie Ray 2 to dodge, but I didn't realize that more and more bloody vines were shooting out from behind the rocks. The space for Zombie Ray 2 to move became smaller. It could only continue swinging the steel knife in my hands, but it was useless. Countless vines wrapped around him. The vines completely enclosed Zombie Ray 2, forming a huge cocoon. At that point, I could only take the other zombies with me. I left the forest of bloody vines. Zombie Ray 2 had accompanied me for so long. It didn't want to give up without taking the final step. After waiting for half an hour, the vines that had previously enclosed Zombie Ray 2 suddenly released him on their own. I examined carefully and found that Zombie Ray 2 had not suffered any damage. It was really strange. What is happening with these mutant plants? What is happening with these mutant plants? Suddenly, a huge mutant boar shot out from the forest. Before I could react, the vines quickly launched themselves at it, recreating the same scene as before. Not even 2.5 minutes passed when I heard the boar's agonized howls from the vine cocoon. After that, the boar was devoured at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then I understood these bloody vines only attack living beings with physical bodies. When Zombie Ray 2 fought other mutant beasts, its body was smeared with some mutant beast blood. That's why the bloody vines actively attacked it. To confirm my hypothesis, I sent another zombie to walk through the forest of bloody vines as a test. As expected, although this zombie I was controlling was very close to the bloody vines, they seemed unaware of its presence. They made no movement. They did not react in any way. After entering the interior of Wanglan Mountain, I haven't encountered many mutant beasts so far. Now it seems the reason is probably that a large number of mutant beasts have already been eliminated by these bloody vines. The corpses of the mutant beasts on the ground are the best evidence. These bloody vines are very tough, not easy to break. Looking around the mutant beast corpses, I noticed that their heads were not broken. In other words, it is very likely that there are still crystal cores in the heads of these mutant beast corpses. Thinking this through, I controlled a zombie and entered the forest of bloody vines. After breaking the skull of a large mutant beast, I indeed found a crystal core at the back of its head. I couldn't believe it. It seemed these vines weren't even interested in the crystal cores, but that was a huge advantage for me. This time, I really gained a lot. I didn't have to do anything directly, and I collected more than 10 level 1 cores. I even found 2 level 2 cores. After collecting the crystal cores, I began to examine the forest of vines before me. These bloody vines were very thick, much thicker than those I had seen before the apocalypse. They seemed many times thicker. They were like bloody tentacles. Approaching the surface of these bloody vines, I could notice that their surface had many thick blood veins, like the blood vessels of a living being. If I observed closely, I could even feel them. On the surface of these bloody vines, countless streams of blood were flowing. I couldn't control my curiosity. Controlling Zombie Ray 1, I began cutting these vines with my knife. Although they appeared to be made of connected blood vessels, they had incredibly strong defense. It was like cutting several twisted nylon ropes together, very tough. Even with great strength, I could only cut little by little. While cutting, I had to be careful and alert with the bloody vines in front of me. Fortunately, nothing unusual happened. After continuously cutting with Zombie Ray 1, I finally obtained a sample. These bloody vines were so astonishing, extremely resistant, and could also attack by absorbing blood. I planned to take it back for thorough study and also investigate how this world had modified these plants. It seemed that after the Red Moon anomaly, the world had changed enormously. It was far stranger than I had imagined. From now on, I could no longer see this world as I did before. At dusk, the convoy was full. However, Zombie Ray 1, at the front, holding the small section of bloody vine in his hands, seemed to have detected the mutant beast corpses loaded on the truck. Suddenly, it began to writhe. I was surprised. This bloody vine had been cut some time ago and had shown no changes before, but now it started to writhe so violently. Looking at how the vine in my hands twisted, I realized this mutated bloody vine had incredibly strong vitality. At Aikun's farm, Sign watched Jiru Shu riding the giant turtle, her face full of curiosity. "Kiki, how did you do that? How did you get that mutant turtle to obey you so much?" Hearing Sign's question, Jiru Shu shrugged. "It's very easy. You just have to give it meat. It's like feeding a dog." Hearing this, Sign couldn't help but tremble. The answer was quite simple and direct, but the crucial thing in this apocalypse is that humans would already be grateful to get something to eat. As for meat, they couldn't even dream of it. At that moment, the convoy had already reached Aikun's farm. Hearing the noise, Jiru Shu riding the mutant turtle ran toward the convoy. At that moment, I took the vine from Zombie Ray 1's hands. Although it had been away from its original body for a while, this bloody vine still trembled slightly. It hadn't completely died. It seemed it still wanted to continue consuming the meat and blood of mutant beasts. Jiru Shu, riding the turtle, was also attracted by the bloody vine in Lu Chuan's hands. The next moment, she seemed to recognize the bloody vine. Her eyes widened completely, her gaze full of astonishment. That's it. The blood demon vine. Where did Daddy get this thing from? In Jiru Shu's memories, this blood demon vine is one of the fiercest plants after the mutation in the apocalypse, an extremely aggressive existence, an evil existence that enjoys devouring the flesh and blood of living beings. As soon as any being with a physical body appears near these blood demon vines, the vine immediately starts its attack, absorbing all the flesh and blood of its target. But that's not the most important thing. What worries Jiru Shu the most is that once this plant reaches its mature stage, it will start forming blood crystals. In her past life, blood crystals were very rare treasures. They had an extremely powerful effect in strengthening a warrior's body. And although the name blood demon vine sounds terrifying, it is a mutant plant that can be domesticated by humans. Jirushu knows how to domesticate them. It is necessary to feed it with your own blood, then, using refinement techniques, it can be controlled at will. By domesticating this blood demon vine, one can control it to attack or defend, or even use it for other purposes as desired. The vine's body is very resistant. This mutant plant is very rare, as it can both attack and defend. Moreover, it grows in groups, and cannot live alone. After all, in its early stages, this plant relies on numerical advantage. Now that Daddy has this small section of blood demon vine, it means that near the farm there is Kun and a forest of blood demon vines. Thinking of this, Jirushu felt incredibly excited. This was great news. In her past life, many powerful people wished to obtain this blood demon vine, but it could only be found by luck. It seemed that when her power grows in the future, she could go search for the location of this blood demon vine. She would just need to use her vital blood to refine it and gain a powerful ally that can attack and defend, even restrict the opponent's movement. Thinking of this, the corners of Jirushu's lips couldn't help but smile. She realized that after being reborn, her luck seemed to have improved a lot. The opportunities she got were really much better than in her past life. It seemed that whenever she was near Daddy, good luck never failed to occur. Seeing Kiki approaching quickly, I passed the blood demon vine to Zombie Ray 1. Although this blood demon vine had already been cut, the blood-colored vine continued to writhe constantly. I am a zombie. I don't care. Anyway, I'm immune to this vine, but the little one is not. She is a living human, and the target of this blood demon vine. When Jirushu approached, I controlled a zombie to bring a bucket of fresh mutant beast blood, and I poured it out. Earlier, on Wanglan Mountain, I had seen with my own eyes that these vines nearly went into a frenzy at the sight of blood and flesh. The boar's body was quickly devoured completely. Most likely, fresh meat has a strong attraction for these vines. The blood from the beast that I poured not only penetrated the soil, but also allowed this small bloody vine to absorb it. I did this out of curiosity, just to see if I could make it grow. If I can actually cultivate this bloody vine, then the perimeter of the farm will have a powerful protective wall. It would be like putting insurance on the farm, and if any enemy wanted to attack my farm, they would first have to get through these blood demon vines. From what I observed before about the bloody vines, ordinary living beings probably couldn't resist them for long. In any case, the ones I control are a group of zombies who have been dead for a long time and are not within the attack range of these bloody vines. If I can form a wall of blood around the perimeter of the farm without a doubt, it will be a huge advantage for Kingwe Farm. At this moment, I have arrived with flesh and blood at the gym where common zombies are bred. I hear the sound of the main door opening. Countless zombies immediately rush forward. They are desperate to escape through this door. Tyrant number 1, who guards the door, acts as if he were playing soccer, kicking back the zombies that try to flee. The next second, the powerful aura of the zombie tyrant is released completely, in an instant making these common zombies freeze in place under this powerful hierarchical oppression. The crowd of zombies packed at the entrance of the gym moves one by one, terrified, toward the inside of the gym. When the zombies at the entrance have been completely dispersed, Tyrant number 1 begins throwing this flesh and blood non-stop into the gym. In the middle of that sea of zombies, like a tide, some individuals appear whose size is clearly greater than the other zombies, much more robust. These zombies have greater strength and manage to snatch more flesh and blood. It is evident that they have already evolved. It seems that this method really works. In just 2 days, several more evolved zombies have already emerged. If we continue with this current efficiency, I fear that in less than half a month I will be able to breed hundreds of evolved zombies. Time passes in the blink of an eye. 3 days have gone by. Every day I repeat the same work, hunting mutant beasts, then manipulating my zombie puppet to process the flesh and blood of these beasts. Because I have killed many of these beasts, I have collected a large quantity of their blood. After finishing dealing with other matters, I arrived at the place where I had previously planted the bloodthirsty vines and discovered that these bloodthirsty vines had already sprouted. I did not expect the life of this thing to be stronger than I had originally imagined. When planting this outside the farm, I only did it with the attitude of testing to see what would happen. I did not think it would succeed so easily. Then I can be at ease and transplant those bloodthirsty vines constantly near the farm. Suddenly in my mind, I remembered those movies and games from my past life related to building defenses for cities, building a moat around the city, leaving only one path toward the city. In case of war, the bridge is raised. Through the moat, the enemy is blocked to a certain extent. This, too, is a way to improve the defense of the Clearwater farm. However, it is clear that right now relying on my own strength to dig a canal and then bring large amounts of water from the river is not realistic. Although I cannot really build a moat by myself, I can use these bloodthirsty vines to form a red moat. Moreover, these bloodthirsty vines, extremely strong both in attack and defense, are much more useful than a common moat, but considering Zhao Qiqi's safety, I decided to install these bloodthirsty vines 1 kilometer away from the farm. Immediately I made the decision and began to execute it. I sent the zombie puppet team toward Hangtong Shan to hunt mutant beasts, and in the process simultaneously carry out the transplant of these bloodthirsty vines. At the same time, I took out the crystal cores that I had accumulated during this time to check them for a moment, and discovered that I had now accumulated 4 second-level cores. I could already make one of my second-level puppets evolve to the 3rd level. I directly chose the zombie tyrant. With the advancement of his level, the claws of Tyrant number 1 now had a faint metallic shine under the sunlight, reflecting a cold and sinister gleam. Immediately, I took him to the place where abandoned materials were piled up. The muscles of the 3rd level Tyrant number 1 were incredibly terrifying. With a strong stomp on the ground, his whole body shot out like a bullet at high speed, the ground under his feet filling with cracks. At the same time, when brandishing those claws with a cold metallic gleam, the metallic materials piled to the side were instantly cut apart. Right now that I am preparing to move the bloodthirsty vines from Wanglong Shan to the perimeter of the farm, last time when Ray number 2 used a steel knife to cut those vines, it took a long time. Now this Tyrant number 1 can be of great use with such powerful claws. Lu Chuan does not believe he cannot cut those vines. Lake Liang, originally a reservoir in the upper reaches of the river of Yang City, thanks to its multiple geographical advantages, after the outbreak of the end of the world, the High Command of Hangai City immediately chose Lake Liang as the settlement zone for the survivor base. After more than half a year of development, this survivor base has already taken initial form. Around the perimeter, a circle of modern and simple walls has been built. Basically made of metal, containers, steel bars, and cement assembled, their main purpose is to resist zombies and establish watch posts. But due to the scarcity of resources, the entire survivor base has basically been divided into 2 areas. Outside the high walls is the zone where common survivors live, while inside are the evolved and their families, as well as the environment where the high command of the survivor base lives. It can be seen that the environment in the outer district of the base is extremely harsh and deplorable. The survivors either live in improvised tents or in temporary shelters built with wood or scrap. It can only be said they have a basic place to stay, but it cannot even withstand heavy rains or winds. Since this survivor base was built temporarily in the open air and gathered a large number of survivors, there is absolutely no kind of urban planning. The streets of the perimeter are full of mud and all kinds of excrement are basically mixed with that mud. This makes the smell of the perimeter of the survivor base become extremely unpleasant. In comparison with the society of the outer district, the streets of the inner district are relatively much cleaner. However, the quite ironic thing is that those in charge of cleaning the environment of the inner district are precisely those common people who live in the outer district. At the central position of the inner district of the base, there is a temporarily built office building. At this moment, the high command of the Hangai survivor base is gathered in a conference room. The atmosphere somewhat tense. Gentlemen, today the capital issued a warning. The situation is very serious. I hope you all pay close attention. In the capital, small hordes of zombies have already appeared. The survivor bases of all provinces and regions must be alert, prevent in advance the attacks of the zombie hordes. At this moment inside the conference room, a video is being played. The images of the video make the high-ranking leaders present feel a chill on their heads. On the big screen can be seen an endless horizon, a black and dense mass of zombies. They seem to have a clear objective, all advancing in the same direction. Along the way, those abandoned vehicles and others are completely overturned by these zombies. You must all have seen it, right? This is what was recorded by the drones from the capital. These bloodthirsty zombies, I don't know for what reason, have all united together. At first, no one paid attention to it, but without realizing it, this small group of zombies grew more and more until forming the enormous horde we see now. A middle-aged man dressed in military uniform sitting next to the screen with a somber face said, "What exactly is happening here? A group of brainless zombies. How can they show such cohesion?" The middle-aged man in military uniform took a deep breath upon hearing this, and then said in a grave voice, "From the capital they reported that behind this horde of zombies it is very likely that there is a high-level zombie commanding." After these words, the conference room instantly fell into absolute silence. No one could believe what they had just heard. "What did you say? That there is a zombie commanding these hordes? That is absolutely impossible. They are nothing but a group of brainless monsters. Since the outbreak of the end of the world crisis, the human population across the planet has already been decimated. Factories stopped, politics collapsed, society is in total chaos, survival is a problem. But even so, humanity has not abandoned hope. In different places, survivor bases have been established non-stop, beginning to unite forces to overcome the crisis and rebuild the order and life from before. But now, the information that arrives from the capital is undoubtedly a devastating blow that directly destroys everyone's confidence. If zombies have intelligence, what path is left for humanity? I know that this result may be difficult to accept and everyone feels very helpless in its interior, but there is no option. We must accept this reality. The middle-aged man stood up with a flash of authority in his gaze, sweeping his eyes over all those present. All of you here are high command of the base. We must accept the fact that these bloodthirsty zombies are constantly changing, otherwise only death awaits us. Hearing this, all those present sighed with resignation, then nodded one after another. From the capital they have named this type of zombies as zombie kings. Upon hearing this, everyone held their breath in shock. Just hearing that name, one can feel the terror it inspires, the king of the zombies. What an imposing name. It seems that in the capital they give great importance to this type of zombie. Listen everyone, the threat of these zombies far surpasses that of the other zombies. The information about the zombie kings must be spread as soon as possible. If any team of evolved ones encounters an evolved zombie that seems to be a zombie king, they must report it immediately. At this moment, I am controlling my army of zombie puppets advancing toward the depths of Wangongshan. Just then, through the perspective of the puppets, I perceived a roar coming from the mountain forest not far away. Obviously, a gigantic creature was rapidly approaching me. Great! I thought today with the rain I would return empty-handed. As expected, a wild beast could not hold itself back. This time I even brought Dupon, who guards the farm gate. Even if it is a third-level beast, we are going to tear it apart. Finally, the terrifying giant beast burst out of the forest. It was a second-level mutant black bear. Herpin directly controlled Fire Number 1, who had been accumulating energy for a while, to release at that moment an enormous fireball. The blazing flames burned ceaselessly, disorienting this giant bear. The zombie tyrant seized the opportunity, and with his claws shining with a cold and sinister gleam, pierced directly through the skull of this giant bear. Then, with strength in both claws, he completely crushed the bear's brain. The underground zombie appeared at that moment and carried the body of this giant mutant bear back to the mountain base. But just after finishing dealing with this, I heard a roar that echoed throughout the forest. The bellow of a ferocious tiger exploded in my ears. Before my eyes appeared a mutant tiger, about 5 meters high at the shoulders and with a body that reached 7 meters in length. In the gaze of this mutant tiger, I could clearly see a flash of disdain. Obviously, for this third-level mutant tiger, my zombie puppets seemed only an appetizer. Through the puppet's perspective, I discovered with astonishment that from the mouth and nose of this giant mutant tiger emanated a sinister cold. The surrounding ground seemed to be freezing. Could it be that mutant beasts have also awakened special abilities? While I was shocked, a cold and sinister flash flew directly toward Ray Number 1. Luckily, I quickly manipulated him to dodge the attack. The place where Ray Number 1 had been standing a moment ago had turned into ground covered with ice. This tiger, opening its mouth, released a terrifying jet of frost. That sinister cold on this gloomy rainy day seemed even more frightening. For a moment, the zombie puppets could only flee in panic, and those trees struck by the cold flash instantly turned into ice sculptures. However, perhaps because this tiger wanted to release its frost power, which also consumed much energy, after releasing it a few times and seeing it had no effect, it closed its mouth again. Then my heart could relax a little. I quickly controlled my zombie puppets to launch into close combat. Growls and loud crashes could be heard. I watched the battle before me with astonishment, my heart full of caution. The strength of this third-level tiger was truly too terrifying. Even Airper, a third-level zombie tank, could not withstand for long the enormous strength of this giant tiger. Tyrant Number 1 was also forced to retreat continuously. Damn, this third-level mutant tiger is much stronger than that second-level one before. If it goes on like this, there's no solution. Of course, almost forgot. Not far away is the forest of bloodthirsty vines. A plan came to me immediately. I controlled the third-level evolved zombies to fight while retreating, guiding this giant mutant tiger toward the direction of the bloodthirsty vine forest. The zombie puppets gradually fell into disadvantage, and the murderous instinct of this mutant tiger grew ever stronger. Soon both sides reached the range of the bloodthirsty vine forest. The instant the mutant tiger entered the bloodthirsty vine forest, those vines reacted immediately. Countless bloodthirsty vines could be seen lunging directly at this tiger. The combat capacity of this third-level mutant tiger was truly formidable. Facing the hungry vines covering the sky, it kept fighting non-stop. However, the quantity of these demonic bloodthirsty vines around it was overwhelming. Although this tiger had an agile body, for a moment it could not break free from the encirclement. As more and more vines surrounded it, the four limbs of this tiger began gradually to be wrapped and restrained. Even the frost expelled from the giant mutant tiger's mouth before these tenacious bloodthirsty vines hardly achieved any effect. Its own strength could barely be fully unleashed. Finally, this giant mutant tiger could not resist the immense number of demonic bloodthirsty vines. It was firmly wrapped, only able to emit roars of final frustration. The giant mutant tiger showed an expression of despair. The roars from its mouth transformed into sharp and heartbreaking wails like the cries of ghosts from hell. Hearing them made the heart tremble. The agonizing screams of the giant mutant tiger became weaker and weaker until they could no longer be heard. Strong is strong, but it doesn't have much brain. I smiled, my gaze fixed on the remains of the giant mutant tiger. This mutant tiger was truly ferocious. Earp and the other three together could not restrain it. Next, I slowly walked toward the bloodthirsty vine forest. I arrived beside the remains of the giant mutant tiger and extracted the crystal core hidden in its skeleton. I observed the bloodthirsty vine forest, and in my heart, I was extremely satisfied. In the future, if I encounter third-level mutant beasts difficult to handle, I can still use this method. If a few more come, I might probably evolve again directly. Moments later, with my zombie puppets under command, I resumed the hunt. After killing a few more mutant beasts, I returned to the farm Icon with the zombie puppets. Without realizing, another week had passed. These days, I have often led my army of zombie puppets toward Wulongshan to hunt and obtain crystal cores, at the same time collecting flesh and blood of mutant beasts for the zombies. Now the second-level zombie puppets have already reached a total of 32. Moreover, Ray Number 1, Underground Number 1, and Dapan, the three of them, after receiving enough second-level crystal cores from Wan, successfully advanced to third-level evolved zombies. Inside the gym, there are already a total of 50 first-level evolved zombies. In one corner, there are also notably several second-level zombies. During this time of hunting mutant beasts every day with so much effort, finally, it has not been in vain. Looking at the horde of zombies, I made a decision in my heart. It is time to harvest. Half an hour later, Luchuan prepared the food for Zhokiki and told her to do her homework well. Then I personally drove to the gym. With a movement of my mind, I manipulated the evolved ones inside, turning them into zombie puppets. Immediately, these evolved zombies, who before had been quite active, became completely silent, as if they had received an order. They walked on their own through the horde of zombies, leaving the gym slowly and with great order. Upon reaching outside the gym, I controlled these zombie puppets to line up in several rows with clearly defined columns. As for the inside of the gym, those first-level evolved zombies that remained would naturally become providers of crystal cores. At the next moment, I manipulated blood-soaked Ankados, walking slowly out of the gym. I obtained a total of 30 first-level crystal cores. Then I looked at the first-level zombies to one side and fed them. Thus, each time a second-level zombie evolved, I controlled another first-level zombie to come out, constantly feeding them crystal cores. When the 30 crystal cores I had in my hand were completely used up, I managed to obtain 10 second-level zombie puppets. Then I extracted their second-level crystal cores. I left Tyrant Number 1 guarding the gym and returned to the farm with 10 second-level crystal cores. I directly summoned 3 second-level zombie puppets under my command and made them ascend to third level. Then I extracted their third-level crystal cores. I ordered Deepang and the others to protect the farm Iwan well and returned to my room with Underground Number 1. I have managed to ascend to the 4th level of Zombie King. Not only can I control zombies within a 50-kilometer radius, but even the entire horde is becoming more and more human-like. But I don't know that my identity is about to be discovered. All because last time I killed those who came to Jingnan, 2 members of the district's rescue team. Upon returning to the survivor base, Wang Lei saw an announcement. In the imperial capital, not only had a zombie tide appeared, but also a new type of evolved zombie, a zombie king. He can manipulate other zombies. Then he recalled the strange phenomena in the Jingnan district. Mindless zombies suddenly started driving cars and even transporting supplies. This means that something is manipulating these zombies from the shadows. And his 2 teammates, without anyone noticing, were killed by the enemy. They didn't even find who attacked them. Before, they suspected it was the work of an evolved one, because such provocation using zombie bodies could only be done by humans. But now it's different. The more Wang Lei thinks about it, the stranger it seems. Combining that with the evolved zombies that should have been there but mysteriously disappeared, could there be a zombie king lurking in the Jiangnan district? I have no idea about Wang Lei's suspicions. In the Aikun farm, I set up a grill to celebrate. Xiao Qiqi is all excited. But Zhao Lin watches me silently the whole time. How has this zombie king changed so much? If you don't look closely, he looks like a living person. Now this zombie king, apart from his skin being somewhat too pale and his eyes having some flaws, in every other way no longer differs from a living human. If he dressed properly and wore sunglasses, if he mixed among the crowd, probably no one would notice. Zhao Lin slightly furrows her brows. Could it be that he has evolved again? Will he end up evolving into a living human? In Zhao Lin's heart arises a conjecture that terrifies her. However, thinking about her current situation, Zhao Lin feels that what she's thinking now is something ridiculous. Forget it. Better let's eat. Looking at the delicious grilled meats in front of me, Zhao Lin gathers courage. This barbecue smells so good. How can beer be missing? Bring some beer. I look at this silly woman somewhat surprised. Has she adapted this fast? She really doesn't hold back. Even so, I satisfied her little request. Zhao Lin directly pulls out a can of beer. After opening it, she grabs a skewer of lamb from the table and starts eating. Her mouth fills with grease. Chi-Chi, your zombie dad has good cooking skills. While eating, Zhao Lin chats with Jiruk Shu, who is biting into a rabbit leg. Then you have to eat a lot. My dad doesn't grill often. Looking at Zhao Lin, happier than ever, I sigh in my heart. Although this girl is indeed the future Nine Deaths Magic Police, seeing her so carefree, I don't know if my idea of recruiting her is right or not. What if, in the end, this Nine Deaths Magic Police ends up ruined by Dad and only knows how to eat and drink on the farm? This meat, Dad hunted it with great effort and risk. It can't be eaten in vain. Inside the survivor base, Wang Lei reported the news to the Supreme Commander. The Supreme Commander looked at Wang Lei and said in a grave voice, "Captain Wang, you say that after your team entered the Jiangnan district, you discovered that the evolved zombies that should have been there had disappeared strangely? And also, the scene of zombies transporting supplies and driving cars, you didn't see it with your own eyes, correct? Commander, many survivors saw it. Those people should have been transferred to the base city by now. The base city can send someone to find them and verify this." Wang Lei hurried to say, "Although I didn't see it with my own eyes, I feel the survivors in that situation weren't lying. Moreover, such an abnormal phenomenon, if not a zombie king, then what else could it be?" In fact, Wang Lei now deeply suspects that his two teammates were eliminated by that zombie king. It's very likely it was a warning to us, telling us not to stay in his territory and to leave as soon as possible. This matter, since you didn't witness it personally, we can't rush to conclusions. However, what you said about the total disappearance of evolved zombies is quite suspicious. There's a high possibility that a zombie king is behind this. The base city will now send a team entirely composed of concealers to investigate and confirm further. If we truly find traces of a zombie king's existence, Captain Wang, you will have great merit before the base city. You'll undoubtedly receive a great reward. The Supreme Commander spoke with a serious face. This matter, the base city cannot afford to ignore. If this turns out to be false, that's fine. But if it's true, then it really means that there's a zombie king secretly lurking near the Zhanghai base city, observing us humans with dangerous intent. In that situation, how would the Zhanghai base city differ from living in a wolf's den? We'd be under the threat of a zombie king every day. He could at any moment unleash a massive wave of zombies and completely destroy the Jiangnan district of the base city. Therefore, this time, if the existence of a zombie king is confirmed, the Zhanghai base city must act with utmost speed to, before he unleashes the zombie tide, find his location and eliminate him directly. Thank you, Commander. I also fear that a zombie king could threaten the safety of the base city. That's why I reported it. Especially about this. As for merit or anything like that, I had never thought about it before. Then Wang Lei suggested again, "Commander, I have a proposal. The helicopter transporting the concealer team should not land over the Jiangnan district. Otherwise, it would be too easy to alert the zombie king." Hearing Wang Lei's suggestion, the Supreme Commander naturally understood the suspicions in his mind and immediately nodded in agreement. The next day, as usual, I went to Huanglong Mountain to hunt giant beasts. But after I left, Ji Rushui prepared to reach the 4th level. She sat cross-legged on the bed, closed her eyes, and focused. She began practicing the Liu Li breathing method. As time passed, the energy flowing within Ji Rushui's body increased more and more. The aura emanating from her body also gradually grew stronger. From that moment, Ji Rushui successfully ascended to the 4th level and became a 4th level evolved. With a thought, her body instantly lifted into the air. The next moment, Ji-Rushui transformed into rays of light flying all over the room. A few moments later, Ji-Rushui returned to the bed, her eyes full of joy. With the strength of her current telekinesis, she could already fly in the air for a considerable time. And after reaching the 4th level, an evolved's power increases tremendously. She could now use cultivation techniques to manipulate the energy factors between heaven and earth. Some secret techniques from her previous life she could finally perform, so she began testing several secret techniques from her past life: the fire spirit technique, the lightning technique, the earth spike technique, the underground escape technique, and other various elemental spells. The entire room became filled with dazzling colors, constantly shifting. With the support of these secret techniques, her power, compared to before, was like the difference between heaven and earth. Now that she had greater strength, she could finally protect her dad's safety. It wasn't long before she arrived under a pear tree. She was about to experiment to see how powerful her secret techniques were. Just at that moment, a bee buzzed nearby, flying back and forth. Seeing the bee, Ji-Rushui's eyes lit up with excitement. She immediately performed the spiritual communication technique. In the next instant, the bee flying around suddenly stopped mid-air. Then it quickly flew to Ji-Rushui's side, as if it were a soldier awaiting orders from its superior. The spiritual communication technique can connect with various animals and allows one to use the animal's perspective to observe the outside world, although it can only control small animals. Looking at the tiny-bodied bee, Ji-Rushui rolled her eyes thoughtfully. Suddenly, with a thought, the small bee instantly flew backward in the direction behind Ji-Rushui. Before long, through the bee's vision, Ji-Rushui successfully saw Zhao Lin, that silly woman. At that moment was lying on a chair outside, sunbathing with a lazy expression. The little bee, controlled by Ji-Rushui, quickly flew toward her and landed on Zhao Lin's face. Zhao Lin, half asleep, felt something on her face and instinctively raised her hand to scratch. She scratched her face several times before lowering her hand, but just as Zhao Lin raised her hand, the bee lifted into the air. When she finished scratching, it landed again on the other side of her face and started moving again. Feeling the itch, Zhao Lin scratched her face again. The bee dodged at the last second. She really treats this place like her home, without any sense of alertness at all. Seeing that Zhao Lin didn't realize even after 2 times, and didn't even intend to open her eyes, Ji-Rushui couldn't help but let out a cold snort. However, in her heart, she also felt helpless. This girl's current behavior was worse than when she was in the Jianghai district. It seemed she had become negligent, mainly because Dad protects the farm too well. It's too safe. Nothing awakens her sense of crisis. Over time, this 9 Deaths magic police subconsciously thinks we're still living in the peaceful times of the past. Today I'll give you a lesson. Ji-Rushui's tender little face showed a mischievous smile. The next instant, the bee flying above Zhao Lin's head moved again. It began constantly annoying Zhao Lin. Every time Zhao Lin felt itching on her face and tried to scratch, the bee quickly flew away and landed on the other side of her face. Once or twice was fine, but after several times, Zhao Lin also noticed something was wrong. What's going on? Zhao Lin opened her eyes, somewhat irritated. She suddenly discovered something resting on her nose. She was startled immediately. Instinctively, she wanted to swat it away. But before that, the bee triumphantly flew up from the tip of her nose. A short distance in front of Zhao Lin, as if mocking her, it circled a few times, then quickly flew upward. "Damn it! Stinky bee! Come back here right now!" At that moment, how could Zhao Lin not realize that the irritation on her face just now was caused by that bee? It had interrupted her nap and even mocked her in passing. Zhao Lin became quite angry. She grabbed the square cushion in her hand and threw it toward the bee. But unfortunately, the bee had already flown high, and the cushion couldn't reach it. "Stinky bee! If you dare come back next time, I won't forgive you." From below came Zhao Lin's furious yet helpless shouts. Ji-Rushui felt a wave of amusement in her heart and paid her no more attention. Instead, she controlled the bee to fly out of the farm. "Dad has cleaned this place really well, hasn't he?" Ji-Rushui looked at the impeccably clean perimeter. Before, there had been weeds everywhere. Now it was completely transformed. It seemed that Dad must have worked hard. However, Ji-Rushui thought that Dad could command zombies to work for him, so she wasn't too surprised. "These are bloodthirsty vines." But when the bee flew near the bloodthirsty vines, Ji-Rushui was stunned. Dad planted the bloodthirsty vines outside the farm. Controlling the bee, she followed along the forest of bloodthirsty vines, circling it completely. Finally, Ji-Rushui understood what was going on. At that moment, her eyes shone with a smile, and her heart was moved. Dad must have planted this bloodthirsty vine forest outside, thinking of my safety. With this forest, many mutant beasts and evolved zombies won't be able to easily sneak into the farm. At the same time, outside the Jiangnan district, a helicopter hovered over a relatively flat, grassy area. Soon after, 5 fully armed evolved individuals exited the helicopter. Using long ropes, they quickly descended to the ground. This 5-person team was precisely the concealer team sent this time by the Shanghai base city to explore the Jiangnan district. All of them were capable of turning invisible, and among them was Li Ying, who had once entered the Aikun farm and miraculously survived, thanks to Ji Rukshu. She had ordered him to infiltrate the base city to obtain information. He hesitated whether he should go report to her. This matter would surely involve her. If something happened to her, he definitely wouldn't come out of it well. Seeing that there was no danger around, the 5 team members relaxed. The captain in charge said, "Our current position is about 10 kilometers from the Jiangnan district. Before coming, everyone must have seen the data the base city gave us. This mission carries considerable risk, so once we infiltrate, we must be extremely cautious. Also, our mission this time is information gathering. The mission takes priority. Don't cause unnecessary trouble. Understood?" When saying the last part, the captain's tone became more serious, full of warning. "Captain, don't worry. We'll remember." "Good. Then let's move out." After checking their gear, the 5 quickly advanced toward the Jiangnan district. At that moment, inside the Aikun farm, Ji Rukshu, who was consolidating her level, suddenly opened her eyes. She seemed to sense that something was constantly approaching the Jiangnan district, and she had a connection with that person. It was that concealer, Li Ying. That guy, after being away for so long, finally decided to come back. After detecting the direction he was heading, Ji Rukshu felt even more displeased. He wasn't coming toward the Aikun farm at all. In other words, this time, upon returning, he probably didn't intend to bring her any information. "So you've forgotten me? Then don't blame me." In the next instant, Ji Rukshu directly activated the power of the Soul Pact, affecting Li Ying from a distance. Li Ying, who was following the captain, suddenly let out a cry of pain. He felt a spasm in his mind, dizzy and blurred, as if a needle were constantly stabbing into his head. This pain coming from the soul, if not for the physical endurance of an evolved, Li Ying probably wouldn't have been able to bear it and would have fainted on the spot. "Li Ying, what's wrong with you? Where do you feel pain?" The captain, who was walking in front, immediately noticed Li Ying's abnormality. "The mission hasn't even started yet. Let's hope nothing unexpected happens." Li Ying, who had stopped because of the pain, instantly understood why his head hurt for no apparent reason. It was that girl acting up. At that moment, a wave of fear flooded his heart. Li Ying broke out in a cold sweat, his body trembling slightly. "Damn it, is this a warning?" Coming back to his senses, Li Ying saw that everyone was looking at him and quickly waved his hand, saying, "It's nothing, don't worry." His true identity as a spy must never be revealed in front of these people. "Captain, let's keep moving." "All right. If you feel unwell at any point, let us know in advance. Let's continue. Maintain the previous formation. We'll try to reach the Jiangnan district before nightfall and find a place to rest." Ji Rukshu let out a cold snort. "This is just a punishment. If this Li Ying doesn't come to see me tonight, he can't blame me for being merciless." When he infiltrated the Aikun farm, he saw secrets he shouldn't have seen. He should have died right then. But at that time, Ji Rukshu thought of using his identity to infiltrate the Jiangnan base city and gather information. That's why, out of mercy, she gave him a chance to live. But if this Li Ying didn't know how to make good use of it, then a disobedient pawn was of no use. It would be better to send him directly to the other world. Thinking of this, Ji Rukshu's face turned cold. In her large round eyes, a murderous intent shone that did not match her age. By nightfall, in an old residential building on the edge of the district, 5 figures were resting quietly in a corner of the room. When we arrived a while ago, I scouted the area. This Jiangnan district is just like the data described. It's really abnormal. I didn't see a single evolved zombie. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow morning we'll head out to investigate and see if we can find any clues. Li Ying, sitting to the side, showed a faint glimmer in his eyes. "Captain, I'll take the watch tonight." The captain was surprised for a moment, then looked at Li Ying with some appreciation. "All right, Li Ying, you take care of it tonight. In the coming days, we'll take turns standing guard. Tonight it's you, tomorrow the next one. That way we can ensure everyone gets rest." After deciding who would take the watch, seeing that it was already late, the 5 team members ate some of the rations they brought and then went to sleep. Seeing the other 4 fall asleep, Li Ying's expression changed. His heart was restless. However, it was still early, so he made no hasty moves. Then, as if keeping a normal watch, he leaned alone against the door, alert to any movement nearby. Standing there silently, Li Ying watched the zombies wandering in the street and couldn't help recalling the moment when he had encountered that girl before. Her methods were ruthless. She definitely wasn't someone soft-hearted. The intense pain in his head that day had been both a warning and a reminder. If he didn't go see her that night, he'd probably lose his life. Time passed little by little. It was already midnight. After confirming that the four were sound asleep, Li Ying quietly took slow steps and slipped outside. Then, activating his invisibility state, he avoided the wandering zombies on the street. As Empress, she burst completely only because the identity of her father as Zombie King was exposed, and it also attracted the attention of the base of survivors. Upon seeing again the spy that she had arranged, "You finally arrived. What I ordered you before about transmitting information, did you forget it? Or do you really want to die? It is a matter of life or death." He did not dare to doubt for a moment, and he knelt directly, with an expression of apology on his face. "Sir, the task that you assigned me, naturally, I did not forget it. It's just that recently I joined the Jiangnan base, and there were too many things to do. I could not find a free moment. Please forgive me, sir. From now on, I will make sure to transmit more information to you. Please, sir, spare my life. In fact, tonight was your last chance. Consider that you were lucky. If you had not come to see me tonight, with only a thought, I would have made your head explode instantly. Speak. This time, what news did you obtain from the Jiangnan base?" "It is like this, sir. Before, Wang Lei's team at the base, after escaping from the Jiangnan urban district, transmitted the information obtained there to the High Command. So, to confirm it even further, the base specially sent the invisible team to investigate the situation and look for clues. Our team has 5 people in total, and I am one of them." He explained everything in detail, telling the full story. "My position is low. I do not know how the High Command organized it, but I heard the captain say that with zombies like the Zombie King that are extremely dangerous, once discovered, they would be eliminated immediately to prevent them from continuing to grow." After hearing his words, a killer instinct arose immediately. His eyes filled with coldness. "How dare they set their eyes on my father? They seek death." Little by little he calmed down. He looked at him fixedly. "You came alone, right? Have you exposed the farm?" He became nervous and hurried to explain. "Report, sir. Indeed, I came alone and in secret, and I have no intention of exposing the farm." "Then take me to meet the members of your team." His eyes shone with a cold light, surrounded by a killing aura. Obviously, he had decided to kill those people, because anyone who threatened his zombie father, he would not allow to continue alive. "Sir, please, follow me. I will take you right now." After saying this, he turned around and returned by the same path. A look of satisfaction shone in his eyes. He immediately hid his aura and followed the invisible from behind. Half an hour later, he finally arrived, following him to the residential building where they had camped before. "Hey, where did you go? Instead of keeping guard, why are you wandering?" At that moment, the captain was already awake with a gloomy face. Seeing him return, he scolded him furiously, but before he finished speaking, he saw a figure following him from behind. It seemed to be a girl. "Who are you?" The instant the captain saw her, he felt that something was wrong. Although she had the body of a girl, her aura and attitude did not match at all. In this Jiangnan district full of zombies, where had he found her? A girl so clean. Something is not right, extremely strange. Upon hearing the captain's questions, a flash of guilt crossed his face, and silently he stepped aside, without saying another word. At that moment, the other members of the team began to react, holding their weapons, looking at her cautiously. "Speak. Who are you? Speak as well." The captain aimed his weapon at her and questioned the one at a side with his head bowed, asking question after question. "You do not need to know who I am. You only need to know that you are about to die." Her eyes flashed with coldness. Her tone was full of murderous intent toward those evolved invisibles. In front of her, a 4th level evolved. They were nothing but ants. However, before she finished speaking, a shot suddenly rang out from a corner. It turned out that a member of the invisible team had pulled the trigger out of nerves. Just at that moment, the bullet that flew out stopped instantly in front of her, as if something had caught it. It did not advance a single centimeter. Seeing this scene, the 4 members of the invisible team were completely astonished. "What the hell is this girl? She is absolutely terrifying." The captain, noticing that something was wrong, frowned and fired several times in a row. But those bullets did not manage to hit. All stopped in front of her, and right at that moment, her telekinetic power exploded, sweeping the whole room. In the next instant, a powerful force acted on them. The captain of the invisible team emitted a crack in the neck. His head turned 180 degrees uncontrollably. Blood gushed from his mouth, and his body fell weakly to the ground. Witnessing her abilities, the two at the side were filled with terror. Their bodies trembled without stopping. Even the hands holding the weapons trembled. When her cold eyes fell on them, finally they could not bear it any longer. Perhaps seeing the one who was respectfully at a side, they knelt at the same time, begging with trembling voices, "Mercy, I do not want to die. Sir, do not kill me. I will do what you say." They struck their heads against the ground without stopping, making the floor rumble with strong blows. In the corner, the member who had fired before also reacted from his state of shock. He approached and imitated the other two, kneeling, hitting his head and begging forgiveness without ceasing. This made her, who originally planned to kill them, suddenly have a different idea. Maybe she could subdue them as she did with the other. It wouldn't be bad to have them under her control. She looked at them coldly, submit or die. At the same time, on the farm, I opened my eyes abruptly. If I had not heard wrongly a moment ago, that was a shot. Looking at the three in front of me, in their eyes, there was a touch of contempt. They were all like him, cowardly, fearful of death. "You three, come in front of me." Upon hearing his words, the three sighed with relief, with expressions of joy on their faces. Without hesitation, they ran hastily toward her. "Wait, you three. Do not resist. If anyone resists, he will end up like him." She pointed at the captain's body, warning in a cold voice. "Yes, yes, sir, do as you wish. We will not resist at all." Standing by the door, naturally knew what she was going to do. Thinking that three more would suffer the same fate as him, he felt a surge of malicious satisfaction in his heart. Moments later, three ancient blood-colored seals were successfully engraved in their minds. "All of you have been enslaved by me. From today, your lives and deaths are in my hands. If I want you to live, you will be able to live. If I want you to die, then you will only be able to die. Do you understand? The only value of your lives is to carry out the tasks I entrust to you. If anyone does not take it seriously, I will make them wish they were dead." You can ask him for details. He experienced it deeply. She let out a cold laugh and cast a glance toward him. Upon hearing her mention him, his face was filled with bitterness. Remembering the previous pain, his hands trembled uncontrollably. At this, the other three looked at him. Their eyes hid overwhelming fury. If it weren't for him bringing her here, how would they have ended up in this situation? Do not cause conflicts among yourselves. If I discover it, assume the consequences. When you return to the Shanghai base, say that you found no trace of the zombie king. As for the death of this person, whether you say he was attacked by a mutant beast or that he encountered an evolved zombie, any excuse will do. Just invent something to mislead them. Ensure that the Shanghai base suspects nothing. Seeing the expressions of the three, she knew what they were thinking. After warning them, she gave instructions to the three. "Yes, sir." The three suppressed their expressions and answered in unison. She nodded satisfactorily. Just then, from the darkness in the distance, a series of light footsteps were heard. Hearing the distant noise, her face changed, and she extended her mental energy immediately. She felt several powerful zombies approaching quickly toward her. "They are Daddy's zombies." She frowned, understanding immediately what was happening. Surely it was the sound of the shots that alerted Daddy. "Go away now, all of you. An evolved zombie approaches. I will stop it." Then she covered herself with a trench coat, hiding her face, and her body floated in the air. Not long after Erpang, Relampago Uno, Fuego Uno, third-level zombies leading a group of second-level zombies arrived quickly. She executed her time control, and invisible force passed over the bodies of Erpang and the others. In an instant, Erpang and the others who were advancing upward stopped in place at the moment. Then she deactivated the time control, and infinite telekinetic power arose like waves of the sea. That power seemed extremely viscous. It clung to Erpang Relampago Uno, and the feet of Fuego Uno and other third-level zombies, immobilizing them in place. I was astonished. Who attacked from the shadows? Could it be a fourth-level evolved? No matter how much I tried, my body did not move an inch. Whoever attacked from the shadows definitely reached the fourth level. Otherwise, it would be impossible to immobilize so many third-level zombies at once. Just when I did not know what to do, the restraint on Relampago Uno and the others suddenly disappeared. To avoid being discovered, She withdrew the telekinetic restraint quickly and, taking advantage of the darkness, flew out the back window of the building. Then she accelerated with her telekinesis, rising quickly and moving away from the Jungnan district. She returned to the farm, while I, after freeing myself from the restraint, unleashed my army of zombies, scouring the whole Jungnan district, hoping to find who acted in the shadows, but I obtained no result. Before, I only wanted to investigate who was firing in the Jungnan district. I thought it was some survivor, or perhaps a common evolved who had entered, but I never imagined that I would discover such shocking news. Among humans, there had appeared a fourth-level evolved, who even infiltrated the Jungnan district and came to confront me. And if this person could reach the fourth level, would there be other fourth-level evolved? Would they come from some human survivor base? Now I do not have fourth-level zombies. If a fourth-level evolved finds me, the consequences would be disastrous. I, a zombie, can survive anywhere. But what about Xiaoqiqi? She is so small without the farm full of supplies. How will she live with me in the future? Wandering in the dormitory, she felt Daddy walking from one side to the other in the hall with an appearance of anxiety and restlessness. She wrinkled her little nose with a touch of concern in her eyes. It seems that tonight really alarmed Daddy. But that is fine. Nowadays, the human base already has its eyes set on the Jungnan district, and Daddy has no idea about this. Tonight's events can serve as a warning to Daddy to pay attention to the Jungnan district and be on alert for possible intruders. She frowned, remembering those who left. She did not know if those people could deceive the Zhanghai base. If they managed to go unnoticed, then she and Daddy would have a time of peace, perfect to strengthen themselves and increase their power quickly. Until, in the end, the Zhanghai base, even if it discovered something strange, could do nothing to them. The next morning, early in the morning, a convoy departed from the farm, carrying my burning hopes toward Huanglong Mountain. During the coming time, I planned to fight day and night on Huanglong Mountain, facing death with the mountain's mutant beasts, hunting more crystal cores, hoping soon to elevate Tyranno Uno and the others to the fourth level. At night, the sky had darkened completely. With the farm gate opening, a convoy with a strong smell of blood entered slowly. The vehicles were loaded with a large number of mutant beast corpses. At that moment, Zhao Lin was lying, sleeping in a bed under the amusement park slide. Awakened by the noise, with an expression of annoyance, she poked her head out curiously to look. Seeing inside the vehicle, the mutant beast corpses still dripping blood, Zhao Lin was stunned, eyes wide open. Is this zombie king crazy or what? It's the middle of the night, and he's still massacring mutant beasts. Do these mutant beasts hold any grudge against him? Or what's going on? Is it worth making such an effort? Her eyes were full of confusion. After living together for so long, naturally she could notice that apart from being unable to speak, the zombie king was not very different from a normal human. For him to do something so crazy, he must have a reason, only that she did not know the details. Is Daddy's pressure too great, perhaps? Seeing Daddy so late, still focused on controlling zombies to process the beasts' bodies, she felt a little pity for him. It seems that my intervention this time frightened him a lot. It cannot be. I cannot let Daddy struggle alone. I must do something for him too. Thinking that the human survivor base had already set their eyes here, she also felt some pressure in her heart. Although this time, she managed to avert the crisis for the moment, she knew that she had only bought a little time. Sooner or later there would be a confrontation between the two sides. When that day came, she and Daddy had to win. The bloodthirsty demon vine is really good. If she could control these bloodthirsty demon vines to attack, it would definitely strengthen the farm's defense. She waited no longer, taking advantage of Daddy handling zombies to process the beasts' bodies. She wrapped her whole body with telekinesis. Using the darkness, flew out of the farm. Not long after, she arrived in front of the wall, formed by the bloodthirsty demon vines, fed with large quantities of beast blood. These vines grew dense and lush, blooming extremely vigorously. She looked at the demon vines in front of her, with a sparkle in her eyes. To control these mindless vines, there was only one good method, and that was to use the blood refining technique. With a thought, she extended the palm of her hand. A drop of bright, glossy scarlet blood emerged from the palm, floating in front of her. In that instant, those flying blood marks successfully fused with the main stems of the bloodthirsty demon vines. Moments later, she felt that she and the dozens of demon vines, bloodthirsty demon vines in front of her, had established some connection. However, the number of vines was too large. With a single blood refinement, she could only complete a small part. To finish them all, she estimated it would take her quite some time. After all, refining with blood consumes blood essence, and her essence was not infinite. She could only refine a portion every certain time. In the Shanghai survivor base, inner city, inside the meeting room, after receiving the notification, he entered accompanied by the guards. The invisible team had already returned from investigating the Jiangnan district. Any news of the Zombie King? A peculiar expression appeared on his face. His voice revealed a slight tone of urgency. The Supreme Commander shook his head. Captain Wang, you are wrong. After verification by the invisible team, throughout the Jiangnan district, no trace of the Zombie King was found. What? Impossible! How is it possible that not? His heart filled with an indescribable shock, eyes wide open, full of incredulity. It makes no sense. In the Jiangnan district there were no evolved zombies, and the common zombies have the ability to drive, something that only the Zombie King can explain. Only that would justify both things. The invisible team, how could they not detect any anomaly? The members of the invisible team were trained, especially to obtain intelligence and track clues. They are extremely professional. If they say there is nothing, then it can basically be confirmed. Wang Lei, it seems that you were wrong. Seeing his reaction, the Supreme Commander spoke in a kind tone. Upon hearing the Commander's comforting words, he sat more calmly. By the way, Commander, the invisible team, when they were in the Jiangnan district, did they find any special situation? On hearing this, the Commander's expression turned serious immediately. The atmosphere in the meeting room tensed instantly. They encountered evolved zombies. Captain Lu sacrificed his life. Unfortunately, they couldn't even bring his body back. They encountered evolved zombies? His face showed surprise, and a doubt arose in his heart at once. The last time his team went there, no evolved zombies were found. But when the invisible team went, what a coincidence that they ran into evolved zombies. Especially, this time, only Captain Lu died, the most experienced in missions, while the common members all survived. This is too abnormal. Definitely not so simple. He just felt that this matter was wrapped in a fog. It was not as simple as the commander described. He did not fully trust that answer. Moments later, he said goodbye to the Supreme Commander and left the meeting room. He walked toward the streets outside, looking at the flow of people coming and going. A spark shone in his eyes. A moment ago, in the meeting room, a suspicion had arisen in his mind. But that suspicion was not easy to share with the commander, and it was that the invisible team that investigated the Jiangnan district very likely had a problem. However, he had no proof. If he mentioned it, not only would the commander not believe him, but he might think he was crazy. The most important thing now was to find evidence that the invisible team had a problem. Otherwise, with empty words, it would be difficult for anyone to believe him. Thinking about it, his eyes lit up. Maybe he could ask Captain Chen, who has hypnosis skills, to help him. If he managed to hypnotize the members of the invisible team, surely he could discover the truth from their mouths. Of course, doing something like that could result in severe punishment from the base. But now he could not worry about that. With the threat of the Zombie King, he dared not be negligent in the slightest. Otherwise, it would be a nightmare for the Shanghai base. One must understand that if the invisible team has a problem, then the information they obtained must be false. Which means that the Zombie King of the Jiangnan district, she possesses a strength that surpasses everyone's, and she has a Zombie King father who loves her deeply. But the surviving humans want to capture her at any cost. Just because she killed the captain of the invisible team that came to investigate, of those who came to investigate, she killed the captain of the invisible team, and she also controlled the other four. When the four brought false information back to the survivors' base, it immediately attracted Wang Lei's attention. He invited the remaining members of the invisible team to drink, so he could discover the truth from their mouths. He even put a special sedative into the liquor bottles. After they passed out, he called the hypnotist, Captain Chen. Without saying much, he started working directly. He lifted one of the invisibles, laid him on a chair, and then used his ability on him. Tell me, how did the captain of your team die? This invisible, with his eyes closed, as if asleep and talking in his dreams. A little girl. Hearing this, Wang Lei's eyes widened greatly. A little girl. Surely there's something strange here. After hearing the invisible's answer, Captain Chen, who was beside him, also changed his expression. Surely this matter isn't that simple. Since Captain Chen participated in the interrogation, naturally Wang Lei had told him everything. At that moment, Wang Lei's expression was so dark it seemed it could drip water. After the invisible team returned this time, regarding the cause of Captain Lu's death, They explained that he was killed by an evolved zombie, but now the result of the hypnosis reveals that he died at the hands of a little girl. What kind of little girl could kill Captain Liu? Captain Chen, please continue. Captain Chen nodded. He turned his gaze back to the invisible beside him. Tell me, what is the identity of this little girl? Is she an evolved being? The invisible, with a vacant gaze, completely dull in the eyes. Yes, the little girl is an evolved one. Hearing this, Wang Lei, who was listening beside him, frowned. A little girl, and also evolved, who also killed Captain Liu. No matter how you look at it, it feels strange, Captain Chen asked again. Then, is her strength great? Very strong, very terrifying. As if remembering something particularly horrifying, when answering this question, the invisible, who had been motionless before, began trembling slightly. Just as Captain Chen was about to continue questioning, the invisible lying on the chair suddenly twisted his face, opened his eyes wide, shaking violently all over, letting out blood-curdling screams from his mouth. The invisible struggled violently on the chair, and the next moment, the invisible suddenly died. This sudden change frightened Wang Lei and Captain Chen. Before either could react, the other invisibles, including Li Ying, showed the same condition as the previous one. After several blood-curdling screams, they suddenly died. Wang Lei and Captain Chen's expressions became extremely dark. This strange scene made them break out in a cold sweat of fear. It was just a hypnosis interrogation. How did they die so directly? Captain Chen, what do you think this is? I only know how to hypnotize. How would I know why this happened? However, I suspect this matter must be related to that little girl. Wang Lei nodded. Otherwise, they didn't die before or after. Why did they die precisely when we were investigating the little girl? Then Wang Lei quickly reported the matter to his superiors. In the conference room, the Supreme Commander burst into fury. Such great audacity! She dares to kill the evolved of Zhanghai's base city. She must be captured and severely punished. The conference table was full of people. All the high-ranking officers had extremely grim faces. Originally, Captain Liu's death had already caused them some grief. Discovering this truth was enough to enrage them. But now it wasn't just that Captain Liu had died. The entire invisible team was annihilated. Captain Wang, thanks to you we discovered this. Otherwise, the base city would have been deceived by those 4 fools. Don't worry, the base city won't investigate what you did to them. Thank you, Commander. This is what I should do as a subordinate. The Supreme Commander nodded in satisfaction. Then he looked at everyone present. Regarding this matter, does anyone have any ideas? You may speak freely. Commander, I think the deaths of Li Ying and the others are surely related to that little girl. It's highly likely they were controlled by that mysterious girl. That's also the reason why they could escape and return. Exactly. That little girl must not be an ordinary evolved. She let Li Ying and the others return, surely with some hidden purpose. She caused 5 of our base cities evolved to die miserably. This cannot be left alone. After a discussion, the Supreme Commander decided to send 3 elite teams to the Jiangnan district to capture the mysterious little girl. Meanwhile, at Aikun's farm, Zhou Rukshu's expression changed, and she let out a groan of pain. On Zhou Rukshu's somewhat pale face, her eyes suddenly opened wide, showing a mix of surprise and fury. It seems Li Ying and the others have been discovered. Whenever someone with a soul pact betrays, the soul pact activates by itself and directly eliminates the bearer of the pact. That's why Zhou Rukshu wasn't worried that Li Ying and the others would reveal too much information about her. It seems this time it can no longer be hidden. A storm is coming. Thinking that Li Ying and the others were discovered by the survivors' base, a serious look crossed Zhou Rukshu's eyes. In truth, she never thought she could hide this matter forever. She believed that hiding it for 1 or 2 months would be enough. And in 1 or 2 months, at the rate of development of her and her father, their strength surely wouldn't have to fear Zhanghai's base city, out of consideration for Xiao Qiqi. She didn't have the courage to shout at the zombie king and ask him about his secrets. With a long sigh, Zhao Lin lay back down on the bed, staring absent-mindedly at the slide above her, lost in thought. Being locked up like this, she really couldn't go anywhere. It was suffering. She didn't know when this zombie king would release her. At noon, dressed like a flower fairy, Jiru Shui brought food for Zhao Lin. Eat. Today I made rice with green peppers and meat. It's very tasty. Starving, her stomach sticking to her back, Zhao Lin received it with a smile, picked up her chopsticks and began devouring it. When half of the food in the bowl was gone after just a few bites, Zhao Lin caught her breath and remembered her decision from that morning. Suddenly, she stopped eating and looked at Jiru Shui. Xiao Qiqi, did something happen on the farm? Why do I feel that lately you and your father hardly ever go out? Don't worry too much about that. Telling you wouldn't help anyway. Although this 9 Deaths demon has good potential, his current strength is simply insufficient. Even a level 3 evolved zombie under Dad's command probably couldn't defeat him. How could he possibly face the evolved ones sent by the humans? Xiao Qiqi, maybe I could help somehow. Just tell me, I might be able to think of some solutions for you. Thinking that she had been eating and living for free for so long, Zhao Lin wanted to take this chance to repay Xiaoqiqi and the Zombie King. Although she had been locked up by the Zombie King, truth be told, this had been since the apocalypse the most peaceful time she had ever lived through. No need to worry about zombies suddenly breaking in to devour her, no need to risk her life searching for food. She just had to wait for mealtime, and food would come. She could sleep and wake whenever she wanted. One could say these were dreamlike days. No need really. You can't solve our problem now. Eat quickly. But Zhao Lin didn't want to give up. Xiaoqiqi, trust me, I still have quite a bit of strength. Even if I can't solve it, adding my strength would still be something. Ji Ruxua felt a little irritated with Zhao Lin. She knew that if she didn't explain clearly to this girl, she probably wouldn't give up. Fine, you want to help, right? What if the ones who want to harm my dad are humans? Would you still help? Isn't your identity as a police officer what you value most, even to the point of sacrificing your life to save those human survivors? Then tell me, whose side would you be on at that moment? Hearing this, Zhao Lin felt as if struck by lightning. She froze instantly. The chopsticks in her hand fell weakly. The atmosphere in the room turned cold at once. She looked at Zhao Qiqi with a complicated expression. Zhao Lin was speechless for a while. Although she had already foreseen it, the moment had finally arrived. Humans and Zhao Qiqi, the Zombie King, in opposition. She, as a human, where should she stand? Ji Ruxua crouched down and picked up the chopsticks, took a piece of paper from her small pocket, wiped them clean, and handed them back to Zhao Lin. See? Like I said earlier, telling you doesn't help. Just stay here quietly and don't think about helping. Looking at the bewildered Zhao Lin, Zhao Qiqi turned around and left on her small legs. Zhao Lin sat weakly on the bed, watching Zhao Qiqi's back, a conflicted expression on her face. At that moment, through the perspective of Tyrant Number 1, he was observing the situation in the gymnasium. After devouring the flesh of a level 3 fierce beast, the evolution speed of these zombies had increased dramatically. The number of evolved zombies was now considerable. If it increased any further, this gym might not be able to hold them. Tomorrow it would be ready for harvesting. The next day, I prepared breakfast for Ji Ruxu, a small bowl of hot noodles with egg and shredded meat, and made a cup of milk powder. I placed it on the table in front of Ji Ruxu. Thank you, Dad. I smiled, wrote a note, and handed it to Xiaoqiqi. Xiaoqiqi, Dad has been busy lately. I can't spend much time with you. You have to behave well. Next time, Dad will roast a little bunny for you. So you can eat, all right? She looked at the note, and Ji Ruxu nodded obediently. Don't worry, Dad. I'll definitely behave. She understood that Dad had been busy lately hunting fierce beasts to improve his strength. Before, she herself, pretending to be a strange level 4 evolved, had put a lot of pressure on Dad. Thinking about this, Ji Ruxu also felt a bit guilty toward him. Seeing Xiaoqiqi being so obedient filled my heart with warmth. Xiaoqiqi, Dad will surely make you grow up safe and happy. I will never let anyone hurt you, no matter who they are. Next, it was time to harvest the second batch of evolved zombies. Upon arriving at the gym, I discovered that there were now more than 130 level 1 evolved zombies. I immediately began to act, feeding these level 1 evolved zombies one by one to the level 1 zombies outside. Finally, I succeeded in evolving 36 level 2 zombies, obtaining 36 level 2 cores. Controlling the puppet team behind me, I brought out 2 rows of level 2 puppets and handed over the accumulated level 2 cores one by one for them to consume. In the end, I obtained 11 level 3 zombies. 4 level 4 puppets could now be evolved. After obtaining 11 level 3 cores, I naturally had to consider which of the 4 level 3 puppets should advance. I finally decided to give the first batch of level 4 promotions to Tyrant Number 1, Pang, Fire Number 1, and Underground Number 1. The puppets under my command can be divided into 4 types. One type is Da Pang and Pang, these tank-type puppets. Not only are they qualified meat shields, but they also possess great strength and astonishing destructive power. The third type is like Lightning Number 1, relying on extreme speed and sharp blades to kill enemies, the Agile type. The last type, naturally, are Fire Number 1 and Underground Number 1, the Magic type puppets. Moments later, I controlled Tyrant Number 1, Pang, Fire Number 1, and Underground Number 1, having them line up on the open ground. In just a few moments, the level 3 cores in their hands were completely consumed. In an instant, the immense energy of the level 3 cores burst out inside their bodies, constantly colliding and surging through their organs, flesh, and bones. Everything underwent a frenzied baptism of energy at that moment. Time passed little by little, and the transformation of the 4 puppets finally came to an end. The size of Tyrant Number 1 grew significantly compared to his level 3 form. His height now approached 5 meters, taller than a building floor. Pang's figure also became larger and sturdier, his height nearly 2 meters, comparable to a 2-story height, his body resembling a small hill. As he walked, the ground emitted a constant rumble. Fire number 1 was wrapped entirely in flames, as if composed of endless fire itself. Underground number 1 now looked more like a man of clay, emanating a heavy earthy aura. Good, this is like swapping a rifle for a cannon. Understanding the changes in the strength of the 4 level 4 puppets filled my heart with joy. With these 4 puppets I feared no one. Unbeknownst to me, above my head, a gaze was observing everything from afar. 4 level 4 evolved zombies. It seems Dad's efforts during this time haven't been in vain. Sitting cross-legged in her room, Ji Ruxuan smiled faintly. At that moment she was using a small bee controlled through psychic technique to observe the scene. Seeing the 4 level 4 zombies standing outside the farm walls like that, even Ji Ruxue felt an immense sense of security in her heart. She was now just like Lu Chuan, very happy inside, because with these 4 level 4 zombies, the strength of the Icun farm had greatly increased. One must know that before, counting the zombie king who is Dad, the entire farm only had 2 level 4 forces, but in the blink of an eye, the number of level 4 forces in the farm had increased to 6. This made Ji Ruxue feel even more confident in facing the humans. With the current strength of the human survivor bases, in Ji Ruxue's view, as long as they didn't deploy large-scale armed forces, merely sending evolved teams would simply not be a match for her and Dad. Even among level 4 forces, the nearby survivor cities probably couldn't muster as many. Not only was the Icun farm completely exposed to the survivors' eyes, but even my identity as the king of the zombies was discovered by them with 2 small teams. The captain arrived at the Guanan urban district, and they found a secret place to settle among them. The person with the codename Halcone woke up, obtained the mutation ability of a fierce beast by contract. Then he was ordered to send his eagle to observe the situation. Soon in the sky above the Guanan urban district, a sturdy black eagle scanned everything below. Suddenly they discovered a cargo truck. Then the Black Eagle was ordered to follow the truck to see exactly where it was headed, and this truck was driven by me controlling a level 2 zombie. When the truck stopped in front of the gym door, a level 2 zombie got off the vehicle, and all this was seen by the Black Eagle that had followed the truck. Looking at the zombie getting off the vehicle, the falcon changed expression in an instant. His heart was full of astonishment. He looked at Wang Lei and the others. My God, in the Yan'an urban district, there really is a zombie driving. At the moment this news was heard from the falcon's mouth, Wang's heart trembled violently. This matter was really true. At that time he looked at Wang Lei and the other and asked with some confusion, "You two, what do you think?" The mission the base assigned us is the mysterious girl. Originally we were supposed to capture that mysterious girl. One is an evolved and the other is a zombie. They have nothing to do with each other. With a gloomy expression, he looked at Captain Li and Captain Sang. I think this matter must be taken seriously. I have a bad feeling. This is 100% the king of the zombies. The king of the zombies can control other zombies, unleash a wave of zombies, control a zombie to drive. Now that doesn't seem like a problem. As for the matter of the mysterious girl, I think we can put it aside for now. Let's wait to confirm the king of the zombies before deciding. If there is no king of the zombies, then we will go capture the mysterious girl. Agreed. I concur. If there really is a king of the zombies, entering to capture the mysterious girl will surely alert him. If something goes wrong, we could all perish. Also agreed. First, let's see what's happening with this zombie. Then he turned to look at the falcon. Could you see that it was carrying in the truck? It seemed to be the body of a fierce beast, although deliberately cut into pieces, bodies of fierce beasts. The truck was transporting bodies to the gym. Perhaps it was for the king of the zombies to enjoy. It's very possible. Wang Lei's heart trembled deeply. He considered the gym as the nest of the king of the zombies. Traces of other evolved zombies were discovered, especially around the gym. It seems that it was not only this one. Wang Lei's gaze hardened. It's not possible that there aren't more. Halcone, keep a close watch on this driving zombie. I want to see where the truck will take it. Shortly after feeding the zombie, I drove the truck quickly back to the farm, not realizing at all that in the sky above the truck a black shadow was closely following it. At the same time, inside the Icun farm, Zhao was swinging on a swing. His small, cute face was full of smiles. Zhao Qiuqi, it seems the matter is already resolved. She felt toward Solin that it was temporarily resolved. Dad reached level 4, and now has 4 level 4 evolved zombies. Also, I myself have a level 4 cultivation. With this strength, no matter how many come from the survivor base, they will only find death. At that moment, she seemed to make a great decision. Zhao Qiuqi, I will help you and your dad. You don't have to. Upon hearing this affirmative response from Sa-Lin, she felt extremely surprised. This Sa-Lin was a 9 Lives demon policewoman, and one of the first of her kind. According to what was known, Sa-Lin was deeply devoted to her duties as a police officer. She was not only loyal to the authorities, but also valued the safety of survivors more than her own life. In her previous life after the apocalypse, no one knew how many times she had died because of that personality. But now she was saying she would help me and my dad. She didn't understand. Why? Why? Because I promised I will protect you. In truth, Sa-Lin made this decision after much consideration, because if the king of the zombies were truly defeated by the humans, then Xiao Qi, the little girl who was with the zombie king, would probably be hurt as well. On the other hand, the zombie king possessed human consciousness, something Sa-Lin valued greatly. If a human attack harmed Xiao Qi or separated the zombie king from her, no one knew whether the zombie king would go insane, especially since he was a zombie king with intelligence comparable to that of humans. If he lost control, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Black Eagle followed the truck as it left the Guanan urban district, until the Falcon saw the truck enter a farm. The moment he saw the farm, the Falcon was completely stunned. The perimeter of the farm was a blood-colored wall, as if it were woven from a special red vine. Then the Falcon's gaze moved to the tall stone wall inside. Is this the nest of that zombie? Why does it look like a place inhabited by humans? As the Black Eagle flew deeper into the farm, the Falcon saw many evolved zombies. He also saw zombies with hoes weeding the fields, some carrying shovels digging irrigation channels, others holding baskets picking fruit from trees. This scene left the Falcon dumbfounded. What's going on? It's not enough that zombies are driving, now they're farming too? Just when the Falcon felt that all of this was far too absurd, a figure below entered his field of vision. The moment he saw her, his expression changed drastically. Could this be the target of the mission this time, that mysterious girl? Without hesitation, he immediately reported it to Wang Lei and the others. Upon hearing this, Wang Lei's heart skipped a beat. That mysterious girl had appeared. However, Wang Lei was somewhat confused. The Falcon was clearly tracking an evolved zombie. Even if he discovered something, it should have been more evolved zombies. How did he find traces of a girl? Originally, they wanted to deal with the Zombie King first, but now this girl had appeared ahead of schedule, and there were so many evolved zombies. This was simply ridiculous. While they were still perplexed, the Falcon saw the girl again, this time chatting with another human woman. At that moment, the Falcon felt his worldview collapsing. A girl being among a group of zombies was already shocking enough, but now there was another human woman. What exactly is happening? Could it be that the zombies of the Guanan urban district have changed their nature and no longer attack humans? After reporting to Wang Lei, everyone's expressions changed dramatically. What if this girl is the king of the zombies? To better verify this suspicion, he turned to look at the Falcon. Please. The assumption looked at Falcon. Please go down a little more and get closer to see if you can gather more information. As the Black Eagle descended lower and lower, she suddenly frowned. She didn't know why, but suddenly she felt that something was spying on her. This made her feel uncomfortable. She immediately released her telekinesis, spreading it around her. She soon discovered a Black Eagle above her head. It definitely wasn't a normal mutated wild beast. It was very likely a pet contracted by an evolver. Someone was spying on the farm. How had they discovered this place? The Icon farm was on the outskirts, far from any village or store. Unless they came with a purpose, no one would pass by here by chance. Suddenly she understood. It was very likely that they had followed them when the truck returned. She sneered inwardly. The current farm was not something a few evolvers could challenge. She directly launched a telekinesis attack. The invisible telekinesis turned into an arrow and shot straight toward the Black Eagle. In the blink of an eye, the telekinetic attack invaded the eagle's brain. In the next moment, the Black Eagle, which had been flying steadily, suddenly staggered as if it were about to fall. Sensing its vision trembling constantly, Falcon's expression changed. Thinking the eagle was exhausted, he quickly called it back. Noticing the Black Eagle retreating, she smiled in satisfaction. It was definitely an evolver's pet. Then her gaze moved to the side at several sparrows on the ground, pecking at insects. She used the spiritual communication technique to control a sparrow and made it follow quickly. She needed to know exactly where the enemy was located. Spying on the farm and leaving afterward was not that easy. Time passed slowly. She followed them all the way outside the urban district of Guanan. It didn't take long before she saw a dry ravine full of grass where 3 combat teams were gathered. The base city was definitely behind this. Those uniforms were identical to Leon and the others. I want to see what conspiracy they're planning. Seeing that these people seemed to be talking seriously, she controlled the sparrow to descend slowly. It finally landed silently on a nearby branch. Wang Lei and the others were focused on Falcon, so they didn't notice the sparrow. He looked at Captain Sang and Captain Lee beside him. You two already know what Falcon said earlier. Right now, the most crucial thing is to capture that girl. If we can capture her, not only will we complete the mission, but we'll also be able to get information about the Zombie King from her. We might even confirm directly whether she is the Zombie King. Both agreed with Wang Lei's proposal. I have a plan. Whether that girl is or isn't the Zombie King, we can't be 100% certain, but for now, let's treat her as if she is the Zombie King. We're not going to fight a battle without preparation. The Zombie King has the ability to control other zombies, which makes him extremely difficult to face. As soon as he discovers us, he will quickly gather zombies to attack us. So to capture the Zombie King, we must conceal our tracks. Our proposal is for the 3 combat teams to join forces for a direct nighttime assault on the farm. We'll use the darkness as cover to act quickly and decisively. Before the Zombie King notices our presence, we will invade directly in front of her. Before the zombies she controls can surround us, we will have her under control. Listening from a nearby branch, she sneered inwardly. A nighttime attack on the farm? Come as many as you want, I'll kill all of you. From their conversation, it wasn't hard to deduce that the girl they were talking about was most likely herself. And the most ridiculous thing was that this group believed she was the Zombie King. They wanted to attack the farm at night to capture her directly. She was speechless inside. They were absurdly mistaken. With her current childish body, so cute, fragile, and delicate, how could she look like anything close to a Zombie King? These idiots were simply blind. However, thinking again, she couldn't really blame them for being stupid. After all, her papa always stayed hidden in his room like a hermit, never going out. That evolver with the black eagle couldn't see her papa at all. Considering her as the Zombie King made some sense. But why hadn't they considered Sa Olin as the Zombie King? That was something she didn't fully understand. Then she counted mentally and found that there were only 15 people in the ravine. According to human standards, that was 3 complete teams of evolvers. Only 15 people wanted to attack the farm at night. This was no different from an egg hitting a rock. They needed to know that what the Black Eagle saw at the farm was only a small portion of the zombies, only a few low-level evolved zombies. But that was just a fraction of the farm's real strength. Her papa's true zombie army was on Wanglone Mountain. That was the core of the farm's power. 4 level 4 zombies, terrifying as such things were. She didn't know how those people would react upon reaching the farm and seeing the 4 level 4 zombies under Papa's command. They would probably collapse on the spot. She chuckled inwardly. If they dared to have ideas about her, then they would taste the iron fist of her papa's zombies. From the tree branch, she snorted coldly, then stopped listening to the 3 men's conversation. Her consciousness began to return. Since they planned to attack the farm at night, she naturally needed to warn Papa so he'd be prepared. While she was directing the zombies to finish off the remaining mutated boars, she ran quickly toward me, pointing at the sky outside and shouting loudly, "Papa, I just saw a flying man." I reacted with some confusion, then picked up pen and paper. "A flying man? Xiao Kiki, can you explain more clearly?" "It was a person flying above the farm, but he didn't stay long and flew away. What a pity Papa didn't see him," she explained with a disappointed expression. Hearing this, I was greatly shocked. A flying man? Could it be that a human evolver had finally discovered the farm? I confirmed that the flying man Xiao Kiki saw was indeed a real human. After all, she was so little. Xiao Kiki only said what she truly saw and would never lie to me. Upon realizing someone had come, I immediately recalled the entire zombie army that had been hunting beasts on Wanglong Mountain. I would use my full strength to protect the farm. Coming back to my senses, I saw Xiao Kiki still looking at me with her big round eyes full of affection. I pinched her cheeks, making the little one scrunch her nose in displeasure. "Xiao Kiki, this time you made a great contribution. Papa must reward you well. And what is Papa going to give me as a reward?" Reading the words on the paper, she blinked her big watery eyes, full of expectation. I smiled. "Papa will make a big barbecue dinner for you. How about fattening my little Xiao Kiki until you become a chubby girl?" If not for Xiao Kiki this time, I truly wouldn't have noticed that the farm had already been discovered. If that had been the case, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Not to mention, if the enemy infiltrated the farm with ill intentions while I was leading the army on the mountain. If the nearby human survivor bases found out that humans and zombies lived together on the farm, the base city would surely grow suspicious and send a large force to investigate. At that point, even if I wouldn't be in danger, the farm would no longer be inhabitable, and all the supplies I had transported from the city would have to be abandoned. Xiao Kiki wants to eat, but Xiao Kiki won't become chubby. She first nodded, then shot me an annoyed look before running away with her cheeks puffed out. With the zombie army's return, the atmosphere in the farm immediately grew tense. The 4 level 4 zombies, the strongest, were summoned by me to stand near the residents inside the farm to protect Xiao Kiki's safety. Any intruder attempting to approach her with bad intentions would be struck down instantly by the 4 level 4 zombies. Seeing the defenses tighten so suddenly, Sauline, who was lying on the slide, changed her expression slightly. She got up quickly, her eyes darting around as if trying to figure out what was happening. Then her expression shifted, as if she had thought of something. She looked straight toward the house not far away. Could it be another human evolver had set their eyes on the Zombie King and Zhaokiki? When she came over bringing food, she hurriedly asked, "Zhaokiki, what's happening? Why is your papa controlling so many zombies to protect the farm? Did some human evolver come to cause trouble?" She answered bluntly, "What else could threaten my papa?" Hearing that, Sauline's expression changed drastically. She hadn't expected her guess to be correct. Human evolvers were coming to cause trouble. With the Zombie King's strength, she didn't know if he could withstand them. After hesitating for a moment, she looked at Zhaokiki, who was now near the swing, and asked in a low, tentative voice, "Zhaokiki, could you talk to your papa and ask him to release me? At least I'm an evolver. My strength isn't weak. If he releases me, I can help." Help? Sitting on the swing, she looked at her in mild surprise. So she was serious. It seemed she hadn't been fed for nothing all this time. Zhaokiki felt a bit happy inside. Even though she had kept Sauline here, giving her food and drink without worry, her intention was to win her over. If she had raised an ungrateful wolf, it would have been a total loss. In the end, Sauline hadn't disappointed her. She smiled. "Thanks, but we don't need your help right now. Papa can handle them alone." With Sauline's current strength, she couldn't help at all. She would only get in the way. But her attitude satisfied Zhaokiki greatly. It showed that Sauline was already loyal to the farm and even considered herself part of it. To be honest, in this farm, aside from her and Papa, the only one with intelligence was Sauline. Naturally, she and Papa were on the same side, but Sauline was not. If they couldn't win her heart long-term, neither Papa nor Zhaokiki could keep her here. Hearing this, Sauline felt a bit disappointed. It seemed she wouldn't be getting rid of her chains anytime soon. A moment ago, seeing the Zombie King as if facing a great enemy, she thought the farm was about to suffer a massive human attack. But now, seeing Zhaokiki so calm and relaxed, showing no urgency at all, it seemed that wasn't the case. "Zhaokiki, can your papa really handle this? So not many humans came this time? Don't worry about that, just trust Papa. My papa is the most amazing. This team of human evolvers planning a nighttime raid is nothing but easy prey. Eat quickly, or the food will get cold and won't taste as good." Just as Sauline wanted to ask something else, Zhaokiki suddenly interrupted, pointing at the bowl of food in her hands. Sauline paused, realizing Zhaokiki didn't want to talk about the humans anymore, so she lowered her head helplessly and began eating. It had to be said, the Zombie King's cooking skills were not bad at all. It had never occurred to me that 15-second level evolvers would dare come to the Ikun farm for a surprise attack. They should know that I have already become a 4th level Zombie King, and that under my command I have 4 4th level puppets. At this moment, night begins to fall, and Wang Lei, leading his small team, infiltrates the farm silently. They're still thinking about capturing someone alive. No one has ever captured this Zombie King. They'll likely be the first. Jiru Shu, thanks to her little bees, has already detected their movements. At that instant, 3 combat squads arrive before the wall of bloodthirsty vines. Under Wang Lei's orders, 3 of them hold military knives in their hands, preparing to cut through the vines before them. But just as they are about to act, Yu Shu directly manipulates the bloodthirsty vines to attack them. The 3 who had advanced are instantly pierced through their bodies by several demonic bloodthirsty vines. This sudden turn of events leaves everyone behind them completely stunned. No one expected that these vines forming the wall were actually alive. Wang Lei and the others react and prepare to intervene to rescue them, but the demonic bloodthirsty vines launch themselves from the side toward them, giving them no chance to save anyone. They can only try to stop the approaching demonic vines first. In an instant, they unleash all kinds of abilities. Yang Xiu, Lu Yang, and other close combat fighters position themselves at the front, 3-foot swords in their hands, clashing repeatedly against the demonic bloodthirsty vines. Wang Lei, with his entire body hardened like steel, produces a sharp metallic sound every time he clashes with the vines. Each impact echoes like metal striking metal. Meanwhile, the 3 who had been pierced by the demonic vines are quickly dragged back by them, held firmly atop the wall of bloodthirsty vines. The 3 can only let out a heart-rending scream for help. In the next moment, more demonic bloodthirsty vines emerge from all directions and completely engulf them. Within just a few seconds, not a single sound remains. Upon seeing this scene, Wang Lei and the others feel as if their eyes are about to explode with rage. What the hell is this inside the farm? Cao Lin, who was sleeping beneath the slide, awakens instantly upon hearing the screams. His gaze turns toward the outside of the farm. It seems what Xiaokiki said was true. This time, the zombie king should be able to handle everything. I also react. From my room, I immediately manipulate a puppet to head outside the farm, just in time to see that team of evolvers fighting the bloodthirsty vines. Indeed, some human evolvers had set their eyes on the farm, using the darkness of night to infiltrate. Clearly, they do not come with good intentions. Too bad these guys are far too stupid. They didn't notice anything strange about the bloodthirsty vines. Luckily, thanks to Xiaokiki's warning, I was prepared. Otherwise, something really could have gone wrong. Very well, very well, very well. Since they want to die, I'll grant their wish. Jiru Shu watches from the room as the evolved zombies go into action, a smile forming on her lips. Yay, yay, they dare attack the farm at night. Next, get ready to face my daddy's wrath. Jiru Shu can already imagine in her mind the gruesome death awaiting these people. With the pathetic second-level strength of these evolvers, they don't stand a chance against my daddy's fourth-level evolved zombies. With one command, Tyrant Number 1 and her Pang rush forward with huge strides toward the battlefield. Fire Number 1 and Underground Number 1 also head there at the same time. On the battlefield, the three teams of evolvers are doing everything they can to deal with the demonic bloodthirsty vines. Casualties are devastating. Under Jiru Shu's control, several bloodthirsty vines hurl themselves from the side, savagely piercing the right arm of Captain Sang, leaving fist-sized holes in his flesh. The intense pain makes Captain Sang let out a heart-rending scream. "Captain, these vines are too difficult to handle. We should retreat." After witnessing the tragic death of 5 comrades, Yangu, who is fighting the vines not far away, is completely exhausted. At this moment he shouts, eyes filled with terror. The others also begin to feel the urge to retreat. They barely got close to the wall and already lost 5 people. They don't even dare imagine how many deadly dangers lie within the wall. Exactly. Let's retreat quickly. With all this noise, we must have alerted the Zombie King. The plan has already failed. We still have time to escape now. Upon hearing this, W's eyes fill with frustration, and at that exact moment they hear rhythmic, heavy footsteps were approaching from the distance. Wang Lei instinctively looked in that direction. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. He saw 2 colossal zombies running toward them. My God, what level are those zombies? 3rd level? 4th level? The aura radiating from those 2 zombies made Wang Lei tremble uncontrollably. Didn't Alkun say there were no powerful evolved zombies in the farm? Then what are these 2 terrifying monsters? Everyone run! Don't hesitate for even a second, Wang Lei shouted with all his strength. Hearing his voice, everyone felt a brief sense of relief and prepared to retreat in unison. But in the very next instant, Underground Number 1 emerged from the ground, together with Fire Number 1. Fire Number 1 raised his palm, which looked as if it were made of magma, and lifted his hand gently. A brilliant red glow erupted. In an instant, more than a dozen giant fireballs, each 1 meter in diameter, fell from the sky like meteorites. They exploded among the group of evolvers. 4 evolvers who moved slower were directly engulfed by the flames and reduced to pieces, including the 3 captains. The remaining 6 evolvers were also struck by the blast from the fireballs. The powerful heat wave hurled them violently into the air, and they crashed heavily onto the ground. The survivors were pale. Their bodies were charred and blackened, their faces twisted in unbearable pain. For a moment, a suffocating atmosphere of despair enveloped them. Underground Number 1 activated his ability as well. Huge, thick earth walls rose from the ground, completely enclosing the remaining evolvers inside a square space of dirt walls. Wang Lei looked around with an extremely dark expression. "Damn you, Alkon! How dare you give us false information?" At that moment, the inner faces of the walls began to bulge. These bulges grew larger and larger, gradually turning into sharp spikes of solid stone. Then the front and back walls began moving slowly inward, pushing forward a dense mass of rocky spikes that glowed with a deadly chill. Yang Xiu, overwhelmed with panic, eyes filled with terror, shouted to the few who remained, "What are you all waiting for? We need to get out fast. If these stone walls close in, we'll all be dead." Wang Lei frowned. They couldn't act recklessly. Yang Xiu directly activated his extreme speed ability. Within seconds, using the spikes on the wall as footholds, he leapt upward. He was just about to clear the wall when suddenly a brilliant red light surged from outside. Only Yang Xiu's desperate scream was heard. A huge fireball was launched with tremendous force from below, striking him directly. The instant Wang Lei sees Yang Xiu disappear into the flames, his eyes look as if they are about to burst. He feels an overwhelming urge to rush forward and confront that fire zombie with his life on the line. But he isn't given time to grieve. The front wall suddenly explodes. An evolver who fails to dodge in time is struck by several rocks launched like cannonballs. They smash violently into his chest, completely caving in his torso. Blood pours non-stop from his mouth as his body collapses to the ground. Powerless, half of it buried beneath rubble and dust. At this moment, the 5 remaining survivors are split into 3 groups by this unexpected turn of events. Yu Yang, gripping 2 machetes, retreats with Captain Wang Lei into a corner. Captain Li, the white-haired man, retreats shoulder to shoulder with Captain Sang until they reach the position of the rock spikes. The last member, unable to evade in time, is buried at the center, his fate unknown. Alive or dead, Pang slowly steps through the breach in the wall. He stomps down on the evolver at the center, already gravely injured. The evolver only manages to let out a scream of pain before his body is crushed in an instant, reduced to a pile of flesh. What kind of monster is this? What level is this evolved zombie? Captain Li, the white-haired man, looks at Pang's enormous body and can't help but roar in fury. At that moment, Underground Number 1 and Fire Number 1 also enter. They stare at the 4 survivors with predatory eyes, releasing an extremely terrifying aura. Attack together. If we don't, we'll all die. Captain Sang shouts at Captain Li with all his strength. Using every ounce of power, his small giant body launches toward Pang. But just as Captain Sang charges, Captain Li fires several lightning bolts shaped like serpents forward. His figure flickers, then suddenly retreats in the opposite direction. In the instant he disappears over the wall, Captain Li leaves behind a sentence. Captain Sang, thank you. Your death has value. When I return to the base city, I'll report this and avenge you for these deaths. At the moment of betrayal, Captain Sang explodes in rage. Li-sun, you beast. But just then, Pang's iron club comes crashing down, smashing the distracted Captain Sang directly into the ground, reducing him to minced meat. Captain Li betrays Captain Sang. Captain Sang dies miserably. Seeing the 3 terrifying zombies turn their gazes toward them, Wang Lei feels absolute despair. Captain, escape! I'll hold them back. With a resolute expression, Lu Yang shouts at Wang Lei behind him. He immediately swings his machetes and charges forward. His attack is nothing more than food served on a platter. Fire No One kills him instantly with a fireball. He doesn't even manage to buy a second of time. Even if I die today, I'll tear a piece of flesh off you. Wang Lei, eyes bloodshot, charges toward Pang as if he no longer fears death. In an instant, Wang Lei is sent flying. His body slams violently into the tall wall. Half of his body shatters under Pang's blow. With his face covered in blood, Wang Lei feels his life rapidly slipping away. Deep frustration fills his heart. He hasn't avenged his comrades yet, and he's already about to die. The next moment, the shadow of an iron club falls once more. Wang Lei's body explodes on the spot. After that, the 3 puppets exit the tall wall and reunite with Tyrant No One, who is holding a white-haired body in his hand. That body naturally belongs to the man who planned to use his teammates to buy time and escape. The same Captain Li, spouting grand words while betraying his companions in a life-and-death crisis. His true nature is revealed. He thought the zombies were distracted by his teammates and that he could climb the wall to escape. But he never imagined that a complete ambush had already been prepared. The moment the white-haired man jumped over the wall, Tyrant Number 1 rushed forward and smashed him into the ground with a single punch. He didn't even have time to scream. Tyrant Number 1 with his Marky and Bikamis. Howard Spouten Mushel 1 rushed forward and smashed him into the ground with a single punch. He didn't even have time to scream. Tyrant Number 1 with Briver the 1 with Mark Giti. The rougher 1 with Bryce Latub Trail X-Bomb were rushed forward and smashed him into the ground with a single punch. He didn't even have time to scream. Tyrant Number 1 with Bryce Latarila Wising with Bryce. He didn't even have dime Golfia 1. Pramarkti people Batuzting. Saul's shot forward, pinning him to the ground. He died completely. With this, all evolvers are annihilated. Looking at the corpses on the ground, if you must blame someone, blame yourselves for seeking death. Daring to provoke me, this is the result. When Yiru Shu sees her father eliminate the last of the evolvers, she immediately regains consciousness. She sits up from the bed and quickly walks outside. Solon notices that there is no longer any movement outside. She assumes the battle has ended and asks Yiru Shu, "Xiaokiki? I notice there's no noise outside anymore. Did your dad win?" Yiru Shu smiles proudly and says in an arrogant tone, "Of course he won. My dad is the best." Hearing this, Solon lets out a sigh of relief. Unknowingly, the Zombie King has indeed won. Winning is fine, but suddenly Solon feels something strange pass through her mind. Her attitude feels a bit off. At that moment, Yiru Shu looks at her with a slightly strange expression. What was this woman thinking just now? Her expression changed so quickly. "Xiaokiki, it would be better if you told your dad to be careful. With the annihilation of these human evolvers, humans definitely won't sit still. It's very likely they'll send even stronger forces. You must not lower your guard. Always stay alert. Understood? I'll tell my dad. Yirushu nods. At this moment, I'm controlling several puppets to clean the battlefield, feeding the bloodthirsty vines with the flesh and blood of the evolvers. And just then, through the perspective of the bloodthirsty vines, Yirushu suddenly discovers that one of the bodies, with its chest caved in and almost unrecognizable as human, is not being devoured by any vine. What's going on? Why aren't they devouring this corpse? The bloodthirsty vine's desire for flesh is irresistible. Yirushu immediately thinks of something. Could it be this corpse isn't flesh and blood? Did a fish slip through the net? Her gaze instantly turns cold. She manipulates the demonic bloodthirsty vines to attack that body. The body seems to be made of countless grains of red sand, blood-colored. Layer by layer, it disperses with the wind until it completely vanishes. Yirushu's eyes widen. It's a fake body. It seems I was too careless. I didn't notice at all that among them, there really was someone with such a special ability. Because of my momentary carelessness, I let him escape. If a fish slipped through the net this time, then the plan to conceal the information and delay the moment when the human-based city finds out has basically failed. The enemy will surely reveal the entire situation of the farm to the official base city. The farm will be completely exposed to human eyes. After witnessing such terrifying power, the next time the base city decides to attack, they will certainly come fully prepared. The forces they send will most likely be far stronger than the 3 teams of evolvers this time. For the farm achieving a result like today, annihilating the enemy with almost no losses will probably be very difficult, unless my father and I can achieve another breakthrough in a short time. The only thing that comforts Yirushu is that her own strength has not been exposed. The remaining time is probably not much. She must seize every second to increase her power. Only in this way can she ensure her father's safety. After making this decision, Yirushu stops casually chatting with Solin. She gets up from the swing, actively disconnects her link with the bloodthirsty vines, and returns her consciousness to her body. She leaves the mess outside for her father to clean up. Yirushu bids farewell to Solin and returns to her room. She sits cross-legged on the bed, closes her eyes, and focuses her mind. She activates her cultivation technique, absorbing energy factors from all directions. Next, she will begin cultivating against the clock. At the same time, in a forest several kilometers away from the farm, King Shui Kanyun cannot help but keep looking back. His eyes are filled with fear, terrified that an evolved zombie might suddenly chase after him. However, after walking for several minutes without detecting any pursuing zombies, he finally lets out a sigh of relief. His awakened ability is a kind of substitute skill. In a life-and-death crisis, he can create a fake body to save himself, while his real body escapes like a cicada shedding its shell, instantly relocating several kilometers away. However, using such a special ability is not without cost. Every time he uses it, his body becomes extremely weak and requires a long period of recovery. At that moment, among the 3 evolver teams, aside from himself, there were only 4 survivors left, the 3 captains and Liu Yang. He has no idea what happened afterward, but deep in his heart, he has a bad premonition. He fears the outcome was not good, probably very unfavorable. At night, feeling the cool breeze brush her face, Solin lies motionless on the bed, staring at the dark sky, unable to fall asleep for a long time. Thinking about how several human evolvers had died tragically less than 1 kilometer away not long ago, her heart fills with confusion. What should she do from now on? If she protects Xiaokiki and prevents humans from invading the farm, that means she stands on the side of the Zombie King. But she is human after all. It is easy to imagine that conflicts between humans and the Zombie King will be inevitable in the future. If she sides with the Zombie King, she will become an enemy of all humanity, something she does not want. Her identity is human, and she naturally feels connected to humans. Seeing the Zombie King massacre humans makes her heart feel uneasy. But if the Zombie King is defeated by humans, killed or captured, what will happen to Xiaokiki? As a human who is close to the Zombie King and even calls him Dad, humans would surely be extremely suspicious of Xiaokiki. In that case, Xiaokiki's fate could be unimaginably tragic. Fortunately, the Zombie King is a zombie with human consciousness. Solin lets out a long sigh, feeling slightly comforted. Precisely because the Zombie King possesses human consciousness, Xiaokiki regards him as her father. That is also the reason why I stand on Xiaokiki's side. To be honest, aside from the changes to his physical body, this Zombie King is not very different from a human. He is not like other bloodthirsty zombies who crave killing. When faced with fresh flesh, he shows nothing abnormal. He can raise Xiaokiki. He can tolerate me. That means that, if conditions are right, he might also tolerate other humans. Thinking of this, Solin's eyes light up. Her previously confused gaze gradually becomes firm. This zombie king seems to be quite homely. As long as humans do not provoke him, he should not attack humans. If I can prevent humans from attacking the zombie king again, and make them understand that as long as they do not provoke him, he will not attack humans, could peaceful coexistence between zombies and humans be achieved? Even if this is difficult, for Xiao Kiki and for humanity, Solin must try.